Now, Mama's in the kitchen with the sauce.
Living at the speed of light, it's hard to follow.
Yeah.
I could be dead by tomorrow.
Recipes, my big brother in.
Trying to face it.
Trying to face the shit best way I
So I ain't got time to wait. Get out, I've been down and out for too long.
Been out for too long. Niggas long and I'm too strong. Yeah.
Living at the speed of light, it's hard to follow. I could be dead by tomorrow.
Terrence Key. Shout out my nigga Bruce. Keith White Sweat. Yeah, Mark, what's happening? Look, I'm living at the speed of life cause I'm just trying to make it. Shit is too real, nigga, I can't even fake it. Early morning moving too fast, but ain't got no time to break it. Cause I had to defend my life last night, a nigga try to take it. And I'm just trying to face it. Time ain't waiting, so I don't waste it. Gotta go get it, niggas tired of being patient. We come from the basement, elevation, blood, sweat, and tears on pavement. Now when we step out, it's a celebration. Fuck you mean, they did me dirty, so I'm coming clean. But I'm fresh, so I'm in her mouth, just like Listerine. My brother got 2Ks, just like Krispy Kreme. Masked up at your door, but it ain't Halloween. But we still make them scream, do anything for the cream. Because we know that it rules. Niggas with the class with us every day, but never shot up no schools. We just trying to bang blood, but I gotta swimming in pools. I guess this is what happens when no one follows the rules.
I've been down and out for too long.
Look.
Living at the speed of light.
Been a minute since Terrence got the pen. You a snitch, dog, we see your name on document. We on the go, you throwing shade like a great tent. And every time I shoot you straight, you get all bent. Out of shape, gotta skate, your body exercise. I need that shit organic. You be bringing the pesticides. You write a fiction book with your excessive lies. Me and in my bag like extra fries. I come from the bottom, she love my depth mob, sweatsuits and how a nigga rock them. Loving hip hop, how bitches jock them. Just touched down in Atlanta. A nigga feel like Julio, but he was raised around wolves. I'm Rubio. Still be on these hooks like Rufio. It's murder in the studio. Coming up, we ain't have Fruit Loops. We had Fruitios, nigga. You probably grew up spoiled brat, silver spoon. I remember walking in the back and seeing my dad light a spoon. Stop playing. Somebody tell me where these new niggas come from. I don't love them, don't trust them. Should we might as well rush them? If I get my little nigga something, he probably gon' bust him. But I don't want the crackers to come and cuff him. See, these days, if you white, you can murder a nigga on TV and still get off. It's the same, but it's different like a spin-off. Cause when we do it, we just animals killing our own kind. When they do it, mental health, something is wrong with their mind. Goddamn. See, that's the type of shit that sound crazy to me. They play dumb, but it's simple like 1, 2, 3. A B and one, an F, and I'm a letter A, B, C. Keep it 100, genuine. I'm the same old G. Yeah. Been down and out for too long. Nigga up too strong. I'm gon' move on.
Swagger on the diamonds just Sakasha trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I've been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in Juk. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Rest in peace, my nigga Lil E, man. RP, my big brother here. Shout out my nigga J Martin, that's all he on. Speed of life.
I love you, Daddy, and I love you, Uncle. And I like your songs. And I really love you singing in a song. Love you.
At the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. Walk solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live
from the boxing section, man. What's going on? What's going down with everybody, man? Yes, sir. We back again. Now, we definitely, man, are excited. My team got their ass beat today, but it's cool though. Shout out to my dog Quick, G Brown, Rob G Film, D Man, Cam. Congratulations, Cam. You know what I'm saying? Y'all were the better team than y'all beat our ass. It's cool though. You know what I'm saying? Let me see where we at. See you overdoing it, Cam, with your punk ass. Dave, salute to you, my brother. Melvin, what's going on, man? Best Puge, salute to you, my brother. Sucker Sam, what's up with it, man? Yeah. So yeah, we got our ass beat. You know what I'm saying? Just like Anthony Joshua got his ducking ass beat. Now I'm so excited. I'm so happy that we were able to beat the ass like this. I'm so happy we were able to beat the hell out of. I'm so glad we was able to beat the. We when I say we, you know what I'm saying, as I speak for us as it pertains to Joshua getting his ass beat by Usyk. What's up, Burtman? Hold up. You already know. Hold on, let me get my shit together, man. Hold on, y'all. Trying to get this. Yeah, I mean, trying to make sure I got. Best pugilist, of course. DJ. D-Man Jr., salute to my brother. Press Jafar. I ain't seen him in a second, man. We gotta see what's cracking with my dog. Best pugilist. And then Ray. Jay Dixon. Champion Hart. Where the hell is Birdman's at? Hold the hell up. The hell? Man, I bet not have to make another one of them shits for Birdman. Let me see. Oh, here we go. There you go. And of course, my boy G Short. What's up, man? Yeah, so I had quick shout outs, couple banners. You know what I'm saying? Boss Red, what's up with it, man? Yes, sir. If you're not subscribed, man, to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Man, for the one time. You know what I'm saying? You know, appreciate y'all for always supporting the channel. Most definitely. What did I just do? Hold on, man. Shit, the hell I done did. I'm fucking shit up, y'all. Yeah, man. Picasso. Deuce Times. Oh, shit. My bad, fellas. I ain't even dropped the damn link. My fault. Drop this link, man. All right. Best Puge. This is actually the Shannon Sharp part. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Especially Uncle Shannon, man. You know what I mean? AKA, bosom brothers. You know what I'm saying? You know. Yeah, man. So is AJ overrated? Y'all let me know, man. Is he overrated? You know what I'm saying? Is he overrated? 817 boxing. What's going on, big dog? Is AJ overrated? You know what I'm saying? With his goofy ass. What's going on, man?
What's up, man? What's up? What's up?
Is AJ overrated, brother?
I'm gonna say this, man. And I said this last night, bro. This is my stance on AJ, right? He's not as bad as people are saying he is now, but he was never as good as people made him out to be. So I wouldn't say he's overrated, but yet he's not underrated either. He's not a sleeper either. If you want to say that about a 2-time heavyweight champion, I just never thought he could beat Deontay Wilder. Mm-hmm. Because he's chinny. I've seen him do the noodle leg dance in a lot of his fights.
I don't think nobody can beat Deontay Wilder, to be honest with you. If it's on the even playing field, at least.
Man, we're gonna find out in 2 weeks, ain't we? 817, hop your ass on, man. Hop your ass on.
I really hope y'all beat the shit out of the Cowboys.
They was ganging up on your man Ben Israel on another show earlier, man, talking about Bud and Spence. I was like, man, where's my guy 817 when I need him? Because I don't lean one way or the other in that fight. So
I just don't think that he's a bum. I can't say that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not a bum, but he was never that guy like that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm at with AJ. He's not a bum, but that's why it's hard for me to say he's overrated. He just has flaws, and his flaws are glaring. Like other people, you'll have to see them in the right matchup to exploit their flaws, but his flaws are glaring, and it's easy to exploit them if you have the right skill set. Yes, sir. Look at Cam putting all them cheese emojis in the chat.
Fuck him. Hey, you know what's funny? Hey, listen.
Nah, talk your shit, Cam. Talk your shit.
I gotta go this back. Listen, because I was on his ass when we beat their ass.
Yeah. You was on his ass 2 weeks ago when they got destroyed by the Saints. You was on his ass a couple weeks ago.
Oh man,
I think he beat me in fantasy today too. I'm not sure.
Man, you beat your ass with the fantasy, man, a lot.
Yeah, but man, because what's his name letting me down? Man? He was my sleeper last year, and I was killing folks with him. Chase Claypool, he let me down this year.
Yeah, man.
So I took him over some guys that I probably should have picked, but I was like, yeah, he a sleeper.
Salute everybody.
What's up, Picasso? My man, what's going on, brother?
I heard doing the dirty work for the U.S., the backbone of the country here. 20 wheels and rolling. Yep.
Heard that. No, what 817 at? I'm ready to talk greasy tonight. I was gonna let it slide to after the game tomorrow. I'm ready to talk greasy tonight, man. What them Dallas fans at? I want them Dallas sissy fans tonight.
Y'all, listen. The good thing is we have another moderator that's up all fucking night. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
Shit, so I can walk off right now.
I wish you would. The stream would die right now. You gotta give us an hour, Kyle. Come on, man.
No, I'm just talking shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh man.
As a matter of fact, I need to go get the laptop and cue that up.
Listen, the man that's about to come on right goddamn now is a boxing genius. After the information that he was given unto us about Anthony Joshua and Usyk, get that man his flowers, man. Best motherfucking pugilist.
Hell
Hugh,
yeah,
what's
he
up, man?
first guessed it. He first guessed it, man. He was one of the first guys I heard to say Usyk was gonna beat him. He was like, "Man, I'm nervous about this fight for AJ."
Yep. Yeah, it was
And
good,
he
brothers.
said that shit, man. He said
What's
that.
up,
Yeah, I'm up in
best
here, man.
future?
Yeah, no doubt, man. Yeah, I just saw. I really just felt that shit in my heart, man. Saw it coming. As much as I didn't want it to happen, because I ain't gonna front like I wanted that shit to happen, because I damn sure didn't. But you know, I just had that feeling, and as I started to analyze the fight more and just look at different things, I just started seeing it going more and more Usyk way, you know. And
Yeah,
yeah, man, I just this is one of the cases I was hoping what I felt and what I said was wrong, you know, because
right.
I really wanted him to get past it and shit. And as far as the overrated thing, I think we're gonna have to say that he's a bit overrated because
Mm,
they was trying to make Anthony Joshua. They would have liked to make Anthony Joshua the face of boxing. It was evident to me a while ago. That's what they wanted to do. You know, like he got to look. Shit, I even heard Mike Tyson say a while back before he lost to Ruiz. Yeah, that guy looks like the heavyweight champion. Mind you, Deontay Wilder was already the WBC champion.
correct.
You understand what I'm saying? So they have because he got this image and this image that they like and they could sell to the public. Whereas Deontay Wilder, you know, he more black and connected to his people here. Whereas Anthony Joshua got that good boy look and image with that British shit. So yeah, I knew that's what they was trying to do, but yeah, man, yeah, he is overrated, straight up, you know. Um, because let's be realistic. Who on this panel really thinks? Keep it a buck. If you do you really think he could beat Deontay Wilder? Even with Deontay Wilder looking had the worst performance of his career in his last fight. Do you really think that Anthony Joshua could beat Deontay Wilder?
Sir,
See? Yeah, I don't see it. So like he's overrated.
yeah, I mean, he
So,
is.
Hughes, you say he's overrated? You say he's overrated, man?
Yeah, Joshua's overrated. It's just been proven.
Okay. See, I'm
Although,
my
what
position.
I
My
mean,
position.
let me just say this
Yeah,
real quick. Let me
yeah.
just say this real quick, and I'll give you the floor. And I say that and I say that not taking nothing away from Usyk, because Usyk is a damn good fighter. What I mean by that is
Facts.
that does not mean that Usyk is not good. It just means with the question, like what he said, like was Joshua overrated? Yes, yes, he clearly was.
Okay. My position with him is just he was never the guy, but he's not as bad as people make him out to be now. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's part of that. That's part of that. That's part of that hindsight being 2020 thing, man. Like it looks bad now, especially since he's 2-2 in his last 4 fights. So it's easy to say that now, but I don't think he's overrated. I just think he wasn't ever as good as people made him out to be, which sounds like I'm saying he's overrated, but
Yeah, I'm just about to say, I'm
I was
about to
about to
say
say,
shit. That's overrated.
that sounds like I'm saying he's overrated. No,
Yeah,
I still think he's a good fighter, man. It's certain style matchups.
yeah.
Like his flaws are glaring. And like I was saying earlier, a few minutes ago, his flaws are glaring. Like you can see them from a mile away. Us as fans can see them, and you as a trainer can see it.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine what these guys who do that all day long can see, man. So
Yeah,
I just think it takes the right style matchup to exploit it.
yeah. That's why he's overrated. Like you said it. You literally described it as you were saying what you were saying. Because the question was, is he overrated? Not is he a good fighter? Yeah, he's a good fighter, but that wasn't the question. The question was, is he overrated? And you basically said that shit.
Yeah, I called myself mid sentence. I was like, "Fuck!" I'm saying he's overrated.
You know
Yeah.
what I?
So
You know what I think? I, I, go ahead. Go ahead.
they wanted him. like I said, they trying to project. They wanted to project him to be the man. Like you remember when there was all the talk about the fight between him and Wilder, and they were the way
Right.
they was talking about it, like Wilder would be lucky to get $2 million in the fight. Like he ain't have no, like he was nowhere near him. And I was
Right.
like,
Right.
nah, that shit ain't the
He's
case.
downplaying Wilder big time.
Yeah, that shit ain't the case. Like it was, and it was never the case like that. You know, they try to make him into the star because they pushed the star quality shit on him because he was Olympic gold medalist, and like I said, he got the image that they could push, that they wanted to push to the world. You know, so
Right.
it does, I'm not saying I'm not saying he's not a good fighter. He's a good, decent fighter, but he was never. Well, you know, if I wouldn't say he was, he clearly was never that what they was projecting him to be, and it's been proven now. You understand? It's been proven. It's literally been proven. So I have to agree. Like we asked the simple question. The simple answer to that for me is he was overrated.
Gotcha.
But yet still a good fighter. You know?
Gotcha. See, this goes to my theory that the Wilder fight never gonna happen. Since it didn't happen when it was supposed to, I've been saying for months now we're gonna find ourselves in another Riddick Bowe, Lennox Lewis situation where that fight, or the biggest heavyweight fight at that time, does not happen.
Yep.
Because of politics, man.
I have to agree with you on that one.
Yeah, I just went once Wilder signed on. Well, once AJ got knocked out by Andy Ruiz, I was like, yeah, that fight's not happening.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. That ship had sailed. You
Right.
know?
I think I gotta wait till I use the bathroom before I start answering questions. I might say the wrong thing. I'm trying to get to the bathroom.
Damn, Picasso. Could have kept that thought in your mind.
Yeah, it's messing with my head right here. I'm trying to use the restroom and I see state troopers flying all around here. I ain't trying to get no PIP.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but yeah, man, he's gonna have to, because if they do especially he has to right now. Joshua is literally in a do or die situation for that rematch. You think the pressure was bad? The pressure gonna be immense on him, and Usyk ain't gonna do that shit Andy Ruiz did. Get off out of shape and shit. Get all out of shape and that shit ain't happening with Usyk.
That's a fact. And what have I said before? Usyk is undefeated, man. So he feels like he the guy.
Yeah.
Can't nobody tell him different because he ain't lost a fight.
Yeah. And I feel, and that's another thing. When I said I started to analyze the fight, I matched it up for everything that I knew about both of them. I'm like, damn, Usyk has way more experience as a boxer than Anthony Joshua, for one. Usyk had, in his amateur career alone, Usyk had 350 fucking amateur bouts, yo. That's in his amateur career. So he got to the heights you can get as an amateur, becoming an Olympic gold medalist. He won the World Boxing Series. He was the undefeated unified cruiserweight champion. He hasn't lost yet. The guy's a winner, man. And he got a mentality. And I'm looking at his mentality because I told you that's what I was boiling it down to. When I saw him came right out and he threw that straight left a few seconds after that fight and landed and nailed that shit on Joshua, I was like, it's a dumb fucking deal, kid.
Yeah. Once he hurt him in the third round, I was like, oh yeah, he's cooked. Yep. I thought Usyk was actually gonna get him out of there, man.
Yep. When he landed, when he hit him with that first straight left that he caught him with a few seconds into the fight, and Joshua didn't go at him, I was like, it's a done deal. It's a done deal. But Joshua don't got the mentality.
Yeah, he ain't got no heart, man.
When he gets hurt, man.
That's what I was telling DJ, man. I said, he ain't got no fucking heart, man.
He don't got the mentality to do that shit. Like you see how Deontay Wilder got that mentality. Like
he need that Terrence Crawford, man.
Yeah, he got that like Deontay Wilder. You know, he got that mentality. You know, that's why he be yelling bomb squad, because he trying to knock a motherfucker out. Like that shit be coming out of him. That's why that shit became his catchphrase, that bomb squad shit, because he trying to decapitate your ass. You know, if you get off on him, if you get off, shit, you saw Usyk do it. Whenever he got off on him, whenever he did give a shot at Usyk, Usyk went right back at him early in the fight.
Early in all.
Yep. He went right back at him. Earlier, he got off something, he got his shit right back at him.
Right. Andy Ruiz did the same thing, man. And like I've been saying today, like it's never that first punch that hurts AJ. It's always the second, third, and fourth punch in that combination that gets him.
Yep.
Because you hit him and you're gonna sting him and he's gonna back up. But what you need to do is follow that up with something, man. And Usyk and Andy Ruiz both did a great job of doing that.
You know what it is? You know what could have been what it is with, you know, Joshua was rushed into that position as the champion to get the title shot. They kind of sped balled him to that position. And I think what it was too, it's a lot of pressure. You know, it's a lot of pressure on him, and I think that's what it is too. Like the pressure is too much for him. You know, because you got England on his back, and then he got Nigeria too. But people not understanding that his family from Africa. He got his family from Nigeria. He got Nigeria too, but he got that English shit. You know, he on TV shows over there. They was always having him on TV shows, commercials and all that shit. And they pushing him as the face of the boxing, trying to make him become the face of boxing for the world. And when you hearing guys, like I said, like when I heard Mike Tyson say that shit, yeah, that fucking guy, he just looks like the heavyweight champion. I was like, they're really trying to push this motherfucker to be the face of boxing. You know? You hear him say some shit like that.
Yeah. And another thing, man, it's kind of looking like Lennox Lewis was actually right about it, man.
Yeah. Yep.
And people wrote Lennox Lewis, oh, he's a hater, he's envious. I was like, It's funny that they never said that about Floyd Mayweather,
Mike Tyson,
Andre Ward.
No, they ain't never said that about Mike Tyson. Deontay Wilder.
Yep.
Mike Tyson said that about Deontay Wilder as well, man. So,
and Lennox Lewis is the best person to speak to that shit. Because Lennox Lewis was the greatest heavyweight from there who dealt with that most recently. So he's the best person to speak on that particular topic, better than anyone, because he has the best actual experience with it in the recent history. So he know exactly what he's talking about. He's talking about from experience.
But the one thing about Anthony Joshua though, I think he'll beat Usyk in the next fight.
Nah, not unless he makes wholesale changes to his
his camp. He would have to. What you said.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You know the fight he gonna fight. The second, remember when he fought Andy Ruiz the second time? All he did was jab, move, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
He gonna do the same shit with Usyk, because that's all he had to do to win that fight. He could have done that, but he wasn't even using his jab, man. He had no movement.
That shit ain't gonna work with Usyk though. Usyk a better boxer, man. He got to look when Usyk started giving him that upper body movement and shit, moving from side to side. Usyk can be elusive in there. See, that shit can only work when you fighting. That style of boxing will work when you fighting a short fighter that has to come to you, as Andy Ruiz. Usyk is only 3 inches shorter than him. Usyk is 6'3".
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's not 6'1" or 5'11".
I think a lot of people forgot that too. People were talking about Usyk like he was 5'10" or
5'11" or 5'10". Nah, that motherfucker 6'3". You know? That's Muhammad Ali height, 6'3". So nah, he not as little as people was trying to make him out to be. And shit. And he's a good boxer. Like he can.
Rich, you gotta show your face before we can let you get on.
So
I can't see it in this black. Oh, here we go. Oh, we good.
So I don't see Usyk
I met you the other
Usyk
day
as being.
on what's the name panel on
Oh shit.
UBC shit.
Yeah. You can tell if you want to turn your camera off, you can. Well, we done had a few trolls in here, man, that showed their ass, literally. So
No,
we
I'm
had
already knowing this good is good.
yeah.
So I don't see, like I said, he can't do that shit because Usyk better boxing, and it's a style matchup. Because that style was great for a fighter that's coming towards you, like Andy Ruiz has to fight, and he has to come forward to be effective in his style like that. But Usyk can box more. Usyk can make him miss when he's trying to do that and counter, you know. And then having been in that ring with Usyk already, having been in the ring with him, I'm sure he knows. You hear him saying now, actually the fight was easier than I thought. He's going to be even more confident. And I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to really knock him out in the rematch.
Yeah, because if you heard the audio, man, his trainers was actually telling him to take mercy on AJ. Don't go for the knockout.
Yeah. You know, so it's a style matchup, and like I said, and mentally, I just don't think that it's going to bode well for him because I think overall Usyk is a little more well-rounded than, let's say, Andy Ruiz was in a sense that he can do more things in there technically, and his boxing IQ is high. You know,
True.
he got a very good, a high boxing IQ. You know, when he go up in there, like he mentioned, if you saw him in the interview, he mentioned that the interview clip they showed that he said, "Yo, the next day," he said, "tomorrow will be my 20th year in boxing." So he got experience too, and he's been successful, and he good, and he know he good. You know, he view himself as good. He got confidence in himself. He had character. You know,
I'm not
he
gonna lie,
didn't want.
man. I'm
He
not
didn't
gonna
look
lie to
scared
you.
at all. He didn't look scared at all.
I didn't see this happening like this, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I thought he could get Usyk out of there, bro. But
Yeah, I know.
I was
You said
wrong.
that. You said that. That's what you thought. But it goes to your question. It goes back to the question you asked. Was he, Joshua, overrated? And I think he was. In retrospect, like looking at everything now, because as good as good, and I agree. Usyk said, they asked Usyk at the end of the fight, "Do you think you fought your best fight?" He was like, "Hell no." He was like, "No. This wasn't the best me." He said it. This wasn't the best me. So he think he can do. He feel he can do even better. But I still think like that he probably really can do better. But as good as I think Usyk could be, and I'll make a better, like if he was to fight Deontay Wilder, just based on what I know now, because we haven't seen the new skills we expecting this, the new stuff that we expected to see from Deontay. Let's say minus that. Say minus what he worked on since he's been training with Malik Scott. Even with that Deontay Wilder, I think Usyk could trouble him, but he wouldn't survive the fight. Because at some point, Usyk gonna get hit. And if Deontay Wilder hit any of them guys, he could put him to sleep. And that's why I don't think for 12 rounds he was. I think that at some point, and because of Deontay Wilder's mindset, like if he realized like that Usyk was outboxing him and getting away from him, and you can't really hurt him like that, like I could see him taking that risk. And if he just letting his hands go and taking a risk like he did against Ortiz, who can punch and who can box, he did that against him. He'll do that shit against Usyk too, who's a southpaw as well. So I can see that the same thing that happened with Ortiz, particularly in the first fight, I can see that happening if he fought Usyk. Like Usyk maybe touching him a little bit early and getting off. But I don't think he got me turning the lawnmower. But I don't think he got enough to keep him away. And then I feel like if Deontay Wilder just come out there and enforce his will, which I could see him doing at some point in the fight, because he done showed that in a fight against somebody who I think is clearly a bit of a harder puncher like Ortiz, That's why. But I think prior to that, he would be giving him some problem. But I just don't see him surviving them thunderous fucking shots, man, from Deontay Wilder. But I didn't feel that way about Joshua. Like how I feel. I didn't feel that shit coming into this fight. Like the thoughts I got about him fighting Wilder, I didn't feel that way about him. That's why I was telling y'all from the moment I heard the mention of that fight, I was like, this ain't a good thing. It's gonna fuck shit up. And I'm really not gonna see this fight that I want to see. And it came true. All right.
I know
salute,
I was with that fight from the beginning. Who just dropped off?
I don't know. I think just added. Didn't you just add somebody?
Yeah, I switched from my phone to my laptop.
Somebody just dropped off though.
No, he said he switched from his phone to his laptop.
Yeah, it was me, Kyle. I switched my phone to my laptop.
Oh, okay. But yeah,
so Puge, let me ask you this: does he need to come to America and get with somebody like a Kevin Cunningham to like change his style?
At this point, I'm not even sure if that could work, man.
Okay.
At this point, you know, how psychologically damaged is he, man? Boxing is a mental sport, man. Contrary to popular belief, man, boxing is a mental sport. Fighter got to have confidence, man.
Yeah, Joshua mentally done.
And he don't project that confidence to me. He doesn't project that confidence like that. When we was on the barbershop, somebody mentioned that. I don't know who was it. Somebody mentioned that about Joshua, how he seemed relieved once the fight was over. Like he was relieved it's over. Okay, now I can try to focus on the rematch. That's really not a championship pedigree mind. A real champion, if they lose a fight, especially a fight that they felt that they should have won, they'd be anxious to get that rematch, and they'll be speaking as such. Whether it's Muhammad Ali or even right now, most recently Deontay Wilder. You see how Deontay Wilder's talking confidence.
The way he went to that corner was soft as hell, cuz. He just sat on the stool, man.
Yeah, man. I felt a couple times in that fight. He was in a state. You could see it in his body language. He was in a state of physical surrender, man. He was done. And your corner got. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
The thing about Anthony Joshua, man, is he think he can outlast you and shit. You know what I mean? He think he Deontay Wilder. He think he can lose rounds and then knock you out, which is false.
I think he had a bad game plan. There was a lot of shit that went into that shit.
Joshua always had stamina issues.
He was
correct.
Anybody takes him in deep waters, he's in trouble.
But he liked that shit though. Most people can't take him to deep waters.
Yeah.
He take them to deep waters for the most part. Tom Brown, what's up with the big dog? But you know, my thing is you know, I'm happy that it happened. You know what I mean? And if Tyson Fury can get his ass beat, like I know he is, on October 9th, that's gonna be good for the sport again. And I think Usyk is probably gonna have to defend his belt against Anthony Joshua. And then we're gonna get the fight that we really want is Dillian White in his head knocked the fuck off.
I swear to God, bro.
I'm here for that. I'm all the way here for that shit, dog.
I'm so ready for Deontay Wilder to break his jaw, man.
Ain't no fucking way. Hey, I need to call Santos old ass. I don't know where he at.
Go ahead, Kyle. I'll do it.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, so that fight that we want to see is Dillian White. I just want to see him get punched the fuck out. He's too slow. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got no fucking defense. So hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Dillian White was going all the way in on Joshua today.
Yeah, I bet he was, man. That freaking steroid cheat.
He called him a weirdo. He said it was an easy fight for him to win. That Joshua's a fucking weirdo. Something wrong with him mentally now. So
Joshua's the weirdo. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but a lot of them say that Joshua didn't really recover from the Ruiz loss. That he's different now to when he fought him back in the day.
It definitely altered the way he goes into fights and the way he fights.
Yeah.
Because I've heard fighters speak about this, and you hear guys
And you hear scientists talk about that, man. Once you get knocked out, bro, once you get dropped a couple times, you've been knocked out, like your body's not gonna want to take that punishment again. So it's gonna start shutting off quicker and quicker and quicker.
Yeah.
And the way and what I saw yesterday, every time he got hit with that straight left, every time Usyk turned him and hit him with that straight left on the exit,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
like he had no answer for that. He had no answer, and that's because he does not move his head, man.
Hmm.
You got to take your head off that center line, bro.
Yeah.
I don't understand why he went in there and tried to outbox Usyk.
He thought he was gonna pull that shit we did with Joseph Parker and did that pity pat shit all night. But Usyk came to give him that work. That's
Yeah,
what
man.
happened.
Usyk came to win.
Yep.
Usyk came to win. He didn't just show up for a t-shirt.
Right.
People see another thing people forget too. Usyk been calling for this fight for a year now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Usyk been wanting that work, man. So, man.
Yeah, it's that mentality, man. I keep going back to.
Yeah.
Usyk got that championship mentality. See, when you're a great fighter, and like I said, you got that. The ones who got that dog in them, as we like to say, who got that mentality. When they take a loss, you know, they feel a way about that shit. They got to get theirs back. Any great fighter from the past, you know, I don't know if any of you guys ever read like any of the autobiographies of great fighters like Joe Louis or Sugar Ray Robinson. But both of those books I read, their autobiographies, and when they got their first losses, they both was like on the same shit. You know, when Sugar Ray Robinson lost his first match, which was at that time was his first match he ever lost because he was undefeated as an amateur. He never lost as an amateur, and then he won his first 40 fights as a pro. 85-0 as an amateur, and he won his first 40 fights as a pro. And then he took an over-the-weight bout against Jake LaMotta, who they had already fought once. He had beat him. And then he took this fight. They fought this other, I think it was the second fight. They fought in Detroit, which is where Ray Robinson was born. You know, he lived there until he was about 11 or 12. And then his mother moved up to Harlem. So his father lived there, and he had his girlfriend. Matter of fact, his first son's mom's was there. So when he went back home, you know, he had already beat him. It was a tough fight, but he beat him. So, you know, he figuring he gonna do the same thing. He wasn't training as hard. He was hanging out, bullshitting around. And Jake LaMotta dropped him, beat him up, and he lost the decision. But he was embarrassed. But that shit embarrassed him and made him mad. And he was like, so he signed to fight that motherfucker 3 weeks later. That shit is amazing to me. How they used to do that shit is crazy. But so he signed a rematch to fight for 3 weeks later. And he took a tune-up in between that other third bout.
Wow.
Knocked that dude out. Yeah, that shit is amazing how they used to get down. Them motherfuckers was fighters. So he took another tune-up and then he fought Jake again and he schooled him. You know, and at the time he was welterweight. So, you know, he was coming in like one of them fights I saw on the my father gave me this almanac, and it had the boxing weights in there. And he was never, every one of those fights, he fought Jake LaMotta 6 times. And he was, the heaviest he ever was in that last fight when he won the middleweight championship from him. And he was 155, which is today 1 pound over the junior middleweight limit of today. One of them shits, he was 144 pounds, and Jake LaMotta was 159. I was like, God damn. I said, no wonder he could never knock that big motherfucker down. You know? Because Sugar Ray Robinson was putting it on him, but he was so much bigger than him. But the point being is the mentality. I'm just saying that mentality that they had. Same thing with Joe Louis when he got upset by Max Mellon. You know, when I read his autobiography, he said, yeah, everybody always talk about Muhammad Ali and how he was concerned about his looks. He's like, shit, I felt the same way too. He's like, shit, you know, they back in the 30s and shit, they dressing real fly, but they tailor-made suits and shit. Joe Louis said he stayed in the house for a week. He was so embarrassed, you know, face all fucked up in the mirror. But he said that shit, he had a burning desire to get that rematch. So it's just that fighter, man. Sometimes you gotta have that. You know, obviously, you know, if you come from a rough background, you're gonna want to fight. And I just felt like Joshua, It is show because that boxing ring, if you've been a fighter like I was, that ring is a lonely fucking place, boy.
Yep.
That shit ain't going right for you, man.
Yeah.
That shit ain't going right. That shit is a lonely, and you gotta have heart. And I seen big dudes, man, in that ring, like, and just implode, man, just fold in like little kids, grown men. I've seen it in my own 2 eyes in sparring sessions and in real fights. So that boxing mentality is a different thing, and it's not like a team sport. You don't have your teammates to assist you. You got to get it done. And if that other man got a strong mentality, you in for a world of fucking trouble, man.
Remember before the fight, Joshua said that he doesn't care if he really loses this fight.
Oh yeah.
He knew he was going to get his ass whooped. Joshua don't want to be a boxer. He's being forced by his friends, his family, by Eddie Hearn to be in that ring. He doesn't want to be there, to be honest.
Sometimes them losses can trigger that shit in you.
Yeah.
And sometimes it can trigger the other way because
yeah.
that Ruiz fight could have. I think if it was going to happen, it would have happened in that Ruiz fight, and we would have saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
Because he would have been able to overwhelm Usyk.
Yeah.
Despite Usyk's skill, he would have still been able to do it because I think, and Usyk is skilled at what he do, the way he do it, but I still think somebody like Wilder will overwhelm him.
Yeah.
Eventually. Overwhelm him eventually.
Joshua got good power, but he don't have a chin. And anytime you hit him with a good shot, he just shuts down mentally and buckles. His legs ready to buckle. Anytime you get hit with a good shot.
That started an argument the other night about his chin.
Yeah, he doesn't have a chin.
No, he doesn't.
Even when he fought Klitschko, remember?
Right. He's
been gassed,
and that's how far I go back. That's when I really don't notice he didn't have.
It goes back farther. Ever since him and
that's when I noticed. I know
Dylan White.
Dylan White,
him and Dylan White. Dylan White hurt him pretty bad.
Yeah,
but he came
Dylan
back
White hurt him.
And see, he's been getting hurt in most all his fights since then.
Yep.
And I've seen him fight before Dylan White.
Me too.
Josh was a good boxer. He's got good punching power.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have that heart.
Nope.
That mentality that a dog fighter has to have. And the other thing is, I think Joshua's gotten to the point where, what my man said, it's hard to get up off of silk sheets and do road work. Let me tell you, I think he's gotten to the point where he loves the business that boxing has given him, more or less boxing itself. I think he's a little bit, tired of the boxing. So it's
so you think he got one foot in the ring and the other one out?
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. You saw a display. I mean, a dog is gonna give you. A dog could be down, but let me tell you an example. Mike Tyson, he lost that fight bad against Buster Douglas. He was playing around out there, not taking boxing serious because he thought he was so much better than everyone, which basically he was. But that's if you're training. Yeah. And even when he was fighting Buster Douglas, the dog in him still made him land some punches that knocked Buster Douglas down and almost knocked Buster Douglas fell on Tyson at one time. That's the only thing he didn't do is get him out of there. But other than that, he was still trying to, win when he was conscious, of course. And that was the dog in him that told him to do that. Joshua's dog is gone, man. Andy Ruiz, I think his dog was gone a little bit before he faced Andy, but Andy took it all out of him. Yeah. The positive side of him. See, he didn't have to be a real dog when he did the rematch. He just had to be a better boxer.
Yeah.
And he got an Andy Ruiz that was out of shape, had been eating all kind of tacos and coochie and everything,
and
he just wasn't ready for the fight. You know what I'm saying? And Snickers, So
Snickers.
He wasn't ready for the fight. So you're not gonna have that, like my man said with Usyk. Me and Peters first started talking about this possible loss about 2 weeks ago, and I knew this was gonna be a trouble fight for Anthony Joshua. Now, as a brother, and the fact that I wanted to see him and Deontay one day mix it up, I was rooting for him to win. But I knew it was going to be a hard fight because I kept saying if he can't match the volume of Usyk, he's not going to beat him because Usyk is a boxer first.
Yeah.
And his experience is vast. And so as those rounds went by, I was never surprised. And you guys brought it up, but I was talking to Shelton more about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
When Joshua hurt Usyk, he didn't pounce on him.
Nope.
A dog would have been all over. All over. And so he never continued to hurt. But when Usyk hurt him, Usyk applied some more pressure to him. He didn't get him out of there, but he applied some pressure to him. He just the movement, the upper body movement. Anthony wasn't ready for that. He wasn't ready for it. He hadn't faced a heavyweight like that. Even Andy Ruiz didn't give him that much move, but Andy Ruiz gave him that hand speed.
Right.
So hand speed and movement is a problem for him.
Yeah, that cruiserweight movement had him. He didn't know what to do with that.
No.
Well, Santos, let me ask you this, right? So you said when yesterday when he hurt Usyk, he didn't hop on him, right?
Right. No,
he didn't. When he tried to hop on Andy Ruiz and ended up getting knocked out after he dropped Andy Ruiz in that third round.
Yeah, that's true.
He went in there and got reckless and got buzzed with some stuff, man. So that might have been playing in the back of his head too.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. But as a winner, a true champion, you got to go for it sometime.
What's up, Santos?
Said, dog. What's up? What's happening?
Hey, I tell you what, Best Future said it best on Fred's show. He said cruiserweights used to be heavyweights. Before they started doing the bridger weights that they're trying to do now and all this other extra shit. That's what it was.
Yeah, they try to push that bridger weight thing real strong with like a Coley. He fought the other day. They trying to push it with him and stuff, But I tell you, man, it was it shook up the heavyweight breaks big time. But you know what? I knew these next two heavyweight fights were gonna be intriguing, man. Tyson Fury gets laid down next. I'm gonna tell you how this is gonna lay out. And Cal, you was on top of it, so I told Shelton more this yesterday. What's gonna probably happen? Anthony Joshua, if his eye doesn't get in the way, he gets the rematch. The winner of that fight gets the well, I'm not sure who. Okay, that rematch is gonna happen. And then it might be a delay, and they're gonna try to protect that particular fight. Deontay Wilder's not getting Usyk next. He's probably gonna end up fighting Dillian White. We get to see him get laid down and shut his mouth up. Now I will give Dillian
White got all the Wallin problems right now.
Yeah, I think all of Wallin can beat with Dillian White too.
Yeah, he can, but I think Dillian's hard to catch. Well, you know what I'm talking about, the guy. Catch him with a couple of punches, though. That's what I'm thinking.
If Povetkin can't sleep Dillian White, I think otherwise can beat him.
He can, but well, Dillian White just said the other night. He said, they said somebody's name. They said, yeah, he'd be there. They said, what we're gonna see? He said, not that.
Right.
He don't want to go out like Joshua. Yeah, I don't think so.
He's a little bit rougher than Joshua, though.
He's rough around the edges, man. He's a real dude from the streets, man. As far as ruggedness. Yeah. And now Joshua, I'm not saying from the streets, but he's been paraded too much.
Yeah.
More than he's been paraded too much. He's accepted it too much. Dylan White don't want all that pageantry.
Yeah. He's been coddled too much, for real.
Yeah.
Like a little child.
Yeah. So if Dylan feels like he still got a lot to prove, so he'll give you a fight and see. He wasn't in the best shape when he fought Povetkin. That not taking anything from Povetkin. I mean, Povetkin did what he had to do. But Dylan White was, the fight before that, he was way out of shape. Way out of shape. And then when he fought Povetkin, he wasn't in top condition, and he probably still won't be in top condition because he's been looking pretty slouchy of late, But at the same time, something's going on with my truck. At the same time, man, these son of guns, man. I think he'll be more attentive about what he's doing in that ring in this next fight.
We expect Dillian to win, but I wouldn't be surprised if Wallin upsets Dillian White.
Yeah, he can. He can. Yeah. He has the ability to, because he almost got Tyson out of there.
Yeah, and he beat Brazil pretty convincingly too.
Yeah.
He dog walked.
Yeah,
but
so
yeah, he did. But Brazil was dead when he was in that ring. I mean, he's been dead since he got knocked out.
Yeah.
But Deontay,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was walking dead already. That was clear. That was clear right there. He was walking dead.
And the thing is, Brazil was a fighter. Dillian White didn't want to fight either.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
so
They
that's
try to make
why
that fight.
I'm looking at the upset with Alderweireld. Because he has the ability to give White some trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. But I tell you, man, I went on to a predominantly AJ platform Saturday.
Yeah.
I didn't go over there to troll. But I just wanted to
See,
get their energy, and things of that nature. And I hadn't been there for a while, and it was pretty good. I didn't troll anything. I just counted the fight. I mean, I scored every round. And my show was going a little bit quicker than theirs, so I was able to get my scores out way before the rest of them.
Yeah.
So it worked out pretty good. And at the same time, I was texting my man Pugilist and Cal. But man, let me tell you, it's when you got that energy, because I was called the first 4 rounds I was called a hater. After that, all that energy changed.
Yeah.
They see I was being fair about it. You know how I was calling the fight. But because I wanted to see a good fight. I really didn't want to see my man get dog walked.
Yeah.
I wanted him to save face. I was cool with a close fight, him coming back. My heart wanted him to win, but my boxing knowledge told me that it's going to be very difficult if he could win at all. Because you're talking about a real fighter, a real boxer, a durable boxer. My bad, fella. I know y'all can hear that pinging. That's my air break. But a real fighter that could, a real boxer who's solid with a solid chin. Sometimes you got to look at a guy's head. That's something got a rock on his neck, man. And I mean he can give you a punch, several punches, but Usyk is not to be slept on. Now he didn't look that great against Chisora, but we talking about Chisora, a person who is a dog.
Yeah.
He just don't have the boxing skills.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He just coming in there to fight. He putting a show on. You know what I'm saying? He coming to fight, giving his heart and soul. He don't mind getting hit. And he didn't look that great against Chaz
Witherspoon.
But look, we're talking about a guy who hadn't fought in forever, who's been out of the ring. He was out of shape. When Chad was younger, Chad was a bad boy. The younger Chad would have gave Usyk a lot of problems. Matter of fact, he had a few moments of that fight against Usyk. That's why some people are saying that because of how he performed against him, they don't see he's going to fare good against the big heavyweights. Now, when he first moved up to heavyweight, I was the first one to say, in my mind, that he's not going to fare well with the bigger heavyweights. You know what I'm saying? We saw Tony Bellew outbox him until he got caught. But that was 2 cruiserweights, in my opinion. However, the fact is, I always knew he was a solid fighter, a boxer. And then I never forgot the fact that he beat Joe Joyce in that World Series boxing years ago. This guy's not afraid of bigger guys. He's not. Matter of fact, he wants them because he wants to display his boxing skills. And once he displays his boxing skills, he sets you up and gets you all messed up and confused in your head. Then he tries to lay you down, and that's what he does. He don't go for the knockout first. He go for beating you down first, systematically, and then knocking you down. Knock you out. That's what his corner was trying to tell him. Don't worry about the knockout. This guy here is different. Don't worry about the knockout. Just do what you got to do.
That's why he's saying the rematch, he's going to beat Joshua even worse.
Yeah. He said you hadn't seen the best.
Yeah, he held back a lot in that fight.
Usyk is definitely a much better fighter than what he showed us that night. I believe that myself. And I feel that Joshua's a better fighter than what we saw, but against certain opponents, that style doesn't work for him.
The same shit we accused Adrian Broner of having, that's what Joshua got right now. He's
after that Madonna fight.
And when he gets it, he reverts to this defensive way of fighting that He never used to fight like that before.
Right.
When he got
Hey,
hurt, he looking to hurt you back, but he doesn't fight like that anymore. Since
yeah, he can't
Ruiz
pull
locked
that
him
trigger.
knockout. Yeah.
Okay, so y'all thinking he just gunshot now?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is, man. He let me tell you something. He's worried about what's coming back to him.
Right.
He'll fire that bullet a
Mm-hmm.
little bit quicker than Adrian will, but he's worried about what's coming back.
Yeah.
I see that it's the bullet that's coming back that he's worried about. Yeah, it's I tell you what's something though.
Yeah. Yeah,
Shout out
but
to Mr. P Dubs, man. Welcome to the show. Hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Who's LaShawn Ogier? Welcome to the show. You know, make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button on your way in or on your way out, man. Welcome to the show. So, do y'all think Usyk takes a couple fights waiting on AJ to heal up? Because he did crack his orbital bone. I'm saying the rematch won't happen until next summer anyway, either late spring or early next summer. I'm thinking probably around next May or June. That fight might happen.
Eddie Hearn say he's looking to do it for February, as early as February.
February?
Yep.
Oh, he's getting stopped.
But
If he
I
does
think
it
he
that
said
quick, he's getting stopped.
Yeah.
I think he said that before he found out about the idol, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, he said he's unsure that. Yeah, he said he wasn't sure if AJ's bone is broken, but if it's just swelling, he wants book it as early as February.
Yeah,
in the press
Yeah,
conference.
good luck with that. With that Eddie Hearns, because this ain't Andy Ruiz. This ain't an Andy Ruiz. See, they call Andy Ruiz like Sugar Ray called Durant.
Right.
Even though Sugar Ray was motivated, and I think he would have done better regardless. But he called Durant slipping, kicking it. You know, Durant had never been on that level of all-starism around the world at that point. The way he was being treated and everything.
Yeah, they're fighting a fight that has already been undisputed. So there's a different scenario altogether. They can't pull that Ruiz stuff with Usyk.
Yeah, this gonna be intriguing, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a done deal. They can't pull that shit on Usyk. It ain't gonna be the same thing.
No.
You get that.
4 or 5 months, something like that.
Yeah. But I think he said that like Sento said. I think he said that before he found out for sure that his orbital bone was broke. So they want you don't want to risk that fight that soon because bones heal long. It's different than cartilage.
Yeah.
That should take longer to heal properly and be at full strength. Because even if it heals, it still has to be strong enough to withstand getting punched on.
Right.
Yeah, because it could break real easy again.
They got that swelling down really fast though, because by the press conference, it wasn't swollen anymore. It came right down. He could have see out through it and stuff in the press conference.
Well, they probably was putting a lot of ice on it because the ice will help the swelling go down, but the bone under the skin tissue, that's where the true damage was done at.
But don't forget your boy had 2 of them, one in each eye. Kell Brook, and his eyes wasn't swollen real bad either. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
So you got it ain't about the swelling, it's about what the damage is behind all that.
Underneath, man. So I don't see that fight. I can't see that fight happening in February. They're gonna need more time for him to be fully healed, man.
Well, if he has an orbital bone fracture, it's done. It's just done.
And then if they try to, unless Hearns just gonna say fuck it, he done. I'm gonna make my money with him on this last fight, and I'm out. I'm finding another fighter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because if he gun shy, if he has an orbital bone fracture, he gonna be even more gun shy.
Yeah.
So he done.
Let's think about it. He's talking about February, so there's no way. Because shit, you got to train, you got to spar. He got to spar.
You can't get hit for a while.
So he can't get hit for a while. So nah. So that's no way he can do that shit.
We're talking about a year or more, man. Because I don't remember Kell Brook coming back from behind that stuff too quick either.
Right.
And at the bare minimum, a year.
Yeah.
Y'all saying a year? Okay.
I'm thinking a year. Yeah, I've been thinking a year or more ever since I heard it was broken.
Right.
Because
if it's an actual fracture,
I'm thinking
he
3
can be
months
out for a
because he's
year.
probably gonna have to have surgery or
we
just
talking
let
about
it
a
heal
bone.
on its own.
Yeah.
Probably let it heal on its own. I'm thinking 3 months for that. Then he's gonna have to go through a 3-month camp. So I was thinking at least 6 months.
Mm.
It's gonna be more than that.
It's gonna be more than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Usyk is definitely going to take some mandatory fights between them.
Yeah,
That was my question.
yeah, he's gonna have to. Yeah, because it's gonna be a while. Because you have to consider you have to consider the fact of when he do start training, and then when he get to the point where he can actually spar, he's gonna have to be sparring. He's gonna have to be sparring with probably that that's a serious damn. That's a serious proposition, man. If you the promoter and his team, because damn, you want to wait till it's fully healed to the point where you think it's good enough to, for him to actually get in the ring and do some sparring, and you're gonna have to wear the fucking face shield when he's sparring, or definitely like the face shield or something to really protect his face. But then you taking the risk of it's not getting really hit. So when he get in the fight, how it's going? Oh man, damn, whoa, that's not a good situation to be in, man. That's what I'm saying. The only way I can see that happening is if Eddie Hearn was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just make him bread off of this guy, be done with him, and find me a new prospect to build up.
What they were so disappointed about, he just signed a new lifetime contract. And sometimes you might want to do that in your off season instead of doing it with the day you're gonna. A couple of days before you're gonna fight. Something like that could jinx you every time, man.
Yeah.
Every time, everything was pointing towards this upset, man.
I mean, in between there, Usyk might have to fight Joe Joyce again. Then
who's his mandatory right now? Because I think Trevor Bryant. Because I think what's his name? Joe Joyce is what, number 2 in the WBA. Hold on, let me pull up the rankings real quick.
Yeah,
Joe Joyce up in there somewhere.
In the WBO,
and
Joe Joyce is next up in the WBO.
Joe Joyce already said he wants that smoker. He wants some get back.
Right.
Now Joe Joyce got a little dog in him now.
Yeah.
he can hit.
I think
slow.
Joe Joyce a little too slow for Usyk.
He is. That's what happened when they fought. That's what happened when they fought years ago. He was just too slow.
He's too slow. He's too slow.
This
he got punches chance, but he's slow. This
is the thing with Usyk. If you cannot get him out of there, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to beat him because he's a high volume puncher. He is a boxer, and he's got respectable power, and he's not afraid. So you have anybody going to beat him is because they're going to knock him out. That's the only way I see him losing.
And the IBF rankings, Charles Martin is the mandatory. He could
Charles Martin.
Yeah.
I'm looking at him now. IBF is Charles Martin. Of course,
I'll tell you something.
We know we're not going in with that.
Charles
WBA is Dubois. Dubois is the number 1 contender in the WBA.
Right.
Let's see. Where's Joe Joyce? Joe Joyce is. I don't even see him on the WBA rankings.
I'm on Box.live because the fight last night.
What about the IBF? Who's the IBF in WBO?
Charles Martin is the. Joe Joyce is 6th in the IBF. Charles Martin is number 1.
Right.
What about the WBO?
The WBO, the next up is
Joe Joyce is up in there somewhere.
Yeah. Joe Joyce is next up in WBO.
That's what I was saying.
Usyk was the number 1 contender. He won last night, so automatically Joe Joyce would be the number 1 contender in WBO.
Okay.
Then Joseph Parker after him.
Yeah, I see it now.
Right.
So Trevor Bryant will probably fight Dubois because he's the one who actually carries the mandatories for the WBA. So.
But one thing about all this, we don't have to have those arguments about if Josh was chinny or not. I mean, he didn't get knocked out, but he got hurt several times in that fight. About a smaller person, again. And it just shows. Most all his fights, except for the guys that were really slow. Even in some of those fights where he fought those slower fighters, he's been hurt most of the time, man. The only time I hadn't seen him hurt is he didn't get hurt against Pulev, and that's the only one in a while I hadn't seen him get hurt. He got hurt against Povetkin too.
Right, yeah, he got hurt against Povetkin.
Yeah, he got He's been getting hurt by the old guys, young guys, new guys.
Yeah,
it don't matter.
Yeah, AJ number was up for a while now.
Yeah. Now, a lot of people want to say Crawford is chinny, but the reason I don't say Crawford is chinny, he got hurt in a couple fights. We've seen him hurt a couple fights, but not consistently. But at the same time, I hadn't seen him almost knocked out but a couple times.
Exactly.
And he come back with that dog in him and he take care of business. I hadn't seen him in every fight almost. If you go back to Dylan White's fight in AJ, ever since then we've been seeing that man get hurt.
Right.
Except for maybe 1 or 2 fights.
Yeah.
That was a big difference there. But I'm not going to take away his accomplishments. I'm not going to take away that he is a good fighter. Personally, I don't feel like he's put on a Hall of Fame career, but they might pull him in out of the fact that he won it the second time. I know he was unified, but I have my reservation about those unifications.
Yeah, he was a good boy for the corporation, so they'll give him a pat on the head. So that's all.
I like Joshua as a person. Don't get me wrong.
Right. Yeah,
I love the fact that they celebrated him, being that he's a black man, he's Nigerian, and I love all that, But at the same time, I think he drunk a little bit more of the Kool-Aid than he should have.
Yeah. If he had taken that fight with Wilder and lost to Wilder,
oh man, that would have made a world difference.
Yeah, there would be no shame on it. You know what I mean? He would have been respected. But no, he did all that maneuvering shit, and he lost to Ruiz, and no, he lost to Usyk. You know, man, I don't know. Yeah. He messed up his legacy.
I'm gonna tell you something. You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm gonna tell you this, and I tell people all the time, especially the opposition, who the ones that don't care for Deontay and they love Joshua. You love and like who you want. I'm not saying anything's wrong with that, but this is my thing. I've always said that a lot of the guys on this YouTube platform throughout, the only time Joshua started losing a little respect over here in the States from hardcore boxing fans, and that's not saying all of them. A lot of them love him.
Yeah.
But he lost a little respect when he let Eddie Hearn talk him out of that $50 million minimum.
Yeah.
That's when it changed. That's when the hate started happening for him. Other than that, they had a lot of people had a lot of respect for Anthony Joshua, and they wanted to see them two fight, and they wanted to see those two brothers get paid, and more or less fight to see who. It wasn't no question about who was 1 and 2. I mean, they were the best two. There was no question.
Yeah, we just wanted to see the fight. Yeah, and a lot of people was rocking with AJ at that time.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we all gave him a lot of credit and a lot of respect because of the simple fact that it hadn't been proven yet. That either one of them would win that fight.
He had my respect for beating Klitschko, and Klitschko was an all-time great.
That gave him a nudge right there.
Yeah.
And so when they started maneuvering around that Deontay Wilder fight, man, it just took a little respect out of it,
Yeah, when it became clear that they were maneuvering around him.
Right. Yeah. And I just don't forget that, I still felt that Anthony wanted that fight. I just think he let those guys talk him out of it.
Yeah.
And they put in his head that the funds might not have been there. Oh, man, get the crap out of here, man. And matter of fact, PBC even talked to him themselves on the phone, and they educated. Matter of fact, Anthony was not in control of his career before then.
No.
It wasn't until after he talked to PBC and got a little bit more knowledge about the business of boxing, then you started seeing him have a little bit more say in what he was doing next.
Yeah.
He had a little bit more voice in his career. Because before that, then that's what they didn't want. They didn't want him to get educated.
Well,
about the business of boxing.
He already signed away his career to Eddie Hearn for the rest of his career. He's done.
Yeah, see,
that was a big mistake.
Yeah, I think so too. Because see, you lock yourself in, and then you got he should have did what Dillian White was doing. Just deal with Eddie Hearns on a fight-to-fight basis.
Fight-to-fight basis, yeah.
Yeah. And then the percentage could have been. I don't know what his percentage is now. Apparently, he kept a good amount of it in order for him to sign with Eddie that long, in my opinion. But because I feel he's more educated about his career now than ever. But the thing
Joshua
is, you don't.
stuck his career in England. He's done.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna be great.
Nah.
He can get caught up in England, and he ain't gonna get the best trainers. So he's done.
No. Now he's not gonna look. He's been sheltered in England all this time. He doesn't want to leave the country to fight.
Exactly.
He doesn't want to leave the country to train, only temporarily.
Yeah.
And I heard you guys say something about. I think it was DJ that was wondering if he should deal with like a Cunningham or somebody like that. He's not going to do that if it means that he has to leave the country. Now, would he allow somebody like a Roy Jones to come into his camp? Somebody that's willing to go over there and train him out of the country? Maybe, but I don't see him leaving his comfort. His comfort zone.
Yeah, he ain't leaving that comfort zone. That's the problem. And you're not gonna fight the best competition in England. Cause what you gonna do? You gonna rematch Joseph Parker again? Like who you gonna fight in England?
Exactly. Now he can make a living fighting those.
He can make a living. He can make good money fighting in
but it won't have the luster that it used to have.
Nah. And the level of competition ain't gonna be there.
Yeah, it's a done deal, man. It's a done deal.
Yeah.
You gotta like I said, right now I don't even think no other type of trainers could help him. No different trainers or nothing could help him at this point. It would have to be him. It would simply have to be him. It would have to be him. Like I think Santos bring up a very good point. Like, yo, these guys make a lot of money fast.
Mm-hmm.
Like these guys are making a lot of money fast. So the desire to really fight, just to fight, to be there. Like another reason I respected what Usyk did, because Usyk said it. He said, yo, I'm not fighting for money. I'm fighting for my legacy.
Right.
He said that shit. He said, I'm fighting for my legacy. He said, I'm fighting for my legacy.
Exactly.
And don't people from the Ukraine, like they had a tough life. They come from an environment where the Soviet Union, the USSR used to rule those nations for many years. They only been free and open like how they are now for a short period of time in comparison to, like, say, Europe, other parts of Europe, and here in the West, right? Like in the West, like so, it's like so they have a different type of mindset. They have a different
they understand
mindset.
oppression.
Yeah. So when you look at someone like that, and you see like Joshua, like he made the superstardom and all that
Right
money
out of the Olympics.
fast, real fast, which is not no problem, but still, like sometimes. That's a lot of weight, man, to be carrying. Like, and they kind of make you into a star. Like, they trying to make you, like, you on these TV shows. They got you on commercials.
And there's a different level in England too, because they got him like a statesman.
Yes,
like a queen statesman. And all that shit.
Yeah. You mean the damn queen? Yeah, you mean the queen. So that's all that type of stuff. That's a lot of weight on individual shoulders.
Yeah.
So when you faced with that. And you got to fight. Like I said, when you faced with that, it's so much pressure. It could be like when you like somebody said earlier, like once he lost, man, he loses. When he lose a fight, he just like he looked like, thank God it's over. Like so much pressure on him, man. Like
on him when he loses.
Yeah.
And that's
so it's like
good. That's not good for boxing. No.
And I'm gonna tell you something. I'm Deontay Wilder. We know how great he is.
No, we don't.
We know how hated he is, and we know that he's a proud guy. But I'm kind of glad he hadn't had all that glamour and glitz bestowed upon him, because it keeps him hungry.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
it makes him feel like he still has a lot to prove, because people are naysayers. Sometimes you get too many people
admiring you,
give you too much
admiration,
and all this prestige and commercialism and all that type of stuff. It's not good for your fight game. Sometimes not for your appetite as a fighter. As a fighter, you need to be a dog at all times. That's one thing I loved about Mike Tyson. When he comes to the ring, he ain't caring about all that pageantry and bull crap. He coming at a fight. Hey man, pull this towel off. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got time for all that bull crap, man. So you gotta. I'm not opposed to the show. Don't get me wrong. I'm not opposed to it. I'm cool. Yeah. I want to see my black men, especially, but fighters in general, get paid, because they're doing something death defying. Right. And I know they've been robbing fighters for too long. They are the product. Get paid. I'm not opposed to Joshua getting all that money. That's cool. I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he need to keep in his heart and soul that you are a fighter and keep that dog in him.
Yeah.
You know, without that dog, you might as well leave the ring, man. I'm telling you. You got to
Yeah,
have
it's
a
a
dog.
fact. That's a fact. Because you have to have that in order to be a successful fighter. Like, and when you starting to achieve all that adoration, it could take something away from you. And this is why you
Right.
see from fighters like one of the reasons why Floyd Mayweather did as well as he did when he went from Pretty
He
Boy
kept that
Floyd,
dog. Yeah.
when he went from Pretty Boy Floyd to Money May, and motherfuckers was hating on him. That always kept him motivated to
Yeah.
fight because he knew people was hating on him, and he knew even his own was hating on him.
Yeah.
You understand? He knew that even his own was hating on him. Or I don't like him. Same thing with Muhammad Ali when he was coming up.
Yeah.
When he did that shit. When the
And think
'60s, the
about it.
Ali in the '60s, prior to the mid '70s is when he changed, like the
Yeah.
early to mid
They
'70s. But
hated on him
prior
for
to
the
that,
time he changed from
well,
Cassius Clay to
yeah,
Muhammad.
67.
Yeah.
He changed
yeah,
his name in
yeah,
67.
yeah. You know,
You know
so
what's amazing? Floyd Mayweather made all that money, and he was never commercialized as much as
never,
Pacquiao or Joshua.
never,
He
No.
made all that money
never.
from the fight fans buying his fights,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he
yep.
demanded
You never saw.
those purses. You know,
Yep.
so
You never saw him on
he did what he
commercials.
had to do, and he was able to keep that dog in him, like you said, pugilist, and keep it
Yeah,
hungry because he knew he was well hated, but he also knew that the haters would pay to watch him get beat. And that's why it was important for him to keep his own throughout his career, so he can continue
yeah,
to
that's a fact.
get their money. But I'm gonna tell you, man, I like Joshua. I do as a person. I love him as a brother.
Yeah.
I just wish he had did it a little bit different, and I think it would have been all right because I think they I think they were more of I think the help that he got from fans and the commercialism hurt him more than helped him. But at the same time, if he's serious about fighting, he'll go back and he'll bring that dog out of him and he'll come back hard. Like when he fought Andy Ruiz the second time, he didn't cut his hair or nothing. Saw
I'm
a
going to
dog
jump
get
in
in
after
there.
you, Pintos.
Man, go ahead on, man. I'm going on mute.
Yeah, I just think it was a good fight, and it actually was good for boxing that he lost. It was bad for him, but now you have other things to discuss and things like that. But it just opens up other things to discuss. It was bad for him, and he fought a very bad game plan and all that. But I truly believe that this guy is like the Joe Louis of this era. So he comes back, he fights the right fight plan. He's gonna go ahead and get his belts back. I just see it as a loss. Period. I don't see it as a whole world changing thing for the man. I didn't really care for a lot of stuff he was saying in the press conference. He seemed a little. He didn't seem as confident as when he lost to Andy. He kept saying he had to improve. He had to improve, but he fought a bad game plan, man. I mean, he wasn't aggressive enough. And whoever game plan that was, as a fighter, you have to take charge in that ring and say, okay, well, this isn't working. I could change this. But I don't judge his entire career based off of one loss or two losses. No, because at the end of the day, he's still the top heavyweight because he's accomplished more than any of the current heavyweights that are boxing. So he's still the current heavyweight. If he loses again, then you can say, okay, he has an issue, and then there'll just be more to discuss.
Yeah, I'll say at this point, it's not looking good for him. He's gonna have to do more, and like I don't see how I wouldn't dare put him in Joe Louis category anyway because he hasn't proved that at all yet. You understand? He had the one loss prior to that.
Mm-hmm.
He came back and won.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Louis was known for that because anybody that he had either looked bad against, because he only had one loss for the longest time.
Yeah,
So
that was against Matt Smelly.
yeah, so but any other fighter that he fought that he didn't look well against, like Tommy Farr, who moved a lot, or Billy Khan, who moved a lot, gave him trouble. He destroyed them in the rematch.
Yeah, that
I
took
mean,
years to make.
even Jody Joe Walcott, who gave him hell in the first fight. He knocked him
Who
cold
actually
in the
beat him that first fight? They actually
yeah,
gave that
yeah,
fight to Jersey Joe.
exactly. And he came
I
back
mean to
and,
Lewis,
destroyed the Joe Lewis, and he came back and put him out in
and he
that
knocked him
rematch.
out. Yeah.
So that reputation was well earned. Anthony Joshua ain't earned that yet because he, like I said, the one fight he lost, he
No.
came back, he won it. He came back and won it, and he didn't even win it in a style that he had previously been fighting. See, Joe Lewis came back and won those fights in his style, which was a knockout puncher. Because a lot of because early in people in Joshua's career, he was viewed as a knockout puncher. He didn't have to.
Hmm.
Joe Lewis didn't start fighting like Muhammad Ali to win his rematches. He fought like Joe Lewis and won them as Joe Lewis within his style by knocking out. So I can't put you can't. Me, in my opinion, I could never put Joshua there yet. Now, if he come back and beat Usyk, which I don't think he's going to do, but if he can come back and do that, then you can look at him in a different. You can start at least looking at him in a different light. But until he accomplishes that task, I can't. You can't. To me, it's
Well,
not fair to compare him to Joe Lewis because he hasn't accomplished that yet. You
well,
understand what I'm saying?
well,
And
you know, I
in
was.
those
Mhm.
in those regards, he hasn't accomplished that yet because he has to first come back and beat this guy.
Yeah, yeah, which is no guarantee. But you know what? Let's say he doesn't come back and he loses to him in the second fight. You know, he the worst thing that can happen to him is that he'll be viewed as like the Lennox Lewis of this era. So because he's still up there, it doesn't change. It doesn't change all. It doesn't change the accomplishments that he's had in his career. And basically, it's a loss. Losses don't
Yeah,
destroy you. Is how you handle the loss and how you handle it when you come back. That shows your real character. And so far, we've seen him come back and take care of the guy who beat him. Now he has to come back and take care of another man who beats him.
yes,
So
indeed. But
yeah.
yeah, but like even with Lennox Lewis, look, you bring up Lennox Lewis, who's in most recent years who did this. You can't compare. Like you said, he gotta win these fights. Because if he don't win this fight, you can't put him in a category with Lennox Lewis either. Lennox Lewis
Why not?
lost both because both people, the person that Lennox Lewis lost to, he lost to Oliver to McCall. He came back, beat him, stopped him. He lost to.
You can stop him, but yeah,
Nah, he did stop him. The motherfucker was in the corner crying. He made him quit. He made him
because
quit.
he had a
He made
nervous
him quit.
breakdown. But go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, them right hands gave him a fucking nervous breakdown. That's
Nah,
what gave him. That's what gave
all
him a
right, all
nervous
right,
That
breakdown.
gas was good, bro.
all right,
Yeah,
all
yeah.
right. And then Hasim
So,
Rahman knocked him
so
out. Then
and,
he
and
then
he
he
came
stopped
back
the
and
Hasim.
he came back and knocked him out. So those are highly accomplished. And then he also beat the, most of the other top fighters of his era. He's beaten them.
That's the same thing with Joshua.
Evander
He's beat all the
Holyfield.
top
He
fighters
beat.
of his era
No,
except
he
for two.
hasn't,
Yes,
because
he has.
he
There's
hasn't
only
fought
two
them.
out. There's only two out there. Two
So
left that he hasn't beat. That's it.
so he yeah, but he's beaten. But Lennox Lewis beat Evander Holyfield
Yeah,
and Mike Tyson. The only one
two.
he didn't really get to fight. The only one he didn't get to fight from that era was Bo. That was it. That was the only
Who else?
one big guy he didn't get. He didn't get to fight with Bo,
And
but he beat
just that's
everybody
exact.
else.
Okay, well that's
So
the same as Joshua. I mean, he
so
the
just my point. You
no,
saying
no,
that
no, no. But
you
my
trying
point is
to,
that these guys, they actually had opportunities to fight Joshua. They just didn't. For whatever reason, the chance. I mean, I don't. The chance was
but it
there,
didn't happen.
but
But they didn't. But it
yeah,
didn't happen. But
Fury
we
walked
know
away, and Wilder walked away. So you can't really blame him for that.
well, we can speak. We can speak about the facts. The facts is that
In
Lennox
fact,
Lewis did fight these guys. Lennox Lewis did fight those other guys. He did beat
yeah,
Evander
he fought
Holyfield.
Holyfield, he fought Tyson.
You understand? And he did beat Tyson. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying? And he beat all the other. He beat all the other requisite guys that
Nah,
was
he beat Ray
available at the
Mercer.
time.
He
That's
beat Ray
right.
Mercer, and that's it. But it
Mercer
was, but it was
and
other
Ray
guys
Mercer
out
had,
there.
yeah, but
There's
Ray
other guys
Mercer,
out there that could have done some
yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
but Ray Mercer had been the WBO heavyweight champion at
He
one
he's,
point, so he beat him.
he
So
had
he
been
beat
what?
Ray Mercer. He had been the WBO heavyweight
Yeah,
champion
yeah, yeah, yeah,
at
yeah,
one
yeah. He
point.
was WBA. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He
So
was.
he beat
He was.
him. He also beat Tommy Morrison. He beat everybody worthwhile. Joshua hasn't done anything to equal that.
Really?
Lennox Lewis beat no,
Okay.
not yet, not yet,
Okay.
because he beat Lennox
Okay.
Lewis
So who
beat
hasn't he fought
Ray Mercer.
besides? Okay.
Let's
So
look at
no, no,
let's
no.
start
But
let's
who
start
hasn't he fought besides Wilder and Fury?
let's start with
No, no.
we're
Just
gonna
just
we're gonna
just a
go
simple
we're gonna
question.
go with
Who
no
hasn't
hold
he
on
fought besides Wilder and Fury?
Because you brought Lennox Lewis up, let's start there. Because that's his career's
Right.
over. So that's factual information we can go to. Because anything else
I already know that.
about about what about what Anthony's going to do is still speculative at the moment. But let's
I
go about
got
what
you. I
we
got
can
you. I
do.
got you.
So we know for a fact that Lennox beat Vander Holyfield, Mike Tyson,
We went over that already. Right.
Razor Ruddock. Now all these guys was top guys in that division. Razor Ruddock, Tommy Morrison. So just to name a few, like I said, he done beat. Now who? Anthony Joshua ain't four guys. None of the guys really. With the
Okay, so
exception
you
of
know who has an
with the
Anthony
exception
beat
of
besides
Klitschko,
Fury and Wilder?
with the exception of Klitschko, none of those guys is really on the level that those guys I just mentioned was on.
No, but okay. Let me say this again. In his era, Joshua, who hasn't he beat besides Fury and Wilder? As far as top heavyweights go, who who hasn't he beat besides Fury and Wilder?
As far
That's
as the
my
competition,
that's my
um,
point.
but he hasn't fought anybody. That's my point.
No, but you never answered my question, sir. I said, if he hasn't fought anyone, then who has he not beat besides the
No, I didn't
two
say
that
he
I
hasn't. I
mentioned?
didn't say. I never said he didn't fight anyone. I just said he hasn't fought. You comparing him to Hall of Fame great heavyweight champions.
Yeah.
Both Lewises, both Lennox and Joe Lewis, and his does not equal either one of those Lewises,
Hey,
Joe
bro,
or
bro,
Lennox.
bro,
We
bro,
don't know
bro.
yet.
Hey,
We don't
Troy,
know yet.
Troy, Troy,
Yes,
Troy.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Look,
sir. Go ahead.
look. Hey, shout out to everybody who watching. This is a good debate. But Troy, I'm telling you from the outside looking in, while he's talking, you can't just cut him off the ad lib because your mic is giving off a feedback. While he's talking, please mute your mic. Give him at least 15, 20 seconds to do his thing. If you think you got him in the gotcha moment, that's cool. But you got to mute your mic because while he's talking, we can see your wave point, your wave pattern. See how I'm talking? See that wave pattern? Like it's happening on your mic. So it's making the audio as not good. Like it's a good debate. Keep the debate going. I'm gonna jump back in the chat. But while he's talking, like even if you disagree, don't just like cut him off with the little ad libs because the sound is not the best audio experience because you're picking up his audio and your audio when you talk. That's all I want to say. I love the show. Let's keep it cooking. But just try to mute Troy. Let that man talk for 30 seconds. Give him 15, 20, maybe 30 seconds, but he's not getting a full 30 seconds to talk without you cutting him off. And when you cut him off, or even while you're unmuted, it's you know what I'm saying, we can all hear that. And it's it don't sound good in the headphones by my Beats by Dre. It's fucking up my Beats by Dre, my nigga. Like, work with me. My brother, respectfully. That's all I
I
got.
got
Thank
Best
you.
Buy here.
That's it. So just work with me on that. Let that man talk. If you got a gotcha moment, you know what I'm saying? Hold it. Sit on it. Let him get his 30 seconds off. But you keep cutting him off. But when you cut him off, it's like you messing up the audio, so we can't hear him as good. That's all I got. I'm back in the chat. Back in the chat. Shout out to the boxing section. Shout out to DJ, Picasso, Centos, Kyle. You already know what to do. Yeah, I'm back in the chat. Let's get it.
Appreciate it, Mark, man. Salute to you. Appreciate everybody coming in, joining the show in the chat, man. Y'all keep it live in the chat, man. I'm going to keep posting y'all comments. Wilder loses this fight to Fury. Will he retire? Wilder could KO. I mean, yeah. It's kind of one of them wait and see things, man. But what did y'all think about this question right here?
No, he should fight the rematch.
Okay. I said the rematch wasn't gonna happen for like maybe 6 months, but my guy Santos and my guy Best Pugilist are talking about a year, which would put Usyk in a couple mandatory fights by the end if he so chooses, which I'm pretty sure he will. I mean, you got Charles Martin, who's the number one contender, and you got Joe Joyce, who's also up there as a number one contender. So those are two fights that are on the table. I believe the WBC is going to order the winner of Fury and Wilder to fight the winner of White and Otto Wallin. So we're not going to see a unification or an undisputed match for at least another year or two.
I'll give him 6 months before he does the rematch. Probably because I know something with his eye or whatever the case may be. So I give him 6 months.
Yeah, the reports are he broke his orbital bone. So
Yeah, so give him 6 months. I'm not a doctor. I'm guessing the 6 months, but it's not gonna take no 20 months and all that crap. No, he's gonna fight before that, and he's gonna fight Usyk. He's not taking us any more fights besides Usyk.
okay. And you got Lorenzo Bond. Shout out to you, man. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. He said Anthony Joshua is not beating Luis Ortiz, which is a fact. And a lot of people consider Luis Ortiz a top guy, and he hadn't fought him as well. So
Luis Ortiz is a B contender at best. I mean, what has this man done that people keep bringing up his name? He lost to Wilder twice, and he's a top guy. What has he done? His biggest win didn't stand the test of time. His biggest win was against Jennings. Then Jennings was stopped by Rivas. Then Jennings was beat by Joyce. What else has Ortiz done to make him this top heavyweight? We keep hearing all these. We said that he's a boogeyman. He's been dodged, but what we never hear is the names of the people that have dodged him. Who are these fighters they sent contracts to that just said no? No, we don't want to fight you. Who? Nobody knows.
my daughter next to me snoring. Anyway, we know that he was over there on that. Like I say all the time, I hate this term. He was on that side of the street with AJ and Dillian White, and neither one of those guys fought him. So they elected not to fight him from the reports that been put out there. So only after he lost to Wilder was contract sent to him. So I mean, and that was when he already had come back over and been on PBC.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Voice. We
So
also know
was
from the
Luis
box.
Ortiz not AJ's mandatory?
Okay, hold on a second. We also know from the boxing voice out of his own trainer's mouth that he was offered X amount of millions to fight a Joshua, but for some reason he didn't know about it, and his manager decided. His manager, who's his cousin or whoever the hell his manager is to him, decided to go like in a different direction. So we also know that is a fact because we heard that on the boxing voice out of the mouth of his own trainer. So that's not anybody ducking him.
Oh, okay. Ryan O'Rourke. He said he ducked Joe Joyce and Otto Wallin. Interesting. That's a first for me. I've never heard that, but all right. Let's keep it cooking. What do y'all know about that? Puge, Santos. Oh, where'd Picasso go? Hey, what's going on, Trey? What's going on, Trey? How you feeling tonight?
I heard something about that on one of those majority opposition platforms a few days ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I personally didn't know anything. That's the first and only time I've ever heard it. But at the same time, what I mostly have heard is him and Andy Ruiz camps have been trying to make a fight. So I don't know what the real is out there. I know that Andy Ruiz. We got credibility information about him and Andy Ruiz trying to make a fight, and Andy
That's
Ruiz
a fact, Santos.
hadn't wanted to sign the contract. We got that real time. I mean, from some real folks.
And saw the proof.
Those other accusations may be true, maybe not. I don't know. But I only heard it on one platform, and that platform was more biased. So I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not gonna say which way it is. But at the same time, as far as him turning down that fight um, with Anthony Joshua a few years ago, yeah, he didn't turn down. His folks did. He didn't duck Anthony at all. But his folks knew something that he didn't know also. He knew about it, but he didn't know this part. Yes, his folks wanted him to do the rematch with Wilder. That's why they turned that fight down. But what a lot of folks that talk about that don't talk about is the fact that the money was matched. He made as much money in that fight against Wilder as he would have made with Anthony Joshua. It's documented. Check it out.
I don't know nothing about nobody money, and I don't care. My focus is what goes on in the ring
No, but I
between two
heard that too.
fighters.
Yeah, I heard that too, Santos, about the money was matched.
Yeah, I'm just tired of hearing the man's name because I don't see why he's held up so great by some people when the only, like I said, his biggest win didn't hold up. So I don't know what else he's done.
And see, with that, where I fall in with that is, it's kind of like this situation. It's kind of similar to the situation with Devin Haney and Boo Boo Andre. Even though they are champions, it's hard to build your resume when nobody will fight you. For some reason, this man's not getting fights, and I think it's something that speaks to that.
You- you- I'm gonna say this: there's a great fighter that I watched coming up. Right, his name is Mike McCollum. There were four guys during his era called the Four Kings.
That's my big
None
bro.
none of them were gonna fight him. He had the opportunity to fight Duran, but Hearns got that fight. He was pushed out of that fight. Hearns got that fight. Now, he didn't sit around and say, okay, woe was me. I can't get the Four Kings. He went after everybody else. It doesn't matter how dangerous they were or whatever. He went after everybody else. He went after the Currys. He went after the Julian Jacksons, Milton McCrory. He went after Sumbun Columway, Steve Collins, etc., etc., etc. That's why the man is that's why the man is in the Hall of Fame, and that's why he's respected. He didn't sit around and say, no one will fight me. This is boxing. There's always someone that'll fight you, but are you willing to take the risk reward when it's really not in your favor sometimes? And that's what Mike did. He went into other people's countries and backyards. He fought Stevie Collins in Boston. He fought, Sumbum Columway in Italy. He fought Harold Graham in England, right? He went where he had to go to get the fights that he needed, and he came out on top most of the time. So I don't buy into this that no one will fight me because it's no, not true.
Well, that's my big bro right there. I used to chill with him at his house in Brooklyn on Ocean Avenue because a lot of this stuff I know personally from talking to him. And he wanted those big fights. Those fights you mentioned, he took those fights not only because he had to, because them other guys was basically ducking him. And he told me that shit. This some shit he told me to his face. Those guys is ducking me. This ain't some shit I read in a book. This is something he told me, because they felt like that the risk wasn't worth the reward because he's from Jamaica and he wasn't going to get the love that he deserved properly monetarily for the great fighter that he truly was fighting those guys. So yeah, he ended up fighting with Junior Jackson and all of them. He fought them early when he won the junior middleweight championship. That's when he was really starting to make a name for himself, you know. And it's not he took those other fights because he had to. That's what he did for a living. But he wanted those fights. He was starving for those big fights. But those guys did not want to fight him because he was not a household name here. But they knew he was a threat and he was very capable of beating any one of them on every given night, and they knew that shit. That's why you see that famous that video that's out on YouTube, and he said to Marvin Hagler in Marvin Hagler's face, "Shit, if you respected me like that, why you ain't fight me? Because in my country, you respect a man, you'll help you and that man can make a living together." Mike said that to Marvin Hagler to his face. So I know for a fact when it comes to that shit, Mike wanted every one of them fights. Mike wanted to fight every one of them. Mike wanted to fight from Sugar Ray Leonard to Duran. But Emmanuel Stewart did a ill ass move and undercut him for his basically damn near his son Thomas Hearns to get that fight over him and left him out in the cold. So he had to earn the fight. So it is a case where guys don't want to fight you because you too much of a risk and you're not gonna get the reward. So they'll rather fight the guys with bigger names who they can make more money with, who may be dangerous as well, but they're gonna get more money. And that's exactly what happened to Mike because he told me exactly what was going on with that. That's why he had to. That's why he had to wait until the end of his career when he was much older, fighting people like James Toney and shit like that. When he was way older, because these other guys maneuvered themselves away from fighting him because he was too much of a risk and not enough reward.
That's 100%
I
correct.
will.
100% correct. That's why I don't buy that nobody wants to fight me thing. There's always somebody. You just have to find that somebody and make it work.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think you get understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, Mike wanted those big fights, and
I'm
as a
agreeing.
boxer and as a fighter, he was skilled enough and deserved to get those fights. But because he didn't have the prestige and the name, you understand, because he was from Jamaica, but he was as gifted and talented as any of them in many regards. But he didn't. But he wanted those fights. You know, he wanted to be able to take care of his daughter and stuff like that. He wanted to live that good life because he felt, and I felt too, he had the ability to equal most of those guys. You know, but you can't force those guys to fight you. He fought all those other guys because that's who he was left to fight because he didn't, and that's the point we're making when we saying ducking. To me, whenever I hear some ducking, he's the first fighter that comes to my mind because I actually know him. Whenever I hear them talk about ducking, he's who always comes to my mind because I've had these discussions with him. You understand? About these guys are scared. He would say that to me. Yo, these guys, they scared to fight me. This ain't something somebody told me. He told me that shit. Now, whether fighter, you're going to have some bravado, but he's like, yo, it's like these guys are scared to fight me, man. They don't want to fight me. He said, I want all of them. But they didn't want to give him that smoke because he was too dangerous and they just didn't feel like they was going to get enough money for fighting as dangerous as the opponent is. So that does happen in boxing because I know for a fact it happened to him. Because I think he could have easily beat some some of them, if not most. And when he was finally given a chance, he came up big against Donald Curry. You understand? But it was a shame that it took such a long time that he finally like started getting the recognition he deserved. But he was later in his career, you know. But when he was in the prime of his career, those guys didn't really want to face him like that because they could make more money fighting bigger names. Yeah, those other names may have been threats, but they're gonna get paid for fighting them the same amount. Shit, if I can get 20 million for fighting Thomas Hearns, and I'm only gonna get 5 million for fighting him, and it's a real chance he could beat me, I'm ducking him. I'm skipping him, and I'm fighting Hearns or Duran or Hagler, which they all did, and that's why those four kings all fought each other and avoided him, and it was fucked up because he was a truly great fighter and he deserved to be a part of that shit. So yeah, so when you saying that you don't accept that, but if you know about my career, and I'm speaking from you know actually knowing him and talking with him, that shit happens. So it's not like it's not out of the realm of possibility, man. Yeah, you can go fight other people, but that's fighting who you have to fight as opposed to who you want to fight is a two entirely different things, man. You know, that's what he did for a living. So he had to fight or he wasn't going to be able to take care of his daughter. But that was
Right.
not who he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight. Mike McCallum could have became a big super star had he been given a chance from one of those guys at that time. But they chose not to fight him because they clearly looked at him as a threat. Clearly, you know. Shit, he
I agree.
trained at the comp. He trained at the comp. Wait, man, you swear. When I first met him as a teenager, I saw him at Greason's gym sparring with Thomas Hearns, and that's how I learned who he was because I saw he was doing so good. I was like, who the fuck is this dude?
And Tommy couldn't
You
land
know.
his right hand on him, right?
I was like, hell no. He dropped. Thomas Hearns is the one who gave him the name, the Body Snatcher.
That was his brother, wasn't it? Wasn't that Tommy brother?
Thomas Thomas Hearns is the one who gave him that name.
Okay. Yeah.
So my point is, it's not far fetched to say that guys is ducking because it happens. I have a personal experience with somebody who's a Hall of Fame boxer who experienced that. And he told me that at the time. That's what he told me. He said these guys they don't want to fight me, man. And he wanted
I'm
that. He
agreeing.
needed that
I'm
because
agreeing with you, which is
he
why I
felt
brought
like
him up in the first place.
yeah he felt dope. I'm just saying that to say because when you say that I don't want to hear that guys is ducking they don't want to fight. I disagree with that in a degree because I know he wanted to fight those guys, but you can't make these guys fight you. If they got fear and they looking at it from a business perspective, shit, this motherfucker nice, but he ain't famous enough. But I can fight this guy. I can fight this guy for more money. Yeah, he dangerous, but I'm gonna get more money for him. So I'd rather risk it against him as opposed to risking it against him.
Right,
So
right. But that's
it's
not what I
really
said
hard.
when it.
Mhm.
That's not what I said when the names Haney and whoever were brought up. I said there's
Um,
always someone out there to fight, and then I brought up the example of Mike McCollum, who had those four kings at the time who didn't want to fight him, but he took it upon himself to fight everybody else. I didn't say that. I didn't say that people don't duck. I simply used Mike as an example to say that look, Mike had these four great fighters out there, but they would not fight him. So Mike took the road that was less traveled, and he fought everybody else out there that really nobody else wanted to fight. And he might have took a loss here and there, but he won more than he lost. That was my point in bringing up Mike McCollum in the first place. I'm not
yeah,
disagreeing with you, but
yeah.
I'm
Hmm.
not disagreeing with you about Mike McCollum or anything like that. But when I constantly hear that, we're constantly hear this thing in this era, nobody wants to fight me. There's always someone who wants to fight you. What are you willing to take the risk for less to actually get you to where you want to be? Because that's what Mike had to do his whole career. Period.
Yeah, but like I said, at the end of the day, with a superstar talent, which he was absolutely that type of talent. He knew he deserved, and he was fighting his way up. He deserved to be amongst those elite fighters to make that money. You know, he never really made the money he should have made for the talent and actual skill and ability he had. Because these guys wouldn't give him a chance, and that's why when he saw Marvin Hagler, he said to Marvin Hagler face, and Marvin Hagler said to him, "I always respected you." And he said to Hagler, "If you respected me, how come you didn't fight me? Because in my country, if you respect a man, you would show that man that you respect him by working with him." And I couldn't argue with him for the saying that because it's the truth. Because they knew he was a threat. So that's the point I'm making. Like, yeah, he took the road less traveled because he had to, but he wanted and he deserved, and he had deserved by what he accomplished to be able to fight them guys. But them guys was finding ways around him because they viewed him as a threat. Clearly, because shit, you seen his manager, shit, Emmanuel Stewart was managing him at his time, and Emmanuel Stewart, who was also his top fighter that he had managed, which was Thomas Hearn, he maneuvered Mike out of it to maneuver him into the fight. Because he was supposed to be fighting Durant. He was the mandatory, not Hearns. But his own manager maneuvered him out of the fight to put the kid he basically raised up in boxing into the fight, and that was foul. You know, so they do that shit. So that's what we mean when we say. I know that's what I mean when I say that because I've seen it clearly happen. So yeah, you gonna keep fighting because you have to if that's your career. But that does not mean that when we say that, oh, they ducking this guy and it's not other people to fight. Yeah, it's other guys to fight. But when you supposed to be on this level, just like he said to Marvin Hagler in his face, if you respected me, you should have fought me. You know what I'm saying? And I agree with him with that. Keep that money going around with your group. But I understand that these other fighters have bigger names and they wanted to make more money at the time. But all it takes is for one of these guys to have the guts to fight you. All it takes is for one of them to have the guts to fight you to put you there. But none of them had the guts
Hey,
because
Peace.
they didn't think he made enough money.
Let me add something to that, Peace, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
got
go ahead.
also everything you're saying is 100%. And that's one of the first persons I think of too when it comes to Doug. The other group of people I think of are the fighters that have had to fight Murderous Row back in the day because the big names didn't want to fight them. But at the same token, we'll stay when it's convenient for us to favor our argument. We'll say that there's no ducking, but then we'll say that these guys need to fight other people that's not ducking them, who doesn't have those household names like McCollum had to do. But back when McCollum was fighting, there was a better pool of fighters than what there are now, quality wise. But at the same time, we say that, but then when the argument comes up about which fighter is better, they want to go to the resume. Who has the best resume? Who's won this fight? Beat this fighter, that fighter? So is it the resume? Is it ducking, or what is it? When you got a fighter that doesn't that's politicking and campaigning for fights, and these big fights names are not wanting to fight him, that's ducking. It may be the fighter, but 9 out of 10 it may be the business of boxing that's ducking the fight. So it is ducking. The ducking's been around for a long time. That's what created Murderer's Row because of the ducking back in the day.
I just think when it comes to this era, I think this is the waste of time and missed opportunity era because so many fights could have been made with these youngsters, and they just wasted time and missed opportunities, and then we get the leftovers, and fans, okay, we're happy with that. In some cases, can't say in all cases, but it's too much politicking and not enough actual fighting in the ring, ducking and crossing the street and la. It's just a waste of time. This era. It's actually very frustrating. It's a waste of time, and I'm sick of hearing about it. I mean, why'd you get in the business if you don't want to fight? That's just how I look at it.
That's what I always say that too. Why is it that when you come to work, you signed up for a job when you was hungry, and when you after a while, just like um, I forgot who said that about the silk sheets and so on, but I think that does play a role in a person's mental. And after being through so many wars or battles, I said battles, um, you kind of lose that hunger because you on a full belly now um, trying to do your thing, you know. Uh, but I think that they need to for some reason it seems like a lot of people are not able to get into that circuit and then fight each other on the way, to like say you have a low turnover rate. When you once you fill up the workforce and you have a low turnover rate, that means everybody's there to stay up until a certain amount of time where it's reasonable to retire. If they make it that far. So that that sounds like I'm getting into that union thing, or something where the fighters can have those benefits that they need, so they can get out there and fight. And just in case if they don't um, have a full career, they still get paid or taken care of, right? But what I wanted to say about AJ was I always talk about AJ in a negative way because uh, him himself turned down these fights that if you want to be if you want to single yourself out as the number one champion, just like Wilder was saying, one name, one champion. AJ not saying that. He basically stayed away from that. You're gonna say, like if you locked down in a cage and can't get out, but you really want to get out, you're gonna be making some noise. You gonna you're gonna be trying to put out some SOS signals and so on. This dude ain't did that. He comfortable where he at. So that's why I got mad at him. I'm like, man, you just sitting there, uh, uh, just wrapped up in the silk sheets or whatever, and people fanning you and all that good stuff. And it got, what I kept saying in the chat rooms and stuff is that they built him up. They built him up like a turkey, a Thanksgiving turkey dinner, and they the ones gonna eat. Look at Bob. He had Bud over there. At one point, Bud was 3 mil for 3 mil, and Bob was 300 mil. And then all of a sudden, I went back and looked again, and then Bud, after all those little fights with Khan and then so on, all of a sudden his money raised up to 8 mil. but still, uh, that single digit don't compare nothing to your promoter. Um, um, I mean, that one digit meal, 3 meal don't compare nothing, or 8 meals don't compare nothing to 300 meal. You see what I'm saying? So as long as he's been over there, yeah, he should have been built up to uh, 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 having like 50 mil or something. This dude been fighting from one uh, completed one division and into another one. He should have been um, compensated for that. But my thing about AJ is he is he got to be getting the training. He can't just be sitting on his ass somewhere sparring people and not learning from the sparring. Um, I don't see him getting bruised up in sparring. So evidently, they babying him in that part. Um, he he learning, but he is behind. He's not aggressive. You see what I'm saying? He does what he. I think he does what he need to do, and him not having that shock value to his the stuff that he learned. He doesn't have that sting. Like when they say put some stank on it or something. You know what you're doing, but you're just not sharpening your skills. And I think that's what it is. He's behind on as far as he don't he's on a lower level than those people that he's trying to climb up to because they Hearn and them set him up with the belts and all that. So he's up there in the clouds and he kind of scared to fly over the clouds. So he can't he himself have to sharpen his skills and tighten them up in that sparring and all of that. And this is the thing right here. Look at Shakur Stevenson. You see him in everybody's gym sparring with everybody because he want to be the best. It's okay to spar with everybody and everything, and then once you get on that main stage, all the people you spar with, you get to fighting them. You might know some of the ins and outs and little tricks and all of that, but they were growing after you left the gym. They started growing too after they learned what you learned. So that's how in the jujitsu stuff, I roll with everybody. So when we got um, in the on, in the main tournaments that were more of international, then now you got to deal with other people from out of the country and so on coming in, and you don't know what they know. And then some of the people that was in your country or state or city is in there too. So say I got to go through 5 people that day just to get the championship, the win over the whole bracket. I got to beat 5 people. Each one of them got different skills. So if I didn't go gym to gym, I would lose the first fight in there because I wouldn't know that type of style. You see what I'm saying? Some people can be skinny and or weak or strong or whatever, or just highly skilled, and I go against all of them. I had a guy uh, when I grabbed him, he put me in the closed guard after the scuffle and everything. He took my hand and moved it where he wanted to be. I felt like he could have been on something, but the thing about that is that uh, all that strength and all that stuff that don't work in jujitsu all the time. What works in jujitsu is angles and leverage. All right. So back to AJ, he 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 should have been using that right there. That should have been the basis of his uh, fight that he brought to Usyk. And is he gonna fight Wilder one day? If this fool win this rematch and he was playing possum in the first match, and because that's how they do. Uh, uh, they You go in that first match um, not trying to be serious. And then once you figure out the guy, because Steve Hearn probably told AJ, "Hey, I need you to win it." He's like, I can't guarantee you that, but let me fight him and see if I can handle it." He got in there, he couldn't handle it, and now he's probably going, "Give me the rematch because now I know how to take what he's got to give, right?" So on the rematch, he might win, and I wouldn't bet nobody, but I would assume that soon as he get those belts back, then I would say he's not going to fight Wilder. He's going to do what he said he's going to do, and that's stay away from Wilder. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. Bottom line is what it boils down to, man. When it comes to this, what change, it's always been a form of the business of boxing, but the business of boxing financially is now bigger than it's ever been. You understand? It's bigger than, and that it pertains from boxing and all sports. In all sports, you can make more money now than you ever did. You could be average and be a millionaire or more in any sport nowadays. So that's the big thing. These guys, when they get into these careers, you working hard, you've been training for a while, you got a goal, you want championships and make money, take care of your family. When you start making that life changing money, and you got other people around you, it's going to change the view that you see. And this is why you see these guys ducking. Because that money is so large now, this is why you see that. Could you imagine? Would you have ever imagined 20 years ago hearing someone say that they're going to turn down $50 million to fight anyone when it's offered to you? Never.
I
You would have
couldn't.
never heard that.
I couldn't imagine someone turned out 100 million either.
Yeah, you would have never
50
heard
million
that.
for a single fight,
Yeah.
50 million minimum for a single fight. That don't
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah. So you would never.
My man's getting 40 million minimum. That's his minimum.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about the
Minimum.
upside. We're talking about the
Yeah.
minimum.
Yeah,
Guaranteed
that's the minimum.
money. All
That's
you gotta
good.
do is step in the ring and fall
Man.
down, and you $50 million more richer at minimum. Not counting the back end that he was going to get. They projected upwards of 75 to 100 million. Now, this thing about Wilder turning down money from the zone that everybody wants to argue about, it wasn't from a single fight. It was for multiple fights, and they didn't have Joshua at the end of that fight. It was for multiple fights, 4 fights to be exact, and it was not 50 million or more per individual fight. We're talking about an individual fight. That doesn't happen every day. Now, yeah,
Nope.
he got 60 million guaranteed from some Saudi Arabia fight, but he's not going to get that ever again.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
that's a done.
the biggest purse right now, guaranteed, right at this moment, guaranteed minimum 40 million, and that's not including the upside. The upside is the man getting money from Mexico, not Mexico, but Mexico, getting money from the pay-per-view over here and whoever else buy the fight, and he getting the merchandising money and all types of money. So there's a bigger difference between I'll give you a contract for 100 plus $100+ million for multiple fights where you have to take a chance on getting your head beat in multiple times versus one fight. There's a bigger difference. If I can sit there and chew on the fat of the lamb and get it all in one feeding, I'd rather take my chance on that because a bird in the hand beats two in the bush any day. So somebody have an accident on a motorcycle or anything can happen to you in your career. One fight, you much more wealthier. Probably would have been with the clout of that fight, he probably would have walked away with $100+ million. More than like he would have done a Mayweather type deal. And he wanted it. Now I'm gonna give him credit. He wanted that fight. He wasn't the one that said he didn't want the fight. He was talked into not taking that fight. And that's the problem that I have with him, with that fight. He allowed the colonizers to talk him out of that fight. And the colonizers talked him out of it because they were not going to have they weren't going to be controlling the promotions of it. That's why they talked him out of it. They want to control it all. Hey, that's them and their company. That's what they did, and that's what happened, and it's history now. It's not going to happen anymore.
Yeah, I'm gonna step in here and say this. There's seven people on this panel right now, and not one of them, including myself, knows what really happened behind closed doors. So anything that's going to be said about contracts and money is simply opinion and speculative because none of us on this panel right now were ever involved in managing Wilder or Joshua and handling their money. So instead of going round and round about a dead issue, let's just focus on current affairs in boxing because can't prove anything that's going to be said about another man's money because none of us were ever involved, and I could care less. So
Every
It's
time you
called
lose an
pocket
argument,
watch.
you bring up some
look,
bull crap to,
we
to
just
try to to try to to try to
check it,
change it. If you don't
check it.
want
We just
if you don't want to talk about these things in the past, don't bring them up. You
yeah,
brought that up.
because
I did not
and the
bring
thing
that
is
up.
this.
Yes, you
That was
did.
the brother that's speaking.
You brought up 100 million.
No,
You brought up
that was
100
the
million.
brother who brought up the 50 million. I simply
You
counted and
brought up
said he
the
walked
100
away
million.
from
You
100.
brought up the 100 million. That
Okay,
ain't
but I
nothing
We
to
didn't
just
talk
do
made a
about.
anything.
factual statement,
If you
Cinto.
didn't if you didn't want to if you didn't
I
want to
just
talk
made
about
a
it, don't bring it
factual
up.
statement.
Yeah.
If
I
you didn't
just
want
made
to
a
talk about it,
factual
don't bring it up.
statement that
If you didn't want
nobody
to
here.
talk about it, don't bring it
Why
up.
don't
Yeah.
you tell us what you know about it?
Yeah.
Because
You
obviously
said
you were
nah,
involved
but
in the camp and
If
handling
you
his
don't
money
want
and
to
all
talk
that stuff.
about
So
it,
go
don't
ahead,
bring it up.
run your mouth all you want.
it's not that. First of all, this information was put out to the public. This shit is known information. You don't have to be sitting in the negotiation. This is information that's out there. That's first off. And as my brother Santos eloquently stated, that was not for no one fight. That was for multiple fights. That was a contract for multiple fights. That is not the same thing. So you can't counter that with that. It got to make sense. You're not countering it with the right thing. And that's what we're saying here. That's all we're saying. It's
Fine,
not, you're
I
not, that's
agree
all
with
we're
you.
saying. That's it.
I,
That's all
I
we're saying. We're not saying
I'm
nothing
going
else.
to agree
We're
with
just
you.
saying
I'm
that.
going to agree with you.
That's it. That's all we're saying.
And I'm telling you for the third time that I agree with you.
All right, so we can talk about something else.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, like I brought up earlier, man. Shout out to L Dub, man, for breaking the news about the Gabriel Rosado Jaime Munguia fight being finalized for November. What y'all think about that, man?
Damn good fight.
Hmm.
Where they fighting at though? Are they fighting at 160 or 168?
It doesn't. He didn't say. It just said they're fighting. The fight's been finalized, so we'll see. I think it's probably going to be 160, which is even more disappointing because Jaime Munguia is the number one contender in two different sanctioning bodies, and he's electing to call out let's call him what he is. He's a journeyman, and continue to fight him. So I'm
I don't know.
disappointed. That could be a fight. That could and should be a fight for Demetrius Andrade, and for some reason they didn't want to make that fight. Golden Boy and DAZN didn't want to make that fight for him. So we'll see what happens.
I don't know if Gabe could make 160 anymore. And I
We'll
don't.
see. I don't. Like I said, I don't know. It
Yeah.
doesn't say, but we'll see.
It's an interesting fight. Interesting fight. I'm rooting for Gabe though. I know that.
Risotto.
Yeah, man. It might be in
Yeah,
another Beck. It might be in another Beck the Bully situation, right?
If it's at 168, yeah. If it's at 160, nah.
You don't think so?
He'll be too weak at 160. I mean, there's a reason why he fights at 168 now. I guarantee you, there's a reason why he fights. So they probably walk around close to 200 pounds. If he got to sweat down to 160, that's a lot of weight he got to lose. You know,
Yeah.
I'm trying to do that
I
now.
think I think Gabe will go where the money goes. So
he's always done that. But I don't. But this whole 160 thing is not going to benefit him.
Hey,
Interesting.
you know what? On that ducking thing, this one guy from the Gracie team in California out there, I shrunk down. My coaches told me to come down from 180. I walk around 185. So they told me to come down to and I competed in the middleweight, which was somewhere around 170 to 179. So 170, 170 something. But they say you drop some weight, you gonna run through your division like that. And I think it was like 10 to 18 pounds or some shit like that. But they were like, oh, 10 pounds gonna be water and 10 gonna be your bile. All you gotta do is just drain down and shit like that. So I did, right? And so when I competed at that level, guess what? I was fucking up left and right, but the guy never could come back and tap me because I I had already got through my in training. I had already got through my pain, the threshold of pain where when or your or, or cardio and all that stuff like that. Because I would train myself to like if you grab me and you got me, I would do all these little jerk moves because those little inches or centimeters, they give me a way to get out and create angles and so on. So I could never get. It was like I could never get beat at no 160, or 165 is the weight because or 162 without uniform on and all that. There's no gi. So they could never beat me. But then this one guy just kept ducking the crap out of me. He said, "Will you ever move up?" Because I was always getting running through the division and getting to the finals, and that's in the heavyweight and my division which was lightweight 162. Can y'all understand that?
Yeah, I follow you, man.
Yeah.
Can you?
See, it wasn't about the strength or how big you are. Uh, you got to learn how. You got to know how to chop a person down. Like I was looking at a guy that was 6'8", um, or six. My coach was 6'5", and I had a whole lot of other coaches that were 6'5" and so on. But I would do certain shit to them, and they be like, man, you flying armbar, um, just certain takedowns you shoot right under and take the legs out from under 'em, or anything. Just I sit them down on and mount them and then go for all kind of shit because I do a lot of shit like arm bars. There's a whole lot of ways to do an arm bar. You can do it like a lazy yeah, frog, um, make your legs just open up like a frog, or tighten them up and turn
Just
to the
reel it,
side.
reel it back a little bit, bro. Reel it back a little bit. Boxing, boxing,
All right,
boxing,
bring it back, bring it
boxing.
back,
Reel
bring it
it
back.
back a little bit.
All right. Yeah, the leverage and all that. That's how I would endeavor.
Uh,
Would you say, Cinto? Bring it back. Bring it
yeah,
back.
reel it back a
He
little
go
bit.
blank
It's
out,
one,
didn't he?
Yeah,
one,
yeah,
one a little
yeah.
deep in the
Sometimes you gotta do
MMA.
that.
But
Yeah.
look,
Yeah, man.
let
So,
me
Sometimes
ask a
you
so
might
question.
gotta bring me back. Bring me back, Santos.
Let me, you know, you my brother, man. Hey, let
Yeah.
me ask you guys some questions so we can change this flavor up a little bit. Um, Usyk, in my opinion, um, is a hard matchup for a lot of these heavyweights because there's so much movement,
right,
coordinations, and speed and things of that nature. He's a solid fighter, solid
right.
chin. Everybody got a solid chin today to feel that vibranium, though. But anyway, I was
Not
telling
the
one of my
vibranium.
brothers, one of my boxing brothers today, he called me, and he was shocked to hear me say it, but I told him, I feel like style for style, I got a feeling the kid, Jared Big Baby Anderson,
Mm-hmm.
I think it get Uzi a run for his money. What I've seen so far. I know Uzi has vast amount of experience. I understand that, but I'm thinking the speed, the power, the dog that's in Jared Anderson. I think he can get with Usyk, and it'll be a hell of a fight. What y'all say about that?
He don't got the experience yet, but he'll give a better fight than Joshua did.
Yeah, he's still kind of green, man. I say give him about 4 more fights before we start talking about any kind of title for him.
Yeah, yeah. He don't got the experience yet, but he would give a better fight to Joshua because he seemed to have that hunger, that dog we talking about in him. You understand? He gonna be trying hard, like because he's still hungry. See, he don't got them goddamn silk drawers and shit yet like that. He's still trying
Exactly.
to make his way up.
Still
So
hungry.
I would expect that he would give a better fight in effort than Joshua did. But
Absolutely.
I just don't
But
think he got the experience yet to deal with somebody
he
like
doesn't.
him. But
He doesn't have the
but
experience, no doubt
but
about
I
it. But he does.
but
He
he got
did.
the talent though.
It's said that he laid your boy Fury down in training, in
Yeah, I
training
heard he
camp.
giving him. I heard he giving
So
him.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I heard about the
Man,
sparring. I heard about the
so
sparring that he giving him tough work. He a talented kid, a rough boy, and
yeah,
he hungry. So,
yeah.
but like I'm saying, yeah, you know, he
But he
got
probably couldn't. He
that
probably
hunger.
couldn't beat him though. He give him. It'll be a hell of a fight. I think it'll be an exciting fight.
Yeah, I would think that he would certainly give a better effort than what we saw from Joshua because he's more hungry.
I'm gonna tell you a
Hungry
hell of a
fighter is
fight I
dangerous.
like to see. I'm gonna tell you one of the best experienced heavyweight fights that can happen for Usyk. Luis Ortiz.
Trey, what's good, man? You still with us?
Yeah, I'm on here. I'm listening. I'm in and out. I'm
Yeah,
doing
that's a good
homework.
fight.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, that's a
Once
good
I get
fight.
done,
Okay.
I'll come in.
Okay.
What y'all think about that Ortiz and Usyk?
Nothing.
Good fight. I would like to see it. I would like to see it because Ortiz need to fight somebody else besides Deontay Wilder. So I would like to see it.
You know what? I want to see Ortiz and Joe Joyce, man. I want to see that fight.
Well, there you go. That's a good fight. That's a good fight.
Somebody hook that up, man.
Joe
If
Josh
Ortiz
needs
gets,
to get in there.
if Ortiz is able to fight Joe Joyce like Tackle was fighting, Joe Joyce ain't coming out victorious like he did against Tackle. Because I think Ortiz is a lot harder.
I think that Juggernaut, when they was about to fight before, but I think he walked away from it. He wasn't trying to aggressively go for it or nothing. But if they do fight, I got Ortiz on that because uh, Ortiz and Wilder first fight, you could see how he was setting up a lot of stuff. I don't know if he knew how. I don't know if he respected um, Wilder's skills. I know he respected that punch that everybody always talk about, but as that he was setting, you can see how he set it up like he was fighting anybody else, and then you can't do that because he don't know everything that Wilder had, right? Because Wilder wasn't showing everything that he had. So when he got in there, then he started finding out, okay, this man right here taking my shots. He get dizzy. His recovery time is he got real good recovery time, and he's not trying to go down. Um, it was a lot that went through Ortiz's head that probably got in his mental. That was like, I can't. I'm glad this guy gave me a chance. I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of let it play out because at a certain point he had a punch too, but it was all them. What is it? Cuban over there? They work on the basics, you know, and the technical part of boxing. They work on it and they act on it like Ugas. And I think Banana the same way, except for he weak in the gut. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, some seriously wrong with him, man. The way he keep getting stopped with body shots, I believe there's something seriously
Who you
wrong
talking
with
about? Who you talking about? Banano?
Rosario. Yeah, Banana. Oh, Rosario, man. I
He's
think something
Dominican
seriously
Republic.
wrong with him.
He's from DR.
And they can't fight in the DR.
Okay.
I ain't gonna say all that, but he's from the DR. But He might eat. He might eat too many bananas.
No,
I can
man.
I can honestly say that most of the great fighters from the DR are the dudes in the barber shop and the dudes who own the
Wow.
bodegas. That's the truth. If you're from New York, you'll understand why. But in the ring, nah, not at all.
Hmm.
Yeah, Joe
Yeah,
Johnson real slow. He's a juggernaut for real. Big big, slow, but how you say a person moves methodically. You
He's
take
got a
one
hell of a
step at a
punch.
time.
He's a hell. He's definitely a hell of a puncher in my opinion because he was losing to me both of those fights, the last two fights where he came back and knocked those guys out. But I'm gonna tell you
Hmm.
something. Tackle was boxing a clinic on him, man. Until he caught
Hmm.
Tackle, he was boxing a clinic on him. And then we talking about a much. And Tackle was the smaller of the three of them between him, Juggernaut, and the boys. Tackle was the
Hmm.
smaller in height, of those guys. But I'm gonna tell you, he was boxing a clinic on him, man.
Hmm.
Hmm.
They let it be known he was still on his feet when they stopped that fight.
Yeah,
But I'm
Central,
not
you was
taking
one of the
anything from.
ones that said they stopped it early, right?
Yeah, I felt like they stopped a little early.
You think
I
they
think they
needed
should let
Jack
him go a little bit
Reeves?
further.
You
Nah,
think Jack Reeves needed to be in there?
nah. What it was.
Oh boy, here we go.
It wasn't Jack Reese didn't have nothing to do with it. It was a British referee and everything. But the thing is,
Mm.
Joe George is getting. He's Warren, Frank Warren's. Him and this crew, they're bringing it just like they were doing with the boys at first. They're fast tracking this kid, man. I see Joe George is an older fighter. He's not a spring chicken. They're fast tracking him, getting him on up there, getting him some big fights and stuff like that. Now, whether or not he's deserving or not, that's a question to be talked about. But at the same time, he's not losing, so I guess it's okay. But at the same time, I think when he get in there with some real elite fighters, I think we're gonna really see what he's made of at that point. And I don't forget the fact that he lost to Usyk years ago in the World Series of Boxing, and they were they were the height that they are now. They were the men size wise, pretty much that they are now, just
What
younger
you think,
kids.
Bruno? What you think the boys saw in the Juggernaut?
He saw stars and green clovers and blue diamonds. Or what he saw when he got caught.
But he
How about
kept
this?
getting caught.
Yeah, but how about this? You say Ortiz versus Andy, and whoever wins that could fight Joe Joyce. That'll be
Andy
a good
won't fight.
fight.
Andy Andy is refused to fight Ortiz.
That's a good
Why is
They
fight
still
though.
that?
they still trying to put that
I
fight
would like
together, but
that.
he's refused to fight him.
Yeah, they
Why is
tried to
that?
put it together. They tried to, but they didn't do it. But that would be a good fight.
Yeah, it would be a good fight.
I can
I
see
honestly,
Ortiz.
after his loss to Joshua, I always thought that was going to be his next fight. I just thought that'd be a good fight for him
I can
coming
see
back.
Ortiz keeping. I can see Ortiz keeping Andy out at the end of the jab. No comment.
Hold on, what was that?
That southpaw style could be a problem too. But that would be a good fight though. But like I said, man,
Yeah.
what's messing up a lot of these fights coming into play is the business of boxing. And what's controlling the business of boxing is what it's always been: money.
That's it.
Hmm.
It's
And
politics.
when these promoters and managers are running the show, they're gonna put the business of boxing first, not the fighter.
Yeah,
Until
it's a
That's
until
money.
fighting until fighter gets to that point where he has a voice about his career and he's truly running things in his career. He's gonna fight with who they tell him to fight. He's not gonna fight who they tell him not to fight. That's just the way
Yeah,
it's always worked. That's the way it will work. And when you see guys get, on up there, they putting seats in the, butts in the seats, and they selling fights, and they got a lot of television views. Uh, they start having a little voice in their boxing career. And until
yeah, it's
then,
money.
you fight who we tell you to fight.
Yeah, it's about the
Cinco,
money,
you know
man.
what?
Like he
Yeah,
said, politics. He
Some
said politics. What's the name? Just said politics. Yeah, the politics is dictated by the bread, by the money. That's what control politics.
money controls it
So
all.
yeah, it's the money that
Always
controls
have.
politics. In regular life and in every other facet of life, it's the money that controls that, and that's why we don't get the fights that we should get. It's all about the money,
That's why
you
some of
know.
y'all don't get the coochie that y'all want because of the money. Money makes it tickles the
Don't.
coochie. If the money's right, the coochie's tickled.
Yeah,
Now,
Oh
now that
man.
that's for some of y'all.
That's
Now that ain't my
yeah.
game. My game
I
is
that's
ain't
not
have,
to
true.
split
I
that.
ain't have,
That's
My
not
game
true
is
that's
because
split
I've
not
that.
seen
the
homeless
My game
couples.
is all about my repertoire with the ladies. You
yeah,
understand?
yeah.
But
That
at
would
the
never,
same time, some of
that
y'all,
ain't never my issue.
want to flash money like Country Wayne's character, Buddy.
Mhm.
Hey, now,
Yeah,
buddy, always keep the
yeah,
blues with him. You understand?
yeah.
Hey, you gotta quit working off the money and work off that. Spit that game. You understand? But that's a whole other
Yeah.
subject.
I'm gonna keep it
Word is
clean.
bond. That
Yeah,
Sorry,
money running
I'm
everything.
word is bond. That ain't never been my
coochie.
stilo, but yeah, I'm
Nah,
sure
no,
it is for some
we
cats.
different.
You know
It
what it
might
is.
be some good coochie. It might be some good coochie at a high
It
price, you
ain't.
know.
Hey,
But
man, once you pay for that coup, you set a market value on it. And
Yeah.
guys, look, man, stop paying all this money for coochie. You make it hard for the buddies of the world. You see, some of us don't want to pay for that coochie like that. I like to get my coochie from a Big Mac sandwich at the worst case scenario. You see, but when you put that value out there, when you get out there, how many more hundreds you need? When you doing all that, man, man, them young boys made me, man. When I got home from the joint, I saw how they were paying these guys. I was so mad at them cats. I said, man, I shouldn't have left the streets. I could have taught these boys better than that. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about they buying cars, buying cribs,
Oh
they
mhm.
buying
yeah. Oh yeah.
titties, buying booties, they buying everything. Man, I never, ever, man, look here, it was hard for a chick to get a necklace out of me. I
Cinto,
don't
I'm
care what
gonna
they
say
say
this.
about me. Can't get a what he say? You can't get a dime out of me.
Yeah,
A nickel out. You can't get a nickel out of me.
because I'm a PIMP.
Man, man, dude. Hey, but
What
the bread runs things, man. It's sad, but it's true. It's sad,
I'm,
but it's true, man.
I'm gonna
what
say
y'all
this,
think about?
Cinto.
Okay, go ahead.
I knew a guy in my barbershop, man. Everybody knew he was married, right? But he had a whole girlfriend with an apartment on the other side of town.
Yeah,
Was
that's a
paying
lot of
for
them cats. Yeah,
everything. Had a little college girl,
yeah.
man, on the other side of town.
That's
He a
how he
damn
kept.
fool.
He started
He
that
a
Right,
relationship
damn
like that. He had to
fool.
keep it like that.
She had to been thick.
right. I mean, he was paying a rent and everything, man.
Yeah, he a damn fool.
She had
The
to been
older
thick.
guy, he about Cinto age. He about 50 something.
he,
Had him a little 22, 23 year old. Was paying
well,
Ugh.
hey,
everything. Paid a cell phone
them,
bill.
He a
Paying,
damn
Wink,
fool.
wink.
yeah, man.
That's a
He was a
hint,
full on
Santos.
sugar daddy.
hey, let me tell you something. When I walk around, I dress like man.
Hey
If they don't
man,
know me, they're not gonna
some
know.
things we
They're
gotta
not gonna
save
know
for
about my
marriage.
situation.
Some
Uh,
things you gotta save for marriage. You know what I mean? I don't recommend doing all that for some random.
yeah, yeah, you gotta save a lot of stuff for marriage, but at the same time, sometimes once you
I'm
don't
talking
put
about
that,
buying shit, buying motherfucking houses and cars and
oh
apartments.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Nah,
yeah.
nah, nah,
You're
nah,
Oh,
nah,
hundred
for
nah,
percent.
sure.
nah,
You're
nah,
100%. That's different.
nah,
Let
nah,
me
nah,
tell you,
nah, nah, nah.
if you with a solid, if you've been with a woman or a man for a vast amount of years, married or not, if you're married, you need to from the door. If you're married, you need to be handling your business, both of you. You have helping each other. But if you've been with a woman or a man for a vast amount of years, then it's okay that you're helping one another. You know what I'm saying? But when you just from the door put your foot in and say, "Oh, you fine," he go a few hundred right here. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even got to smell the cat yet. I mean, come on now. That's just wrong. That's bad for business. That's bad for pimps. That's why they always say it's hard out here for a pimp because see, some pimps raise the market value up on the gals are gonna be out there doing the work. You know what I'm saying? And pimps don't like that. I ain't saying I'm a pimp. I ain't saying that today anyway. But at the same time, the
You should
market
never
value
say
needs
that.
to stay down, man. That's when it comes down to boxing, the market value. I want these fighters to get paid, but it's the guys behind the fighters that's in the office wearing the suits. Them the ones I don't like about boxing. They the
Mm.
ones running it up. They messing us up out here.
They're the cock blockers.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what
Right,
you said.
right,
It's just
right,
right. They
right.
cock blockers. Cock blockers, you know. You know, they pitching woo on the job the wrong way. Dig?
What
I
y'all
don't like
think
that
about?
bull crap.
What y'all think about the fights that are coming up? The planned fight. Plant is White and Valine. Is that his name? And then there's Fury and Wilder.
Canelo.
I don't think they fighting until when they fighting December.
Who?
Wileen and White.
Nah, he fights next month.
Really?
Yeah,
I damn sure would have missed that one.
I'm not missing it.
Nah.
Who is that?
Otto Wileen and Dillian White.
Oh, that. Oh, I heard. What's the name was finna fight too? The with Raw Jones right there.
George.
Who?
I mean, uh, George.
The
What's
the,
his name?
the
Chris
little
Eubank.
kid. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't know, but I saw Eubank's dad mess around somebody over there in Louisiana, around Natchitoches, Alexandra. I mean, he had on a sheriff badge or something. He supposed to be a cop or something.
Yeah, he probably about like Shaquille O'Neal.
Okay.
Like to dress up, act like he part of. He ain't getting no checks from the force probably. He just like to act like he, yeah, I got a bag. Now,
Mm.
one thing I give Chris Eubanks senior, that brother can dress, man. That brother can dress.
That's because he's Jamaican.
The daddy or the son?
But I don't know if it's because he's Jamaican. He's got a different style than most Jamaicans I see. I think that's the British side of him. He's dressed. That style he's dressing in more like a British style to me.
Mm.
He's a show. He's a showman. That's all he is. He's a showman.
He's trying to be a gentleman. Uh, uh, what you call him? Something gentleman. Uh,
Distinguished gentleman.
yeah.
See, I know about these things because that's talk to the cocksman, man. I mean, I've been around. I've been a distinguished gentleman, been a cocksman. I've been a player.
You've
I
been
was
a
balled
coxman.
out.
You've been a coxman.
Look, man, don't touch that, man. Don't touch that. Everybody know what time it is around here at TBS about the cocksman. You don't come in disrespecting the cocksman because the cocksman is sacred around here. You understand? Now, now the thing is, let me answer 502 King, my brother. Hey, 502, you right what you were saying. I'm not saying that you're not gonna spend any money on a female, or a woman's not gonna spend any money on a male. Well, some of the women won't. But what I am saying is, taking a woman to dinner or to the movies, spend a little money in your car, your gas tank to get to her. That's par for the course. But when you get the, just straight out, just putting her in a whole, changing her lifestyle, man, that's market value change, man. And I have all disrespect for people like that's doing that kind of thing because I look at it. Look, if this dude is going in there paying all these money, I I can't be tired the day I run into her and she want to kick it with me. Because if the coxman is tired a little bit, he ain't gonna give his best performance. And the coxman got to give a good performance in order to compete with these high value brothers. These brothers putting these high values on these chicks out here. So sometimes the coxman a little tired, and he can't always lay it down like that. So
That's
it
why
make
they
it
make
hard
Viagra.
for a coxman like myself. Now that ain't being a coxman. You got to use Viagra. Now it helps, ease the job. I understand what you're saying, but I'm talking about natural bills. Viagra's like a PED when it come down to coxman type situations. But you do what you got to do. But I'm talking about all natural. When you go in and you lay this down and let them know, what you're working with, you got to
Man,
you
you
got to go over and above what you normally would have to do because the market value been set so high. It's like a high jumper. He used to jumping at a certain high and beating everybody, but now all of a sudden he come old, happy go lucky man with thousands of dollars in his pocket, want to changed these girls' lives, and now they don't raise the bar for another 5 feet. You know what I'm saying? Stop all that bull crap, man. Leave the bar where it is, man, so brother don't have to work quite as hard. You understand?
You know what? I am so glad. I always raised my daughter since the age of 12 and all of that. I told her, look, your looks and everything else that the good Lord's gonna bless you with. You might get 1,000 men chasing you, but that one that you really want, you gotta have more than that to keep him. And I'm very proud of the young lady she grew into because she wouldn't buy none of the garbage you were just talking. That's the
Man, your
God's
daughter
honest
too
truth.
young for me to even think about anyway, man. What are you talking about? We talking about grown women right now. My daughter 32 years old. I won't
So is
even think
mine.
about talking to a chick
So is
that
mine.
age or younger. You know what I'm saying? They I'm
Nah.
I'm too advanced for somebody that age.
No,
It ain't
no,
even
no.
no
I'm
challenge.
simply making a point, that a real woman is not gonna fall for none of that
I said, well,
nonsense, man.
if the fathers have schooled their daughters the right way, you're right. My daughter's well schooled because I had to give it a game because I know who I am. So I had to give it a game. No, I gotta go on mute. I gotta go in and handle business. It's time for the money now. Y'all talk about whatever y'all want to now.
Oh, Cox
Hey, what
Smith
you
gotta
say,
go on
Chef
mute,
Roger? You
huh?
want to spend some type of money? Yeah, 5. I answer that for 502. I agree with him. I gotta go on mute. Come on in here, Trey.
I ain't gonna be long. Oh, Cox Smith gotta go on. Gotta take a break, huh? Oh man. Hey, so Troy, why you let your man Anthony Joshua get beat up by Usyk like that?
I never met the man, but I am a fan of his. I never met him, but I'm a fan of his. It's combat sports. People win, people lose. That's simple as that. He'll come back in a rematch and handle his business, or not. We shall see.
Or not? Yeah, I felt like AJ looked all right. Um, I seen some of his improvements. You know, he looked all right, but I don't I don't know what I think, man. He got rocked in third. I don't know. A lot of people say he should have tried to bully him, but shit, what if he get tired? I don't know. You know, I'm not a trainer or nothing like that, so
Yeah, see, this whole bully. Listen, it's not about bullying. Joyce was handling Usyk with his jab. You just work behind a jab. You beat up his body. If you beat his arms up, you shoot that jab to the belly and under the heart, and you bring it up when you need to. If you constantly hit someone under the heart, that's just gonna happen. It's gonna slow him down.
I think
You
I think them
simply
uppercuts was nice.
right, but you
I
gotta
think he
got
needed.
right, but you gotta cause some chaos in there with a guy like him because he wins his fights by setting the pace, and if you cause chaos, he can't set the pace, and he that's how you beat him. And the fact is, Joshua fought a bad fight, and now he's dethroned,
Yeah.
and he has to come back and do to Usyk what Joe Louis did to Max Melling. He can't win on points in a rematch. He has to knock him out.
Well, I'll tell you what. Them uppercuts to the body, Usyk didn't really seem too happy with. So, you know, I'm sure they'll go back and watch that. And maybe they'll add some more of those. I was wondering why he didn't keep up with him because them shits made Usyk run to the other side. You know, made him have to reset and go. He had to run around the ring a little bit after them body shots. So,
Hey, Trey. Let me just get one thing
what?
off real quick, and I'm gonna go back to mute. Rob G,
Go on
what's
ahead. I'm
up,
about to
my
go on
brother?
mute.
Now hold on,
Mm.
Trey. Rob G, you got it, Trey. Hold on. Rob G, my brother, Coxman, not Cox Smith. Cox Smith is a different definition, man.
He came off mute for that shit.
Yeah, I'm saying this about that about that going to the body. Look, man, that shit only work as if you a tough motherfucker and you got a good chin. Shit don't work if you don't got no chin and you a scary motherfucker. It don't work like that. You got to be a brave fighter to fight in the inside. That shit don't just work. That shit is easier said than done. I know. I lived that shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't easy like that shit seems. Like people be watching that shit from the outside. I live that shit. You gotta be. It's a risk you taking when you getting close to another fighter that's good. And if you can't take a punch, you're not gonna take that risk. And that's why he wasn't doing that shit.
because he was in there with somebody that's better than him. You don't just why he wasn't doing that because he was scared to do this shit. That's
I don't
why
think so.
he was a risk. Because if he didn't, he would have risked everything. Because he lost everything yesterday, man. He lost everything.
He lost his
Hey,
titles.
now
He lost everything.
you had been saying for weeks that Usyk was gonna be a tall task.
Yeah, I told y'all that
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
I told y'all that
Well, I
shit.
was never dismissing Usyk. I've never be one like the man got there by being
You know?
garbage, and AJ
Yeah.
just gonna ball him. I
Nah.
thought that was, you know,
Tougher
when you
dude,
got
man. You
two good
gotta have.
fighters, they act like he's fighting a journeyman or something,
Yeah, yeah. He's a winner, man. That dude is a successful fighter, man. And he tough. Just you look, and you can only judge him by the fights you've seen. And he's tough like that. The reason why he wasn't going to that body like that, because when you fight on the inside, those fights, them punches at close range like that, that takes another level of concentration to do that shit. Because I remember when I was learning how to do that shit. That shit is a different mindset, man. Because power punches come at a short, close range too, like hooks and shit like that. You got to be able to stay close to somebody. It's hard, hard uppercuts, left hooks, right hooks. Those are hard punches, power punches. In order for you to stay in like that, you got to have courage. You got to have will and desire. It's easy to dance and stay on the outside and box somebody, but when you're getting close, especially with somebody punching you, that's good. Even if it's multiple punches, they don't even have to be the most devastating puncher. But when them punches rattling upside your fucking head and your chin, you gotta find a way. It's not easy like that. You gotta find a way to not find a way. You just gotta simply have the courage. Ain't no finding no way. You just gotta have the courage to do that shit. Point
That's
blank. Ain't no technical thing gonna help you with that shit.
that's
Cause when
not
you
true.
in there, when you in there with a fighter, if you in there with a fighter, like you when you been a fighter, and you gonna only know this shit if you was a fucking fighter, man. Ain't no the technical shit you gonna learn that you get taught. You gotta have the courage to get close enough to do it. If you don't have the courage enough, I don't care what the technique is. Cause when you close at close proximity, it's easier for any opponent to hit me when I'm closer to them than when I'm at arm's length. So you gotta have the courage to go in there. You gotta say, all right, I might get hit with a shot or two to get close. The guy might get off on the body of me. I'm gonna pick the shot. I'm on the right side. I'm gonna drop my right elbow to catch that shot and turn that right uppercut. But you gotta be close to do that shit. And you have to be fearless to do it. I learned that who helped me understand that was my big bro I was talking about earlier, Mike the Body Snatcher McCullum. He said, you gotta stand. He taught me that shit too. He telling me that shit. Stand in there. Stand in there with them. He said, you gotta stand in there and be willing to catch shots and get hit. Because he said you're going to get hit when you go into the body. It's a chance that you're going to get hit. So it's for him to be why he didn't go to the body because that shit ain't easy like that. Because you're going to get hit. You're
Yeah, but
going to get hit. Because when you close enough, and when I can strike you, guess what? You can hit me too.
yeah, but
You can
also
hit.
you got to have that technique, and you got to have a plan when you go in there. Which Mike, I could tell you for Mike just didn't go in there and said I'm gonna punch to the body. He always had a technique. He was a body punching artiste. Of course, he had technique. Of course, he
Yeah,
was
but
tough. All of that
yeah,
factored in. You can't just go in there and say I'm going to be tough and go to the body. No, you got to have technique, and you got to have
yeah,
some knowledge of what you're doing.
true. But that's not what I'm
And
talking
you
about.
also have to maneuver that fighter into certain angles. I mean, I
Yeah,
boxed also, but I wasn't
the
no Mike
first thing.
McCollum. But I
Yeah,
damn
the
sure
first.
watched him,
Yeah,
and
the
I
first
spoke to him
thing.
just like you.
Yeah, the first thing you gotta have though, you gotta be fearless. You understand what
Right.
I'm saying? Because in
You
order
got to
for
have
you
the
to throw
courage
that,
to do it.
yeah, in order for you to throw that body shot, you got to be able to get close to your opponent. And if you're not willing to do that, that shit ain't gonna work.
Yeah, I don't see where Joshua's ever been a coward in there. He's taken on the best and he's won. That's why he's a top dog at heavyweight. So I don't see how that applies to him.
A lot of those
No, that's why
pros
he
they
he
abandon
was the
those
top dog. He ain't the
skills.
top dog. Usyk is over him now.
Now
A
Usyk just
lot
has
of
titles. If Usyk beats him again, then Usyk will be top dog. Usyk just has the titles right now.
So yeah, a lot of those pros they abandon those little simple skills when somebody's standing in front of you. I remember being in the ring with this guy, and and right in his face. Like I don't know, we're about 2 feet from each other, and uh, both was guarding the chin, but I would jab, I throw a jab or something, but I would wait till he flinched, and I was real quick and snappy with the jab. So, but the thing is that after the matches, and I asked him, I said, um, what was your holdup? Why you didn't wasn't working around and all that stuff that much? And he said you wasn't giving me no um, the body because I was sideways. I was just doing the proper um, stance, where your body is sideways basically. You're not giving them anything, and then you got your guards up. You're blocking your chin or whatever. That little part on your face, just draw a circle on your face around your eyes, nose, and mouth, going down toward the chin. If you get anything in that inside of that busted up, you fucked. You see what I'm saying? So you just gotta know what angles you want to be in and what you're guarding and blocking. Once you're on one end, you're blocking one side of your chin with your shoulder and the other one with your hand. And once that hand leaves, you open, right? But you're at an angle where the person got to reach in to come get you. So if it was the other way around and you throw the punch with the arm that the shoulder is blocking the chin, you're open there too. But you can go to one side, step up closer, or step where they got to throw a weird ass punch to get you. So, but them short little 6 inch Bruce Lee punches, I learned that in Taekwondo, and if somebody, and another thing I wanted to say before I switch off, when in Taekwondo they use their legs a lot, and that because they are more they're they're more keeping the distance between the person, so they can keep using their legs because they fight it. They kind of want to fight at a distance. Um, so when somebody's doing a jab in boxing, they want to fight at a distance sometimes. Or then again, when they do that, keep you at a distance, they want you. They make it. They'll bait you in. You see what I'm saying? When somebody go get on the back foot and all that good stuff, and they sit back and they let you come on into that little zone and they catch you. That's what I got to say. But don't forget
How
that
many years you been
when
doing
you're at the
martial arts?
flyweight, I started back in '95.
What's the name of your dojo, man? The long talking dojo. What's the name of it?
No, I'll tell you what. Back in '95, I can't remember that guy. He was from he was, he was white.
I'm
He was a
messing
white
with
guy
you,
with a
man.
all white hair and the ponytail, act like he was Steven Seagal or whatever. And then when I got in the boxing thing in '97, that was Curtis Coates, home of champions in Dallas. They were just 3 blocks away, but down there in Village Oaks, the badass apartments. And then after I left there, I went to in 2003. I went to Alan Moeller, Brazilian Jiu Jitsu and kickboxing.
Hey,
They had I
messing
had a
messing with my man.
I had a wrestling coach, a Muay Thai coach, and a jiu-jitsu coach. And within that gym, my guy Marcus Hicks, he was all of that. Plus, he brought Valley Tudo to the table. If I'm not mistaken, the Valley Tudo is I think it's like an open hand um, fight, just an open hand fight. You see Bass rooting, uh, doing, um, and then George, I can't say his last name right, but George something, he's Russian name. He's the Muay Thai kick boxing coach. He branched out and got his own gym. Yusuf, I can't remember his last name, but he has his gym is called Star Jiu Jitsu in Carrollton, Texas. So he branched out and got him a gym. But I learned each one of those styles, but I brought it all back to Jiu Jitsu. So if I fight, like I actually had fights on the street, and when I fight somebody that's either they could be a Muay Thai kickboxer, boxer, whatever they is. I learned how to take their ass down and submit them. I learned how to, you learn how to do all of that stuff in live competition. You see what I'm saying? So, and I've been competing internationally, locally, and internationally. So I competed at the Dallas Convention Center, the University of Texas college out there at the Texas Women University. I competed in Miami at Miami Dade College or whatever out there. I competed in California at what's that? Freaking over there in Irvine, California, and I forgot the college over there. I competed in Houston a lot too, down there in Humble, Texas. Another place down there too. Uh, I trained all over the place. I trained in all parts of Texas, El Paso, San Antonio,
Yeah.
Austin, Laredo.
And you won a lot of tournaments.
I got a lot of gold medals. I got a lot of bronze. I got a
Okay,
lot
well,
of silver.
that's
World
actually good.
championship,
That's
world
actually good.
championship, American
You
nationals.
ever heard of Troy Dorsey?
Um,
You ever heard of Troy
nope.
Dorsey? You never heard of Troy
Uh-uh.
Dorsey? Troy
Nah.
Dorsey's the okay. Well, Troy Dorsey is the only martial artist to come over. He was a three-time martial arts champion and all that. He came over to
Mhm.
boxing and became a two-time boxing champion. He fought Kevin Kelly, Jorge Paez, and a lot of other people. And I think he holds the record for throwing the most punches in one round. I mean, one fight, which is 1,500 punches. I'm surprised you didn't hear about him. He's a martial arts boxing guy. Great guy. Great guy. He's in Texas.
Okay, where about?
I'm not sure, but I can find out.
I know if he
Uh,
went to my gym,
but
I might be overlooking him.
yeah, you are. But let me say this before I jump off here. I'm sure you're familiar with the term puff, puff, pass, right?
Puff, puff,
Have you
who?
heard that? No, have you heard that term before? I guess I know. Have you heard it before? Yeah,
Nah.
right?
Uh-uh.
You've never heard of puff, puff, pass?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, well, the same thing applies on this panels, man. Is talk, talk, pass. But in your case, it's like talk, 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 pass. I actually made some biscuits and beans since I've been on this live, just listening to you, man. Well, that's
You
actually
eat
for my
biscuits
dinner
and
later
beans?
on. Biscuits and beans. I'm gonna put some turkey necks in there later on, but I made some biscuits and beans, man. That's
Is it
how
refried
long
beans?
I'm hell no.
Oh, well,
Hell
see,
no, man.
right now I'm going to the Valley, which is South Texas, down by Mexico border, right? And what they serve in the morning is those refried beans with eggs, and I guess you can put some vegetables on that. And not the biscuits, but tortillas.
I'm gonna make a sleep on that note. Y'all have a good night. I don't know if I'm coming back later on this morning, but y'all have a good night. I'm talked out of boxing for right now, but that's it. I ain't got nothing else more to say on boxing.
Yeah, sometimes you got to get your rest so you can come back
Yeah.
with some stronger opinions.
All right, gentlemen. All right. Who always still got it? Who else still in here?
It's
Okay.
all good. It's all good in the hood.
Yeah, man. It's all
I was
good,
trying to
man.
switch.
Everybody in the cut.
My headset. I was switching my headset.
Shout out to
I
everybody
was about to
still up
say,
with us
my man.
early this morning. I was about to say late this night, but early this morning.
Say, leave my man Picasso alone. Let him rock.
Uh,
Let him cook the way he want to cook. Let
oh,
him make his own. Let him make his own jambalaya the way he want to. And his gumbo.
hey, they don't know how to make no gum. Where you from anyway? He's up north somewhere.
Yeah, he stay up. He stay up. He stay up. Stay up here in New York.
Man,
Sadly
see,
to
when
say.
I went to Chicago and I rode with this guy, and he went in the truck stop and came back out. Man, I got me some gumbo. Right, he's from Arkansas, but we was in Chicago at the time. He said, "I got me some gumbo." I seen him pop the top on that bowl that cup or whatever he had. It looked like white gravy with some sausage or whatever in it. I said, "That ain't no damn gumbo. That's some kind of smothered chicken or something or whatever." But man, man, my mom is 71 years old. She passed it on to my sister, but as far as like making gumbo, but it's a lot of people down like say New Iberia, uh, places like that. You got to go down there, and the older people were the ones that knew how to make that gumbo right. Because I remember this ex, one of my exes, her grandma. Um, this was in early, this was in mid '90s. Her grandma was cooking dope for the guy in the neighborhood, and um she used the same damn pot to cook the gumbo in.
Damn. Shit.
God Almighty.
I said, no wonder everybody around this motherfucker cook. But we went out. I went outside and uh, uh, the whole down there the little area. They were all out there, and this guy came up to me because I was sitting on the back of the rental car I had down there. I guess you had to park off to the side of the road because the road ain't that big. It's like an alley, and I was just sitting there, and the guy came up to me, and he said, "You know where you at or whatever," and I was like, "Yeah, I know where I'm at," and I was clueless what was going on down there behind the scenes, right? He introduced himself to me as the I guess the head dope dealer around there, and because she was the one, oh girl, mama, grandmama was cooking the crack or whatever for him, and he came up to me and then just made conversation and stuff, and tell me how they work things around there. You know, they were self sufficient. Like this one guy, he would do the work around the neighborhood, and so they didn't have to call nobody from no company or nothing like that. But they had a whole little system going on right there. You see what I'm saying? But as
Well,
far as the
that's the hood.
gumbo,
That's the hood. That's how we do it.
yeah. As far as the gumbo, um,
Yeah, I
right
know
there
the
in New
gumbo,
Orleans,
man. I know the gumbo, man. You know, my family from the south. You know.
that gumbo filet, it, it smell like marijuana, right? It, it, it you gotta have that in there. And I eat friendly gumbo. I don't. It's the chicken, the sausage, but you got to use some. It's some other little, them other little shrimp. The shrimp there's like some little bit of shrimp they use it for seasoning. You got to put that shit in there. Then you got to put the real big shrimp in there, and with the chicken and sausages and the gumbo filet. But there's some other ingredients that make it come out like crack. That once you eat it, you gonna be ready for another bowl till you get full. But yeah, there's a lot of people in other areas. Like a lot of people from the south moved to the north, and they some kind of way that those ingredients got lost going up that way, and I noticed that. But if you go down south, the further down south up in Louisiana, right there you go, the better the gumbo is probably gonna be. You can go any. I mean, I ain't. You can go to Alabama, Florida, Arizona, California, where they ain't gonna make it like in Louisiana down there. And like one time when I went down there, old girl parents, we just got off the road when we got down there. You know what they gave us? It was rice, ground meat with those white navy beans, and they didn't have. I don't think they had a microwave nothing down there. You know, the hurricane has been tearing up everything down there, so they didn't really have all that stuff. They had stuff that like somebody FEMA had probably came down there and gave them a TV and made sure they had a stove. But when I went down there early in the morning, somewhere in the night, just got off the road. They just gave me rice, navy beef, and ground meat, cold, but it was good. Now Troy, he eating beans with a biscuit.
Oh man, y'all are something
Should
else,
be one
man.
on it. I didn't even check it this time. I can go back out there and check.
Who eats beans with biscuit? I mean, you know, at the end, if you got some beans left over, you know, and the biscuit left over after you didn't ate, you can sop it up or something. But who just go straight in with the bean and the biscuit? Anybody in here?
No, not like that, man. That ain't how I prefer it.
Yeah, I thought it was weird. I mean, but everybody got their own little thing. They might have a little jalapeno biscuit or something. You know, they got flavor to it. I'm thinking when they say biscuit, I'm thinking plain biscuit. I'm thinking a homemade biscuit, but plain. You know, probably they ain't got no butter on it or nothing, but um, you know, just and I'm thinking the beans got to have some kind of flavory juice on it or something for you to have that combination. Like I said, I would just go with the taco shell and you know, refried beans and throw some eggs on it or something with some pico de gallo. You only live once. Why you eating shit like? Well, I mean, I ain't gonna say shit like that, but why you eating the beans and the biscuit? You see what I'm saying?
'Cause
And he
I
gonna
don't
go
know,
sleep
man. That
on
might be
that.
some Jamaican shit, man. I don't know.
He gonna go to sleep
you
on that.
stupid.
You hear me? He finna go to sleep on that. You know, and did he use self-rising flour? I guess you got to. You know, so you gonna have a full belly. Uh, he married too, right? He gonna blow his wife out of the bed.
Yo, Picasso ain't letting that go.
Man, I've been around the corner a few times, man. I had a girl that did that. She didn't give a damn no more after a while. I think she lost respect for me. Um, I could be standing there talking to her, and next thing you know, I mean, I'm talking about big farts, like a fucking horse. You know what I'm saying? But she had some good pussy.
Hold on.
She,
Hey, hey, hey! Don't start that shit again, man.
Santos. He gonna wake up Santos.
Santos out here listening to him piss and whatnot.
Word, you gonna get him riled up.
Hey,
You gonna get him on.
all
You
my
gonna get
lady
him
friends,
riled up.
all my lady friends, making sure I hear that on the telephone.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you like this. This girl used to bend over and clean the tub with nothing on, and that monkey be hanging right there. I was like, God,
Yes, sir. Hey, you talking? Hey, man, I'm gonna let you
Hey,
take the
yes,
show,
sir.
man. You sound like me. Go ahead, Picasso. You sound like me. Go ahead, take the show. I like that.
man, I stayed ready because I knew what I was getting. You know, she got she was older or whatever, but she was still fuckable. Like anybody would see her and say, "Oh, damn," they'll go after her. But man, that girl her legs from her. I put it like this: her from her waist down was younger than from waist up. So it just looked like she was right from waist down, and that thing poked out. It wasn't no, it wasn't no lips hang and all. You know how some women they lips. I mean, if they had a baby
So
come through there, sometimes it's like
so what you
a
saying? You
shotgun.
saying are you saying everything was tight?
Yep,
Everything was tight. Okay.
yep. Man, whoo, that thing you could tell that it had some grip to it.
It
You,
had
you,
that
you,
snapback. It had that snapback.
yeah. Me and her used to
Okay.
joke around. She say it's some dogs in that pussy, and I
And I ain't never heard. Of that. But look, how tight?
yeah. Hey,
That's a
I'm
new
gonna
word
tell you
for
like
me.
this: a
Oh
dog.
Why
shit!
they said it had some dog in it because it got some bite.
Yeah, exactly. She said
Oh
it
man!
got some dogs in it,
Oh
and,
my
and you know
god!
what though? I told her. I said, look. I asked her if the dog's biting because I'm about to feed him, right?
Yeah. Because sometimes when they got dog in there, they gonna bite. Now dogs usually bite. I don't care how friendly they are. You gotta watch that expression there. That's a dangerous expression to the penis. Uh,
Hmm.
but tell us how
Man,
tight that thing was though.
Yep. Cause that
Describe the tightness.
I
yeah, cause
could have, I could have,
them that tightness will leave you have you running around with the gizzard dick. Your shit be chopped up like gizzards.
I put it like this. She would tell me. She say her pussy give a better blowjob than her mouth.
Now that's different. That's a whole lot different than that extra tight dog that you talking about. Now we all would like a coochie they give it to us like we getting head. Uh,
Hey,
that's a man. These boy about to tear up some trucks out here.
man,
Let me get out of the way. They got to tear up some trucks out here.
I'm putting it
This
like
boy
this.
he having trouble doing a 90 right now alongside his other truck.
That's crazy.
But,
Yeah.
but hey,
Huh?
yeah, go ahead. Explain about the tightness, the level of tightness it is. Because if it's too tight, like Picasso said, we had this discussion before, it can rip up the muscle. But
Man,
if it's just right, everything's gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying?
man. After I knocked this girl off the first day, after that, uh, she had some kids, so we couldn't. I knocked off at our house when the kids were there. But the next time we did something, we went to a hotel, right? And the first thing she asked me, uh, "Can I get on top?" I said, "Sure." Yeah, but why you want? I was like, "Why you want to get on top?" And she was like, "To do her thing,
Hey, Picasso,
Uh,
you my dude, man. But if a woman says she want to get on top, you don't ask her why she want to get on top. You get in position and allow her to mount that horse like she wants to. That's what she's
right?
there for. You know what I'm
And,
saying? That you don't need to ask no question on that. That means when she say let me get on top, in your mind you say, oh, well, she about to wear this thing out. That's what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? And let her
yeah,
get to wear it. Let her work on you. Let
yeah,
her work
that's
on you. You
true.
know what I'm saying?
That's
And
true.
then when she get tired of riding, like Jenny was, when she get tired of riding, if she come, cool. If she hadn't, cool. Then you finish her up. You finish
Yeah,
her up when
this
she get finished.
this girl busting all over the place like Fourth of July. But check this out.
Oh, is that
The
right?
reason the reason why the reason why I reason why
Y'all see, I changed my name, right? Because I knew the show was about to change. That's why I changed. I'm gonna start changing my name when we change the show up. Go ahead, man.
the reason why I'm conscious of a woman getting on top is because you don't want a woman to break you, right? So just when when you dig long enough, it can break in the middle, right? Okay, check this out. This girl, this one girl, my younger brother, he told me, he said, "Say, take old girl to the room, to the hotel." And I said, "Old girl right there," because I had already told him that I wanted to hit her, And then he was like, "Yeah, take it to the room. And if she say something, let me know." And I said, "Okay." So I took it to the room, and I was trying to say something to the girl, but she wouldn't speak back to me. She just did everything I wanted. But when she got on top, do you know this girl had that bed rocking to hitting that wall? She was riding me, and the bed was hitting the wall. She damn near had my head up against the fucking headboard, just just going to town. You hear me? Like and I was like, man, this girl out here acting crazy on the dick, right? And after that day, I was like, that girl, she was something wrong with her. She
Yeah,
was
that
acting
sounds like a
crazy.
good time, Picasso.
Oh, I had a good old time. Believe me. I asked my brother. I said, "Say, what was wrong with that girl? She was just rocking like hard, like." And then and he said, "I said she down there about to break my dick off or something." And then he goes, "I told her don't talk, just fuck my brother." And I said, "Yeah, she wasn't saying nothing at all." And he said, "Did you eat the pussy?" And I said, "Hell no." He was like, "Be honest." And I was like, "No, no, no, I didn't." And he said, "Oh, okay, because everybody else is fucked up."
Hey man, uh, we ain't gonna, we got people that do that stuff on this panel. We ain't gonna condemn you for it. I mean, ain't no, if you ate the sandwich, man, it's okay. It's was it a sandwich or a manwich? That's the question.
Hey, I couldn't even tell you, but if it was
I almost got you.
commercialized,
I almost got you. I almost got you.
hey,
I almost got
it was a commercial pussy.
it. It was commercial.
Yeah, it had some kind of commercial value too. I don't. That's what I was trying to say about that. I like I like a country pussy, a commercial pussy that you got to pay a whole lot of money for. Uh, that
Oh,
ain't the same.
that's why it was commercial because you paid a
Nah, I ain't
upscale
pay,
price for it. Look, man.
nah, I ain't
Look,
pay
man. We gotta
nothing.
get you. You just said it. Oh, okay. You
No,
said it
no,
costs more,
no. I was just saying
but
from the
Nah, his
conversation
cousin
earlier.
paid for it.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But look, man. Stop being accustomed to paying before it's too soon. Buying a sandwich that's one thing. You
Mhm.
understand? And but buying them extravagant gifts before you even get to the mountaintop, that's you setting yourself up. You got to see whatever you do. Okay, even if you're married, whatever
Mhm.
you do this year for your wife, she expecting you to up that the next time. That's why I'm slowing down right now. I'm telling my wife, look here, I didn't tell her. This is what I'm planning to do. I've been, bringing her up, up. As far as her gifts, I've been upping myself every year. Man,
Mhm.
bump that bull crap. Because I noticed the more I up my game and my standards on the gifts I get my wife every year for certain occasions, man, my gifts been getting less and less. You know what I'm saying? And my coochie present is getting less and less. And that's the
Mhm.
best present we want, the coochie. But at the same
Mhm.
time, the gifts that she buy, she ain't putting that same kind of effort in her gift that I put in mine. So guess what?
Mhm.
We're gonna have a recession starting this year. We're having a recession on gifts. So you got when your wife ain't equaling out what you've been giving her, you got to have a recession on them gifts. You know, and look, what I do, I make
Santos, my
sure.
wife can hear you, man. She just over here shaking her head, bro.
Oh man, why you got? Hey, I'm sorry, Miss DJ. You ain't supposed to hear all this. You know what I'm saying? DJ is a good guy. He's a good guy.
Nah,
Hey,
she waking up getting ready for work, man. And she can hear the
hey,
conversation because I got it on the laptop.
I need
hey,
to
I'm
cut
sure.
back.
I'm sure DJ gonna take care of you. I'm sure DJ is gonna take care of you the correct way. Just take care of him and everything be all right. You see, DJ a lot younger than me. I've been around a little while. I spent a lot of money on my wife. We've been married going on
Oh
21
man,
years.
she
So
don't care. She don't care like that. She was like,
yeah, but my
she just
my
kind
wife
of
gotta
looked
get
at
it.
the computer, then just shook her head.
Yeah,
Tell her we about 70 years old.
hey, yeah, my wife about to get that recession gift, man. But
Tell her we seven. Tell her we 70 years old. We ain't got nothing to lose.
yeah, we
Oh Lord.
don't let her see my screen name, DJ. Please don't.
Oh
Let me
man, she
change
done
it,
heard
man.
these conversations before. It ain't nothing she ain't heard me talking about before.
She
don't
gonna
care
think
like
about
that.
like she ain't gonna want you to hang out with me at the fight. She gonna be like, "You ain't hanging out with that cocksman, are you?" And I'll be like, "Man, I ain't
What
gonna
you
have
say,
no buddies
baby? Come
to
here,
go
cause
to
they
the
can't hear
fight
you.
with, man." Oh Lord,
Nah,
oh man.
she like that. She say, "Oh, please get him. Please take him." Cause she
That's all
know
right.
as long as I'm at home, man. If the babies act like they finna go to sleep, I'm trying to hunch on her. So,
Hey,
you
you
know.
might be. Hey, you know your husband might be a customer in training right now. You understand? You know, he might be. Hey, low key, you know. Look, they about to tear the fence up out here, man. Oh, he missed it. Good driving, dude. Man, these dudes, they check
Whoa,
me out. These trucks, man. They
other
driving with
trucks,
It's
precision.
58 degrees outside,
some
baby.
other trucks.
Yeah, these semis. We're at a dock that's not a lot of real estate across from the dock for them to turn in and out. It's just enough. It's just enough footage for them to do all these maneuvers, but it's real tight when you got a bunch of trucks, at the docks. Yeah.
So did you who
Uh,
did you see that video or that picture the other day of that truck that almost ran off the freeway, almost ran off that freeway bridge?
I doubt if I saw it, but I've seen so many different videos of
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. It's crazy, man. I pray to God that I don't fall into that situation one of these days.
Right,
You know.
right. Of course,
Yeah,
man.
we
Of
had a
course.
FedEx truck fall off the bridge early this year, I believe. And that was
A lot of times, that sleeping thing's a serious thing. Y'all know I be getting sleep out here, man. It's a serious thing though, man. Cause hey, let me tell you something. Y'all know how when I get sleepy, I get saying all kind of crazy stuff out the side of my neck. Man, it's
hmm
like I
Oh,
ain't no
you
drinker.
wait until you get sleepy?
Yeah, yeah. That type. That's when the answer is nowhere near cohesive to whatever subject I'm talking about. You know. What I'm saying? But man, the thing is, man, that it's like a form of drunkenness, man. You just you know something's going on, but you're
Yeah,
kind of
it
out of
is.
sorts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is. It's dangerous. You're not supposed to drive when you
Yeah,
sleep.
I know it, but
Same thing.
but y'all ain't gonna tell nobody though, right?
Nah, nah. You know that's why I be trying to hold you down. That's why we be trying to hold you down.
Nah, I was just messing around, man.
shit.
When
When
you
I
Nah,
went
that's
start
real
silent,
talk
when
though,
you
man.
start talking all when you start talking your little stories and
Well,
shit and veering off,
right.
that
That
should
be
be
it be
funny as
it
hell.
be scary though, man. Sometimes worse than others. I ain't gonna lie to you. But at the same time, that's why when I get to the very next stop, I take a few minutes, man, and go ahead and try
hmm
to rest a little bit, and then do what I have to do, no matter how late I'm planning. It's gonna make it,
Yeah,
cause
yeah. You
it's
got to.
dangerous, man.
You
see,
got
It's
when
to.
I
very
went
dangerous.
when I went silent earlier, I was taking my 30-minute nap.
Hmm.
That's
Oh
why I had to
no,
wait
Oh,
no,
now.
Picasso,
Picasso,
we know
no,
you'll take a
no,
nap.
Yeah,
no.
you
Hold
got
on.
We know
to.
your ass
Yeah,
will
we
take
got,
a nap.
yeah, we got to talk about that, bro. You taking more than that, man.
Huh?
Oh
Yeah.
man.
All right, bro.
Hey, you talking about?
Hey man, we don't. Hey man, you been. Hey man, you been in. Oh man, you been down, bro. Now
Yeah, you been here
I give you
calling some
credit.
hogs last night, man.
That's
I
what I
give you
make it to
credit.
the hotel.
Yeah, he get his in. I give you credit though, Picasso. You don't sound like no bear though. I give you that much credit. But man, you be getting it in, bro. Hey, look here,
Uh,
we had fun with you Saturday morning.
how long was I on
Hey,
there?
oh man,
Oh
till we got
wow,
off.
you was out for a couple hours, man.
You closed the show out.
Right.
Hey,
You
Hey,
know, I
I
take it
didn't,
on and off. I take
I
it on and
told,
off mute a couple times, man, to
yeah,
see.
I told DJ, I said, leave him on there, man. Don't take him out. Don't take him out. Leave him on there. And every so I would check to see if you still breathing. Yes, you were.
Right.
We had a good time the other day, man. Hey, shout out to DJ, man. He did a hell of a job, doing a hell of a job tonight as well. Appreciate you, my brother.
Yeah,
Miss
man. Y'all
DJ.
on your own tonight though. I'll be at work, so I won't be at home and be able to do it.
Oh man, it ain't gonna run right there. You've been a good train conductor. This tonight it ain't gonna be the same. Yeah, Kyle, Kyle. Hey man, I gotta go get me some rest and I gotta get it in. Knowing he going to sleep because we caught Kyle sleep before too.
Yeah.
That caught everybody to sleep. Y'all caught me sleep before.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot
Yeah,
about
a
that.
couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
DJ,
I
he
remember
DJ
sleep.
knocked out.
Kind of nodded off
he
for a
was not.
second.
Yeah, he was nodding off then, but we caught him actually asleep another time before. He was actually asleep, but that time he was just nodding off every now and then. Hey, he didn't even realize. He said, "For real? No, not me. For real."
Yeah, I ask my wife all the
Shit,
time.
everybody.
Can I go
They
out? Can I
caught me
go out?
too.
Oh,
She
oh,
caught me
Fusion.
too. I dozed off too one day.
I don't think he
I
was.
got home from.
I don't think we got you snoring though.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
y'all
think we
heard me
ever recorded on
breathing.
that.
Y'all heard me a little bit though. Like
Well,
Man,
yeah.
that night you gambled.
I wasn't going hard, but it was enough that y'all could tell I was asleep.
Shoot, I don't sleep on y'all multiple times, but
Mm-hmm.
I be driving, and then when I get to a certain spot, if you don't hear from me about 30 minutes or so,
Mm-hmm.
shoot, 9 times out of 10, I'm listening to y'all and taking a little power nap at the same time, because
Siesta.
it'd be hard out here for a pimp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
It is. You never see a pimp sleep, do you?
No, not a real pimps don't sleep, man. No, I'm just talking stuff. I'm just talking stuff. But yeah, man, man. My truck feels so much lighter, man. I got that weight out here. Hey, man, it's But what do y'all think? The next fight is Deontay. Now, what's the next fight? Shakur? No, that's Deontay, then,
Eubanks.
right? The next big fight.
Eubanks is the one of them, and
Wilder Fury is the next fight. That
The
fight
next big
happens in
fight.
2
That's what
weeks.
I think. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we
Who's a
got
skunk
that.
out here, man? Goodness. Man, I wish I was at that fight, man. Going to be at that fight, man. But I
Nah,
got
man, I'll
so.
be at the Shakur and Heron fight, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna
That's,
try to make that for sure.
it
I ain't,
smell
I
like
ain't,
a
I
Heineken.
ain't, I hadn't checked those tickets on it on purpose yet, but I'm trying to make sure I'm gonna be able to get everything in order because
We're not
I got
too
more
bad, but
going on.
Bob Arum full of shit though.
Yeah. I got more going on now than I had before, so it takes more, you know, to take care of some business for me. You know what I'm saying? It's, I just got to try to get it covered. If I can, then I'm definitely going to the fight.
Yeah, Bob Arum they only got like half the arena open, man. So yeah, like them upper
Yeah.
levels, they not even on sale, bro. I've checked a couple times to make
Oh,
sure they're
really?
not there. Yeah,
See,
man.
Bob's still on the.
Yeah,
He don't believe in them boys, man.
he don't, man. He don't. So
Yeah, he know
instead
about
of
the
what was it
Twitch.
with
You know
Tank?
what?
It was like 17, 18,000 with Tank.
You know
So
what? He might open them up depending on how the seats. How the tickets sell. Might open them
nah,
up,
man.
or he might, unless they charge him a lesser price for not opening the other sections up.
Nah, man. I don't think he gonna open it up. I just think that's the amount of space that he bought. And then
Yeah,
shit, if he was gonna do that, he might as well have went to, the Coca-Cola theater or something like that.
he
Well,
should
that's
just
only
took the
like
boys.
8,000 seat arena, but it ain't gonna be
Where's you?
nothing like it was with Tank. Tank had 17, 18,000 people in there. He had it
Yeah,
packed out.
he filled that joint up except for that one section that they closed off, which
Yeah,
was
yeah, yeah. They always close off one
they always
section
close off a little section,
just so
just
they
like
can set up the
concerts.
rigging for
Yeah,
TV.
but man, where's the kid, the Marine? What's his name?
Jamel Harris, Simplify. His name Simplify.
Harry. Yeah, where's he from?
New York.
Why wouldn't you have that in New Jersey or like Newark or Brooklyn?
See, I thought that was too. I thought that was easy, man. I thought they should have had that fight at Newark, but I don't know what Newark's rule. I don't know what New Jersey's rules are with COVID.
Well, he could have went to Brooklyn though. Hey,
Nah,
Fuse, how far
they
is that
still
from?
nah. They close. They both in close proximity. See, New York is tougher because they got more laws with that COVID shit. New Jersey's still open a little bit more than New York is. So they got the
But see,
Prudential Center.
Georgia fully open. They don't care.
The Prudential Center is perfect. That would have been a perfect spot.
Yeah, see, Puge, I thought that's where they were gonna have the fight because Shakur's from Newark and Jamel Herring. He's right over the bridge. So, I
Makes sense, man.
googled where his hometown is. His hometown is like 30 minutes from Newark.
Yeah, see
So,
that make and see that's why he didn't have that because it made too much sense. He didn't want them to want them big purses in the near future. That's what that is
Well,
all about, man.
little do he know,
Shakur gonna get his.
he
He
bringing
gonna
them
have
where
to
we support black fighters.
right. He gonna have to eventually. He gonna have to pay Shakur anyway or release him. But what Shakur is managed by my man
Jay Prince.
Jay Prince. So he got somebody to help out a little bit, that know what it is to market the black fighters here or there. But now Jay Prince got a little bit more force now than what he used to have when he was managing Mayweather.
Yeah, but they still could have done a far better job with they done it to me.
Shakur.
Yeah, far better. I think
Yeah,
they did a terrible
I
job,
think so too.
even with him included. That boy was a silver medalist. He got a look. He
Yeah,
got the Sugar Ray Leonard look. He should have been on TV. He should have been in
yeah,
commercial. They don't do a
yeah.
good job at this shit no more.
He's held back too much, man.
About Shakur.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
Yeah,
don't market him. They don't market these guys properly, man.
that's
that
why
boy.
Fred.
Because they don't want to do the work. They don't want to really do the
Uh-uh.
work. These companies like Barbara, they don't really want to do shit. They want to make money for doing the minimum.
They want exactly,
That's
exactly.
why Fred was saying that he can jump in there and take him under his wings. And I remember that. They say he like my
Am I
son,
breaking up?
so yeah. Fred was saying that Shakur looked at like his son, so he said he pretty much kind of gravitated over to him. And he said if somebody reached out to Shakur to talk to him or whatever, he would take him under his wing and manage him or whatever.
Yeah, I know what Fred's saying, but Fred wrong on that one. He missed the target all the way. That boy don't look like his son, and Fred definitely don't look like his dad. They
Right.
Fred my dude, but he missed the target on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they got the
yeah, they
same
don't market
complexion.
it.
His son
They don't.
and Shakur got similar complexion, but but Fred and Shakur don't favor. They don't favor. And
Right. Right.
unless Fred's son got dimples, and maybe he's referring to the dimples.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done a terrible job of marketing him though. Like I said, that boy's an Olympic silver medalist, and his publishers and stuff like that. They don't do a good job. 'Cause like I said, Bob Brown been on that shit of doing the minimalist stuff and getting the most out of it
Yeah,
for years now. Years.
and
Right.
that's
And
what was
somebody
frustrating.
pointed that out too. Somebody pointed that out when Bob Arum first signed a guy. He's the next Sugar Ray Leonard. He's the
Yeah,
next this guy. And then as soon as they get to climbing in the ranks and it come time to pay him some real money, well, I can't. I'm losing money on that fight. I can't promote him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yup.
Wait a
They
minute.
always
You
do
just
that
told
shit.
me 3 fights ago that he was the next Sugar Ray Leonard.
hmm
So which one is it, Bob?
Yup. You always do that shit.
So, that's been his game plan for what, 40 years now, 40, 50 years. So, hey, baby, good morning.
You know them old dudes like Bob. They already know what it is. They look at the black fighters as having that twitch. That's what they always say. They got that twitch. Whereas you can I guess it's in your butt where
Hold on,
you
wait, what?
What?
like you
In your
got
what?
in
Got the
your
twitch in your butt? What?
like
That's what I
What the hell
heard.
you talking
That's
about,
what I heard.
man? Back it up,
no,
man.
it's
Back it
for
up.
real.
Back
It's
that
for
shit
real.
up.
I mean, I don't know. I got my
hey man,
I
he's
don't think
sleepy,
you.
man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think.
When we get
Yeah,
sleep, we
you
talk
tired or
outside our
something.
neck a little bit. He's a little sleepy,
Yeah,
man.
He
yeah.
hungry.
You talking
He
outside your neck.
He over there
he didn't mean
hungry.
to say that.
He over there hungry. Kept talking about them beans and
That
biscuits,
gumbo, talking about that gumbo. Yeah,
gumbo and shit. My
I'm
wife
gonna
made
eat
some
some Jolly
jambalaya 2
Ranchers.
days ago. That shit was swinging too.
You know how you have um, like your core. We look at the core muscles. Those people that remind you of slave masters and so on. They look at your buttocks, right? What they're looking at is when you throw a punch and how you bring the how you when you twist, you bring the punch from the ground up, right? They're talking about this little twist that you have when you throw the punch. That's what they're looking at. And and I heard a conversation on YouTube. Uh, I forgot who had it. It was probably Fred on that called an interview or two white guys that was in the boxing talking about how they see the fighters and they saw them um, as a good fighter according to that twitch that they twitchy muscles. You know what I mean? And that's what they're trying to say.
What
That
you mean
black
the
people,
quick? You mean the quick twitch muscles? The quick
yeah,
twitch? But they ain't talking
yeah,
about your ass. That's not talking about
Nah, their butt
no
ain't got nothing to
ass.
do with it.
Yeah, the quick twitch. That's not what they talking about.
That's more from the waist up anyway.
That's from the waist up.
How quick
okay,
you
Yeah,
can
they ain't
move your
talking about
head,
your ass, man.
okay,
you can move your head, shoulders, and your arm, your limbs up,
yeah,
upper limbs real quick,
my
or
bad.
sometimes it's the legs. Sometimes it be below the waist if your legs are, if you got quick twitch in your legs, like well you got, to me I call it cat quickness.
Mm,
Zuma Nelson had
Yeah,
that
that's another way to say it.
quick
A
twitch.
cat like quickness and cat like
Yeah,
reflex.
that's why I used to refer to it. Because Zuma Nelson, man, he displayed that to me a few times in fights. Man, he had
Put the phone
that
down.
cat like quickness.
Put the phone
And I
down.
was
That's
like,
why
man,
you get ready for school. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go back on
and
mute.
they
nah,
say
you
when
good,
you
man.
do that, your leg moves before your punch. And on top of that, you're supposed to step before you punch too.
There's some guys that have quick twitch muscles all through their body, head to toe. Some, as far as fighters I'm referring to, some
So
have it from the waist up.
you see how AJ moves? He moves kind of slow on the legs. He's too bulky.
Well, like they say, he's robotic. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
He's he's not very quick, and he's not as agile. Some fighters are like Wilder. He doesn't look good technically when he's punching, but he's very agile though. He can
Right.
move. He can move from. He can move around different than most fighters. Most heavyweights. Now, now Usyk on the other hand, you gotta remember this guy came from 165 as an amateur,
Hmm.
so he's been fighting that style for a long time. So he's used to a lot of movement in his punches and moving his head. All that's natural. Just like Bird, Chris Bird,
Hmm.
he come up from the middleweight ranks, man, and he had that movement in him already, and that slickness and that quickness. You know, guys like that, if they can take the punch and they can hold their weight, all right, they can do well at heavyweight in the heavyweight division
Hmm.
because of their quickness and their slickness.
I tell you what, when I was at a low, when I was at a heavier weight, I was going up against a lot of strong dudes, and I had lesser experience, right? So I couldn't display my I couldn't practice on my moves because people were either stronger or whatever, and they would shut me down before I even got out the box, out the gate. So when I dropped my weight and I got lighter, and I competed in a lightweight, like I said, they nobody could submit me, even if I messed up. I was still strong enough to come back and get out of stuff and then turn the tables on them. And then after a while, I was able to display my skills on the lighter guy. Once I figured out all these moves work on this light in my lighter division, I mean in my regular division, then I went on and signed up for the open division to go against the heavier weight. So uh, I had to get in a position to where I could learn how to deal with those techniques. Um, with somebody having trying to attack me and so on. And then I went back up to the open weight, and I was able to display them skills on a heavyweight guy. So uh, you said it was in 165. Around that time, I guess he was in amateurs and fought Porter. Um, he so at that time he couldn't take that pressure that Porter, that football pressure that Porter. Oh, so that's why everybody was saying that Joshua should have put that pressure on Usyk, and that would have made him
No,
stand.
it's a different style. See
Yeah, but that's not his
that's a
style
different
of
style.
fighting. It's not his
Now,
style of fighting. It's
see
not how he fight.
Porter, you gotta remember Porter was the same weight range that Usyk was at that time, and Porter has always been a naturally strong young man. Now this is the
Mm,
other thing. Porter, his style is to come forward and pressure you. His style is to basically bully you that way. But he's punching at the same time. He ain't just coming forward, smothering you. He's punching. He's giving you movement and everything. You know, I don't think Porter's ever been a slow, mobile person. You know, when it comes down to fighting, I think he's always had some quickness about him as far as his overall body movement. Because he can jump around you from side to side if he wants to. Uh, I think he's just never possessed a lot of power, a lot of punching power.
mm,
Um, but other than
Yeah,
that, he's always had those great abilities, man.
yeah. He just strong. He just athletic. He's very
Yeah,
athletic.
very athletic. And you got to remember what he's going through boxing. He probably been hit so much harder than that in football. You know, when he was in high school, man. Uh,
mhm,
I mean, just his body's probably been through more physical damage in football than he's experiencing in boxing. He's experiencing head damage. I don't think he's experiencing a whole lot of body damage and stuff like that in boxing. He's I'm gonna tell you, man, if that boy had some power, the
mhm.
welterweight division would have been scary, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I'm
He
telling you.
had
yeah,
he had
If
a
he had
mean
that
streak.
if he come with that boxing style he put against Danny Garcia and he had that was added some power to that, I don't know if he'd be touching welterweight. I'm gonna be honest with you.
yeah. He would be a
I don't
lot
know if he'd be
tougher.
touching. And I like
Yeah,
Terrence Crawford. I like Earl Spence, but I just gotta get credit where credit's due. I don't to me if Sean Porter used that Dennis Garcia style that style he used against Danny Garcia, if he used that and he had punching power, he'd be the
Mm,
most complete welterweight boxer out there right now.
mm. Remember,
yeah.
Sean
He would
Porter
be
had a
tough.
mean streak. Remember,
Like what?
he had a mean streak when he was fighting Thurman and Danny and my Bluetooth went out. But he had a
Hey,
mean streak.
let's not get it twisted. Sean Porter always had that dog in him. He's always had a dog. He just don't have the power.
Yeah, I think it was on Fred's show the other day. They was breaking it down, and I hadn't realized that either. Sean Porter ain't knocked nobody down in like 4.5 years, man.
It's been a minute. Been a minute. Then check this out.
Yeah, been a minute.
He's always in great shape. Always in great shape. Never out of shape.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I got you, man. I got you.
Yeah, I
Go,
appreciate it.
go ahead,
Yeah,
put your shoes on, baby.
Porter had a mean streak, and I think that's what kind of kept him relevant because you got to like AJ right now. He didn't have that in there with Usyk or Andy, and that's what they said. Somebody he got no, he don't know how to pull off a win. You see what I'm saying? When you want to win, you see that you aggressively trying to get it, and I don't think he. I think he was just going about it like a sparring match or something. You can't
I'm
go
gonna
in
tell you
there
what I think his
like you
problem.
trying to figure something out.
It's not his disposition, man. It's not his disposition. You gotta have that shit
Right.
with you. Either you do or you don't. You
You
know,
gotta have.
Joshua got some athleticism because he's a big athletic dude, but he don't got the real disposition to be a truly great fighter like they envisioning him to be, and that what they putting on him to be. You understand what I'm saying? He don't got the disposition for that shit. That's why you see
Hey,
him losing these fights. That even though the fighters he lost to was both good fighters, and maybe in Usyk case, maybe even a great fighter, he don't got the disposition for it. That's why he losing those fights, man. You got to be tough. You got to have the championship disposition. Like, but he got the physical tools. He got a lot of the physical tools. He just don't got the real disposition. You know, that's why he getting knocked around the ring and shit like that by somebody like Usyk. You know, he got a lot of great physical attributes, but boxing is a mental and a heart thing, and that's where he's
he been in
deficient at.
he been in too many board meetings.
Yeah,
That's what's
that's where he's
wrong with him.
deficient at. You know, because he done made a lot of money very
He
fast,
got.
man. A lot of
That's
money
what I'm
very,
saying.
very fast. Like why do you need your desire going to leave you? And once your desire leaves you, once you started making that money, you have to find other things to fight for. See, like the era that we grew up in, Centros and fighting, you had Muhammad Ali and them, when they was breaking these barriers, making these $1 million purses that were just starting, they had things that they was fighting for outside of just the money. But they also had the money they was fighting for too.
They had purpose, man. They had purpose. I'm gonna tell you this. In the illustrious words of Tay Jones's older brother, Pac-Man Jones, when he was playing for the Titans and the Titans were losing, they were interviewing him at one time. They asked him, they said, "What do you think y'all need?" He said, "We ain't got enough thugs on our team. You gotta have some thug in you when it comes down to boxing.
Yeah.
If you ain't got no thug in you, I'm sorry, somebody gonna eat your lunch. Period. You gotta have some thug in you. When it comes down to fighting, period, you gotta have some thug. I don't care. You can be the prettiest dude walking around. If you ain't got no thug, I've seen pretty dudes be ferocious when it's time to fight. If you ain't got no thug in you, you're gonna get beat eventually. You're gonna get them exposed and embarrassed.
Yeah, you got to be in
That
you. You
super
see,
fly.
you
Gotta be in it.
see, you got it. That shit got to be in you. You see, like Muhammad Ali used to say, I'm a pretty. He said, I'm pretty as a girl, but that motherfucker was a
But he's
mean
willing
dude
to
in that
die.
ring, though. But he was a
He's
rough
willing to
dude
die.
in that ring.
Mm-hmm. They had a little thug in him. Let me tell you, shout out to Tay Jones' brother, Pac-Man. He said it well. No thug, no hard, possibly not always winning. That's it. Gotta have a thug.
Yeah. Jared Jones had that quote back in the '90s when with the Cowboys when he had Michael Irvin and Charles Haley when he brought Charles Haley in after the 49ers didn't want him no more. He was like, "Well, you can't win a Super Bowl with all choir boys, so
That's
you
right.
need
Yeah.
you need some
Gotta have some
dogs who go
thug.
hunt on your team now."
hmm That's why coaches in football teams, coaches like when guys be fighting each other or willing to
Right.
fight the opposition. They like it when they see a player that'll start. That'll take off and start fighting in a heartbeat. As long as he don't go overboard with it consistently, they like that because that means he got a little dog in it.
hmm My coaches used to call it, "Oh, you got a little piss in your grits, huh?" I like that.
Yeah, that's a fact. You gotta be tough, man.
Right.
Right, man.
Like you see, you can have guys look, and the crazy thing, like I brought up Ali for instance. You know, and you hear him say, like he said at that press conference with him and Sonny Liston, he was like, "Shit, I done had 180 amateur fights, and not a mark on my
Been
face,
too professional.
and I'm as pretty as a girl, right? But
Yeah.
that got to be in you. What I mean by that is, the Muhammad Ali was raised good by his parents. He would have like a middle
Right.
class
Right.
black. He had a middle
Exactly.
class black life. He didn't have what you call like
Exactly.
a dirt poor hood. He was
Right.
middle
Right.
class because his father owned his business, his little what you call business,
He
and
came from a structured background,
what
family wise,
what
man.
what would have
He
been
wasn't
considered
dysfunctional at
middle
all.
class. Yeah, it would
Yeah.
have been considered middle class black at that time.
hmm
But he definitely had that own thing in him. That was some shit from within him. That's what
He
I don't
always had
see
that.
in
He
Josh.
always had that black pride in him.
Yeah,
Also, and that kid, whoever it was that stole his bike, that was the wrong thing to do. Cause
Exactly.
he went and found his inner thugs behind that.
Exactly.
He got to the point that he desired and loved the sport of boxing so much. He wanted to be so great so much that he developed this complex about himself that you have to kill him in the ring. At times, So if you think about it, Ali, the only time I remember Ali being stopped in a fight is when his corner stopped after Larry Holmes put a beat down on. Other than that, I remember him completing all the fights, no matter win, lose, or draw. He finished all his fights outside of that Larry Holmes fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You gotta have that in you, like that. You have to have that confidence and that belief in yourself, and just that dog. And Anthony Joshua don't have that.
No. He's looking at his bank account and said, man, why am I doing this? Dude? Get over here.
You know what
Get
pushed
busy,
me?
my man.
What pushed me when I was going in the gym to stay going in the gym because I had to go on temporary disability after um, rolling with some people one day, and it hurt my back and all that, all the way up from my neck all the way down to my back, lower back,
Man, you were Anthony
and I
Johnson.
had a bad, uh,
You were
and I
the
had a
other
bad
AJ,
knee.
Anthony Johnson.
I had a bad knee and all that, right? But you know what though? I kept telling myself, I'd rather die in the ring than to die. I'd rather die in a ring or octagon or wherever than to die out in the street on a hot street, hot sidewalk. I rather not. I'd rather get laid out in the gym than to get laid out in the street on the sidewalk somewhere. And that always stayed in my mind. Like, people ask me, why you go so hard and stuff like that? Why you always come back? Questions like that. And I say because I train as if I had to fight. If I had to fight somebody uh, today, tomorrow, or whatever. And I said because if I ever get into it with somebody on the street, I'm gonna be ready because I ain't finna die out here on the street behind no what they call it, some fisticuffs.
Yeah, I feel. Hey, I think I got a question, fellas, and Trey. What do y'all think? You think if Wilder career had been fast tracked for the on the money end, like they did with Anthony Joshua? Now, first of all, let me get this out, because before people try to say we hating on Joshua because he got money, we're not hating on him because he got money. We hating on him. Well, we ain't hating on him, period, in my opinion. But we're not hating on him because he got money. We want all fighters to get paid. But sometimes, in my opinion, you get the money a little bit too soon and too early in your career. I think one of the best things that happened for Deontay Wilder is the fact that he had to be a club fighter first, fighting in bars and, just getting it out the mud. And he came up the hard way in boxing as far as his professional rank because he didn't always, have those big purses. When he started getting the big purse, he was proven to be a true talent in the heavyweight division, and before he started getting the real money. And for that, he was able to build slowly, but build correctly. Um, Now, I think with Joshua, the money may have the mass amount of money that he was getting early might have been might have came a little bit sooner than it should have. Because if you guys remember, Mayweather, he came into he got $1 million contract pretty much right off the cuff. Where he was getting some big fights. Well, I put it like this: he said he was a millionaire by the time he was 21, but he worked his butt off to get there. He took small fights too, as far as small purses to build up. Don't forget this guy fought probably 18 fights in less than 2 years, I think. No, we hadn't heard about guys doing that since back in the Sugar Ray them days, Sugar Ray Robinson and all them cats. But um, I think if Joshua had to gut it out a little, okay, if he had to go through a little bit more of what Dillian White went through, I think he would have been a greater fighter thus far. What do y'all think about that?
Yeah, if he went from gym to gym, sparring with folks, getting it in, then he would understand about the different styles. I don't want to blame his
Well, I'm
coach.
not. I'm not. I'm talking.
Nah,
I'm talking more from
nah, it's
his persona, his
no. I
toughness. I
agree.
mean,
I think so. I think. Look,
Mhm.
you talking about Deontay Wilder, right?
yeah, the comparing Deontay Wilder's
Yeah,
career and when he got his money versus Anthony Joshua, and then I think I was saying if Anthony Joshua had his career took off on the money end, sort of like Deontay or like Dillian White's situation, I think it would have been he would have had a little bit more grind in him to this point.
yeah, because
I think he would be harder to beat right now.
look, when you're making so much success and you got everything that's behind you, the way that's behind him, um, is gonna take is gonna definitely take something out of you as far as your actual desire, unless you have that internal thing. Like some people have that internal thing.
Hmm.
That's why I brought up Muhammad Ali. Like it's not like Muhammad Ali came from the ghetto. He came from what would be considered a middle class black life
Right, black.
at that
Right.
time.
Yeah.
But that's something he had in him.
Yeah. Ali was he was trying to early in his career. He didn't get a lot of that money. They took 90% of his purse, man, for a while. His handlers did.
Yeah,
So
they
we
was
have to
taking
recall
that
that too.
money.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
you
he
know,
was hungry. He was hungry.
yeah, he was
He
hungry.
wanted better things. He wanted better things,
Exactly.
and
He wanted the nice rides, wanted the nice ladies, wanted the nice house and all that type of thing. He ended up accomplishing material things like he wanted in the long run, but at the same time he had to really work for it. He had to really market himself, and he understood what he was doing the whole time and what he was going through. Now, Deontay, he's had to build his own situation. He had to build his value up. Dylan White didn't have to build his value up as great as Deontay did, but he had to build his value up um, to the point where he is now. Now, this thing, if Anthony had to grind just a little bit harder early, I think he'd be a harder to beat fighter right now. And we got to remember this: you didn't you didn't hear no fighters talking about becoming a billionaire until you heard Mayweather say it, and he didn't say it until way after he fought Oscar De La Hoya. This was after he was, this is several fights later when he really started seeing it coming to fruition. Now, uh, Anthony Joshua was talking about becoming a billionaire probably when he, 19, 20 fights. That's too soon in your career to be focused on the money that that early, in my opinion. I think some of that affects your gut when it's time to gut out a fight in the long run because man, you already got people at your beck and call in your life when you're getting that kind of money. He's he's well he's had multi of millions of dollars before he hit fight 20. How many fighters can say that?
yeah,
So
well,
it's
that's how it be. Like if I remember correctly, like with Floyd. See, you gotta remember Floyd fought for the title early. Before he had 20 fights, he fought for the title.
right.
He said he signed when he signed, he turned pro. He got his first fight was I think he said was 25,000. His
Right.
first pro fight, right? So
Hmm.
you got him to a championship in under 20 fights, with 15, 16 fights, 17, something like that under the net. And
Now,
then
he had some fights at $7,500 too because I remember him saying
yeah,
he
yeah,
went to
yeah.
Barbarian. Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
early. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
early in his career.
Yeah.
Early in his career. But but also it is also the individual too. Like it's a little bit of both because when you have a guy like because when you start getting that money, you got to find other things to motivate yourself. It's like By the time Floyd got to those multi crazy $1 million fights where he making over $10 million a fight, he still was motivated to win those fights because he created that persona where he had a lot of people hating on him. So a great
Yeah.
fighter, you will find a way to create things to motivate yourself.
Right.
Just
You
like
know
Evander
when the
Holyfield did. Just like Evander Holyfield did for a while.
darn, I got a headlight out, man. Kiss my I knew someone was coming. Shoot, I know it look different. Man.
You know how to change it?
Yeah, unfortunately I do. I don't have to do it so many times. This same, I need to just buy a whole new headlamp for this driver's side, man, because this someone will keep going out every so many months. I ain't got time for that. I knew it looked a little dimmer out front, but yeah, though I think Floyd's hate started more obviously after he beat Arturo Gotti. I think that's when the hate really became. I mean, he started getting some hate after the Castillo first fight. He started getting some hate after that fight. But I think it became much greater after he whooped up on Arturo Gotti because he beat that boy so bad, man. And they just couldn't stand him after that, man. And
Yep.
then he whooped up on Oscar De La Hoya. He got hated more, but all that hate paid him. All that hate paid him, so it worked out to his benefit.
You know, to me, he did Oscar and Canelo dirty. You know, especially at the weigh-ins or the what you call it, the face-off. He
When he
was
was
just
messing with
doing
them,
them
yeah.
dirty. He called Oscar a bitch. All that.
Right.
Oh,
He
that
told her, yeah,
yeah,
when he
he had
told
already beat us.
Canelo, he can't tell you shit how to whoop me. I already kicked
Right,
his ass. He can't tell you
right,
shit.
right. But you
He
know
can't
what
give
though?
you the blueprint on how to beat me. Ain't no blueprint on how
I
to beat me.
love that Floyd. That's the Floyd I loved right there.
That's
Yes,
Because
Money
he was
sir.
May.
telling, he
That's
told the
Money
I
truth.
Mayweather.
loved it.
Exactly.
Money
He told
Mayweather.
the truth,
Money May.
man. He told the truth and he backed it up, man. And let me tell you something, man. I loved it because they were hating on him, knowing the man was very skilled. Because I mean, HBO, Larry Merchant, and Jim Lampley,
HBO
all
couldn't
them,
stand
they
him. HBO
they
couldn't
went, yeah.
stand him.
But check it out. Early in his career, they went, oh, this guy is great. This guy, he's one of the most talented fighters in boxing, and they glorified his skill. And then when he whooped up when he had that fight with Castillo, a little hate started coming. When he beat up on Oscar, a little more hate started coming. No. When he whooped up on Arturo, the hate was poured on him. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it just they just discredited every win he had after De La Hoya, I think.
Yeah, they tried to act like it was his fault that that Arturo got his corner didn't stop the fight sooner.
Yeah. And they tried
Yeah,
to
man.
act like it was his
Because
fault
Floyd
because
kept pulling back. He was like, man, he looked at. Remember, he looked
he
at his
waiting on the
corner a
referee.
couple
Yeah.
times.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't want to hurt him no more. He was like, man, come on, man.
He said, "Man, they ain't gonna start the fight, so I got to beat you. I got to beat you, bro."
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry that your break's already coming on, but I got to hit you one more time. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you, man. That was a clinic right there. I mean, Arturo, he whooped him so easy and so bad. It's hard to remember any effective punches coming from Arturo at all, let
Man, that
alone
was
if
such a
Arturo ever
mismatch,
touched him.
man. That was a
Oh
beating.
man, it was
That was a
crazy.
slaughter, man.
It was crazy.
That's one of them fights I can't go back and watch because it was such a
Oh, I
beating.
can. I can
I
watch.
can't. I can't go
I
back
like
and watch it, man.
Arturo.
When I know a guy got massacred like that, like another fight I can't go back and watch, man. It's that Tommy Morrison and Ray Mercer.
Ray Mercer. Ooh, man.
God
I ain't gonna lie to you.
almighty,
I
that
was
was a
sad the way he
slaughter, man.
beat
I
Ray.
can't watch nobody get slaughtered, dog.
The way Ray beat him down, man. I was sad for that boy, man. But you know what? Ray was tired of all that stuff. They put that boy on such a pedestal, man. Ray said,
Yeah.
"Shoot, this for the coaches." And when he was beating him, I know in his mind he said, "This for my people." I bet you did, man. He beat that man. Oh my God, that man was just his body was gone. Period. He just numb, just failed, just collapsed, man. He just really, man, it was sad. There go your Tom. There's your champion. laid out unconscious. Great White Hope,
Right.
John Wayne's grandson or grandnephew, whatever he's supposed to be, all that old bull crap. But
I
I'm
mean,
gonna tell you though,
you had a few fights like that in MMA too, man, where guys
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah,
where they just had to melt them.
yeah. But I'm gonna tell you, Tommy Morrison wasn't a bad fighter though. He wasn't a bad fighter, but he wasn't what everybody wanted to act like he was though.
Kind
But
of
he
like
wasn't a bad
AJ,
fighter.
right? Kind of
Yeah,
like AJ,
exactly.
right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, that's true.
AJ ain't as bad as people say he is, but then again, he
He
wasn't never that
ain't
guy like
exactly
that.
what they propped him up to be. You're right.
Yeah.
You know?
And me and Pugilist talked about that earlier. He was like, "Well, you agree with me? He overrated."
Yeah. But yeah. Aaron, we were talking about that just now. I forgot what I was about
AJB
to
act
say.
kind of retarded, don't he?
Hmm.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? AJ kind of act retarded, don't he?
What?
I don't think that.
No, I don't think he act retarded. It's
I
just
think he's a very sane guy. You know, he's let me tell you something first of all. Name me a fighter that don't have a special characteristic about himself. You know, a lot of fighters, you got to have a little insanity about yourself to fight.
yeah.
First
All
of
these
all,
fighters have crazy,
you
man.
got to have it, man. You know, because first of all, if you fighting for a sport, you loving it. You don't fight like that unless you love it. I don't care what kind of combat sport it is. If you're doing it, you love it, and you got some kind of love for it. So you got to have a little crazy side to you, a little insanity side to you. Uh, I used to go around. I used to go around telling people I didn't like to fight. But man, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I was lying like a son going back. Now I don't care nothing about me fighting now, you know. But when I was younger, man, I had that old mean streak in me, and didn't want to. I used to be real hot tempered, man. I used to want to fight. Some days I wake, I said, man, I hope I get in a fight today. You know, that's the crazy side of me. And I mean, I've always been told I was a little crazy, and I'm cool with it. You know what I'm saying? But because I know that
Yeah,
about myself.
man. It was.
You got to have a little craziness in you, man. You got to.
You gotta embrace it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I ain't never really. I was never the type that really wanted to fight, man. But I wish a motherfucker would.
Good. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. Same
I
thing.
would. I wasn't looking for. No,
No,
I
I
wasn't
didn't
looking
go.
for no fight. I
I,
tried my best to get out of
okay, I
fighting.
ain't gonna lie. I did go to school and poke a few fights.
No, man, I ain't never
But
picked
I
no
was a little
fight,
kid.
man.
I
But
was a little kid then, though, when I poked them fights. You know, but
yeah, but
I
if you
I'm
got
guilty.
if I got backed into a corner, I was coming out of
Yeah. Well,
it.
well,
Hey, you don't want to be the first or second one standing there when I come out the corner. Shout out to Uncle Phil, man. Shout out to everybody else who's still up with us, man. Early in the morning, who done came back and joined us. We still going live
I
here in
know
the
what I'm getting
boxing
ready to do.
section, man. Talking. The topic of the night was AJ. Is AJ overrated? Is he as bad as we say he is, or was he just never as good as people said he was, man? So
He was never as
Right.
good as niggas said he was, man.
yeah, man.
I tell you what, though, I hate to change the subject, but
He was never as
last
good as
night
they wanted him to be.
I took an L last night, but today, this morning, I'm coming back. How that song go, DJ? Last night I took a L. I go Big Sean. You know the song. I took last night. I took a L.
Oh yeah, last night. Yeah, last night took a L, but tonight I bounced back. Oh
Yeah, I
yeah.
bounced back. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I had to
See,
think
I
what you
took.
was talking about.
Yeah, I took a L last night from my wife. I mean, night before last. But this morning, after my granddaughter goes to school, I ain't gonna just bounce back. I'm gonna demand she gonna have to put some respect on my name. You understand me? And I'm getting ready to I'm getting ready to demand. Where my wife at? Where my wife at? What you mean, my wife? If my wife was here, she'd give me some. Where my wife at?
You don't need to take
I,
your nap before you do all that.
Nah,
Right.
bump that. I ain't got time to take no naps, man. I'm gonna be laying
Get
there
you a
ready.
nap. Get some of that honey in you.
Now, I got some too. I got some, and I keep forgetting about that. Hey, you know what?
Man,
You know what? I might take me a pack.
my anniversary was a few weeks ago, man, and I got a hold of some of that honey.
Congratulations.
Yeah, man.
You know what? I think I'll take your advice on that. I took some one time, man. This guy, the partner of mine, gave me some. It didn't work for me, but I think it
Oh,
might
he
work
gave
more
he
because
gave you some sugar then. He
no,
gave you some
I got
sugar then.
it's the real honey. It come like 12 in a box, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got look, I got some in the car. I be stashing stuff out of my car, you know. I'm gonna take me a pack in the house for me this morning, cause I ain't too far from the house, and I'm gonna fix me up a little tonic, drink it down, and as soon as my granddaughter goes to school, man, you know what's gonna happen. That dude coming out,
Cinco,
Cox.
it was you gotta bust in the house and have it playing.
Man, it's gonna be the Coxman show, man. I'm telling you, I'm gonna be ready. Soon as she get on that bus, oh, there you go. Yeah, that's it right there. That's it right there.
There's a big payback.
Yes, sir.
That ought to be Wilder's walkout song.
Yeah. You know what? It'd be so befitting, man. Yeah, but I'm getting ready to nail my wife to the cross, man.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do.
Yo, I remember I used to say that. I used to say that to one of my exes, and she went to the church and shit. She used to hate that shit. I said, I'm about to nail that ass to the cross. Boy, she used to get so mad at me when I said that shit. Stop saying that. Stop saying that. I was like,
Oh,
shit, I'm gonna
is
nail
that
that
the one
bitch
you
to that.
told me about? Is that the one you told me about?
Nah, I said,
It's another. It seemed like you told me about the
different
one
one.
of the chicks that
Yeah,
was into the church real tough.
yeah. That's the one I
Hey,
sent. When I sent you the
Yeah, and
picture
them
of
be the nastiest
that one.
ones too, boy.
yeah. That's what I was
Oh,
thinking.
them PKs. Oh man, we used to love them when I was growing up. Them damn PKs. Them preachers' kids.
Yeah,
Shit.
they was something. Oh, you know what, man? We was talking about some exes and stuff the other day. I think I forgot to tell y'all about this one little girl I used to holler at my church, man. Man, that girl. Look, I can't. I got when I got out of the joint, man. I went to church. The first time I went to church, after I got out, man, my son's mother went with me. You know, we all in love again. You know, and talking about marriage and all that stuff. But shoot, how about my old girl was checking me out? We were a little item when we were kids, and we never did get intimate with each other because you know the church thing. We lived so far apart and all that. We were like in grade school. But we always liked each other and flirted with each other all the way through high school until I left the church and got in the streets, right? And she saw me for the first time in a minute. Man, she didn't care that my son's mother was with me. How about she done jumped up and followed me out the sanctuary, man? And I saw in my peripherals after I was talking to somebody. Me and my son's mother at that time, we were leaving church early before the sermon was up because I was ready to get it in, you know what I'm saying? So I whispered to her, I said, hey, we need to go and leave, get this over with, you know what I'm saying? So we were leaving. Old girl done jumped up and followed us out the sanctuary, man, and to the point, if someone hadn't held me up and hollered at me, I wouldn't have saw it, but I saw my peripherals and I was kind of reluctant in saying something to her because my son's mother was with me, and my son, she be trying to fight chicks, man, you know what I'm saying? But I went on and stopped, and I spoke to the old girl and gave her a hug. And I said, "This is my son's mother. Now I introduced my son's mother to my fiance, and told her who she was, and vice versa. And chick stood like, oh, fiance. So you know, she chilled, but she didn't see my son's mother coming to church with me that often. So we still flirted for a little while, and then I ended up, you know, every time I was single, she wasn't single as adults, and every time she was single, I wasn't single. So it never did work out, and I didn't want to have no big old bull crap going on at the church, man. Because if I had ever would have put the wood on them, man, I think it would have caused us a lot of major problems at that church, man. And I'm kind of glad I didn't, but I wished I had. She had a nice little floppy disk on the back of her, man. She was fine, man.
You had
On
a
red bone.
what?
Floppy disk. That's an old, you know, them old floppy. I call that booty when it's like,
That's an
I know
old
what a
hey,
floppy
terminology.
disk is, but
yeah,
Yeah,
when
yeah,
they
that's
walk
old
around that,
terminology. That's
yeah,
it's a little before your
yeah.
time.
Tell them, man, when that thing jiggling, it's jiggling, baby. Go ahead, baby. And they got that little puff on it. Hey, that's a floppy
I
disk,
ain't
man.
never heard that before.
I know. Y'all, I'm
Yeah,
trying to learn y'all something, man.
that's old school. That's a little old school stuff.
What's up, her?
I
Hey,
wonder what
hold
the
on, I gotta
eight-track
go on
tape
mute.
was.
They track tape.
Hey, Trey, Beta
Yeah,
match,
man.
Icebox. Oh
The
man.
camel.
Oh man.
Yeah, so it's a done deal.
Oh man.
You know what that girl had? She had a snout. No, I'm just that snout poked out.
Not the snout now.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's basically a done deal for he got to come
You
back,
breaking up, Hugh.
destroy.
You
He would have
breaking
to
up.
come back to shoot. Hold on.
There, man. I don't back the truck. I was talking so much
Hold
I
on, my
banged
phone
up in
fell.
the wrong top. My partner will let me know. Hey,
Yeah.
a partner of mine heard me say floppy disk as I was getting out the truck. He said, "Man, I ain't heard
Yeah,
that one
hello?
in a while."
Yeah,
Yeah, I can
yeah,
hear you,
yeah.
Fuse. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
Yep.
man.
old
Yep.
school. Yeah, my phone had fell. Yeah, yeah, as far as Joshua, man, he done it's a done deal pretty much with him. Unless he come back, he'd have to knock Usyk out, then fight John in order for him to get his career where they envisioned it to be, is him and his team, he'd have to come back, knock Usyk out, and then knock out both Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder in order to do that. Anything less than that, he ain't achieving that shit that they wanted from him.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm gonna tell you something. His fans, his diehard fans, they still want to call him a great, one of the greats. He hasn't. His body of work doesn't display that, man.
Nah,
And
that's why
he
it
hadn't been
doesn't.
around long enough, and he
Yeah,
hadn't
he
had
didn't
enough
do that.
fights. And then
That's
on top of that, like you said, now if he came back and did everything you said, he cannot be denounced as greatness. But at the same time, what's the likelihood of that happening? Because truth be told, I got a feeling he's gonna go and improve. He's gonna go and improve on things he did wrong in this fight against Usyk. But guess what? Usyk is gonna come back better too, because they both know each other a little bit more now. And Usyk is gonna intensify what he did with Joshua. And Usyk is not Andy Ruiz. He's not coming out of shape. He's going to always be in shape. He's going to always be on his fight game, and he's very hungry right now. So you ain't getting that over on him. You see what I'm saying? You see
And
those two guys.
he's not gonna
Those
be dictated to in the rematch
no,
either.
no,
oh,
and you see
he not.
those two guys, those twin brothers that gave him kudos and congratulated him and all that. That he don't have photos with since the fight. The Klitschko's. He's never gonna put himself above them, especially at this point. And those are probably some of his idols from the Ukraine. You see what I'm saying? So he feel he has a lot to prove. He ain't giving this title away easy. And I think the biggest I think him fighting Fury or Wild or something like that would be a bigger challenge for him. But I think Anthony's gonna be an easier. I think. Well, I'm gonna put it like this: he knew that Anthony Joshua was the easier target. He knew that.
Yeah, for him. Yeah, he knew that for him.
Yeah.
The reality is, like I said, he gonna come. Yeah, whatever improvements they think they're gonna make with Joshua, so is Usyk. And I'm right now from the fight I felt the way I felt before the
All right,
fight,
bro.
and what I saw after watching the fight, I'm even more sure now that he gonna beat him again if
Kind
he
of stuff
fight.
leaking now.
Can't beat him, you know. So I just don't see that happening. I don't see him doing enough to improve. You can't improve your heart or your chin like that, you know. That you can't do. Everybody looking at technical, there ain't nothing he technically can do. He don't got the heart or the chin to beat him. Period. So it's not gonna happen. And when what's his name was trying to compare his accomplishment to Joe Louis and Lennox Lewis, I was like, he shit can't compare to neither one of them Lewises. He
Man, I
hasn't
wanted
done
to
it.
say something so bad about that, but I had to hold my tongue.
Yeah, I said he can't. That's
I'm
why I
glad
told him.
you
I said,
handled that. That was
yeah, I said,
crazy.
you can't compare his shit, his accomplishments to none of them shit. Because like I said, the people that Lennox Lewis beat and Joe Louis beat, you can't compare that shit. Anthony Joshua ain't accomplished that, ain't accomplished none of that shit in comparison.
But I'm
You
gonna tell
know,
you something. The AJ the diehard AJ fans will be the first ones to say something about resume. But then when it
about
fits
who?
there about fighters' resumes.
Okay.
But then when they talking about other fighters who can't get fights because people are ducking them, then the resume ain't all that because you gotta find your own fights. You can't be waiting on somebody else to fight. All this old kind of. I just so man, this
That's why
stuff
I
it's so
brung up.
lame, man.
That's why
It's
I brung
whatever.
up that Mike McCallum. Why you think I brung up
Yeah,
that Mike McCallum shit?
yeah, exactly.
That's why I brung that
That was
up.
a great counter. Great counter.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
did that shit. You know, and I know, cause like I said, that was my big bro, man, and he told me that shit
yeah.
to my
But then
face.
all
These
of a
guys don't
sudden,
want to fight.
all of
Cause
a
I
sudden,
asked him
your
why
conversation,
he wasn't fighting them guys. Why he wasn't fighting them guys? He's like, they don't want to fight.
right? And he been saying that for years. He been saying he still talk about that every now and then.
And that's why
Mike McCallum does.
that's why when you saw him at that thing with when you saw him at that thing with all those great champions there, and he went right to Marvin Hagler. And Marvin Hagler said to him, "I always respected you." And he's like, "Well, if you respect me, how come you didn't fight?
Yeah, fight. That's right.
So we can make money together and eat together,
That's right. That's what it's supposed to be.
one black man to another."
Hmm. Man,
Unless I don't like you.
there was this guy in the jiu-jitsu. I competed in Las Vegas, and like I said, this guy beat me by an advantage point because I didn't know the rule that if I'm in his guard and I stand up or break his guard, and he put me and he reset his guard and bring me back down, and I stop. He gets
He keeps getting you
advantage
on his
point.
honey, man. It be in the car all the time. Nah, I ain't been using. I'm
Yeah,
a coxman,
he,
man. I ain't been using.
he
But
gets an advantage point. So we went through the
yeah.
whole match
Tell me how
of
it worked
him
for you.
trying to hold me in the
Yeah.
guard. So
I'm
basically,
gonna
he was
try to
calling,
use some this morning.
and the reason why he didn't
Uh,
get a call for stalling is because they assumed that I knew how to break out of the guard, which I did. But when somebody got a good solid guard, closed guard on top of that, then basically all they're doing is locking you down. You should be able to get out of it and do something else. And I wasn't capable of doing it. So we that was in California. Now we go to Vegas. This same guy, I think I told y'all earlier that he said, why you don't move up so you need to be in a bigger division because you're too strong down here with us. And I was like, nah, I'm gonna stay right here, and I'm gonna get my wins down here, and that's where I'm able to display my skills and stuff like that. So he was like, oh, man, I can't wait for you to move up. And he was on the Gracie team. You know Horace Gracie from the UFC. Well, they have
Yeah, I know the Gracie.
yeah. So that guy, he trained at the Gracie School out in California. So he's supposed to be good, which he was. Uh, but I was, this dude, I was strong. My bad. This dude looked like he was about to come over in my lane. But that dude right there, matter of fact, I was saying like this. We met up in Dallas the first time, and the dude he faked it. He faked the injury in Dallas. So for me, if somebody said that I was I was ducking him or anything, I told him, say, man, you don't mind taking the picture together like that? and he was like, nah, I don't know. And I took a picture with him so people see who he was. And he would bandage up something on his body so he could tell the ref that he wasn't able to com- uh, finish. I mean, compete. But when we got to Vegas, after I said he beat me in California um, with that advantage point, we got to Vegas, and I saw him, so I sat down and talked to him, and I told him, "Say, man, you introduced him and all that." And then I said, "Say, man, you know what? I got something for you now." I told him I've been training on the stuff that I was missing when me and had the first battle. And he said, "Oh yeah." And I said, "Yeah." And you know me, I'm not thinking about I'm giving this guy a heads up that I'm gonna get him.
All right,
I'm
I'm
just
back, guys.
saying
My bad.
I was just saying, hey, I've been training ever since then, to improve myself, and just saying, that's all. That's all it is. Um, so after I left there, and they called me on the mat. They called him, and he didn't show up. Uh, nah, he showed up. But what it was is that they gave me the match because this fool then went in the back somewhere and tied his foot up with some tape and said he was back there stretching. It was some college that we were at in Vegas, but uh, he he went under the benches or whatever. Said he was stretching, and he cut his foot on the glass. I was like, and then he wrapped it up and came out there and said he can't do the match. Mind you, later on, I thought I saw him rolling with somebody, but this dude, he was avoiding me. You see what I'm saying? And I was competing all over, and he even told me out of his own mouth that I need to move up out of that division so he can continue dominating people. But then there was another guy in that division. I went up and I was clearing my division, man. I won the first match. Oh boy, flipped me, but I caught him and got him in an armbar. I was about to break it, but I looked at the dude was tapping, and I was like, I gotta break it, and everybody started hollering, he's gonna break it. And right before I put a little torque on it, I looked up, and the referee was looking somewhere else. He didn't know it was, normally when I submitting people, it happens so fast. Everything happened real fast. There's a scramble, so I'm kind of athletic, so we'll scramble a little bit, and then I'm right on the ass. Right? So that was the first match. The second match, I took old boy out on the second match, uh, and then the third match I had to go up against the. They asked me that I want to buy, and I said nah. I go ahead and bring on old boy. So the third match was against the guy that been winning the yearly that didn't at that particular tournament. So when I went up against him, you know the first thing he did? Grabbed me and held on. That's all he did. And the dude, he was strong. He was strong about doing that. He was like, I'm gonna make sure you don't move. But then they didn't get him for stalling or nothing. And then after the match and everything, I saw him out there in the walkway where you eat at, and he was with some people, and he goes, "Say, man, you strong as hell." But at the same time, uh, this dude was as strong too, but he didn't want me to move. You see what I'm saying? All he did was grab and hold on. Like I can't let you move. And I was like, man, dude, you got people that. And then when I go to the other tournaments and stuff like that, it was people that were literally ducking me.
So you
I had
saying you
to,
Lewis Ortiz?
yeah, That's why I had to compete in I had to compete in my division and the open division where everybody in, from the light to heavy at your belt level to compete all in that one division. Like if you don't get the guy, if you don't get a get a good workout from that first tournament, you sign up for that other one, and you gonna get heavyweight, lightweight, middleweight, anything. So that's
Shout
what
out to
made me
Mr.
better.
Shout out to Uncle Phil. He chatting strong in the chat, man. We see you, bro.
Yeah, I saw a couple of people when I got knocked out the other time. I said Birdman, salute to you. Martin Nash, I saw him out there. He said something, but I
Yeah,
didn't scroll
he
up to look
came
at it.
on
But salute to
earlier.
you. Yeah, he be sneak dissing in the chat on me, trying to get a rise out of me or something.
Nah, he don't be sneak this and he be on your ass.
Yeah, yeah, that part.
Oh man, shout out to Mark Nash, man. But fellas, it is game day. You hear me?
Oh yeah.
Cowboys.
You
It
got
is,
the Eagles and Cowboys tonight.
yeah, oh yeah, it is game day.
I'll be asleep when it happens,
This
but
Monday Night
I'll hear
Football.
about it tonight. Yeah, Monday night.
Man,
Mm-hmm.
I know one thing. In about 3 hours, somebody gonna be screaming at the top of their lungs. Just saying.
try 2 hours.
In about 3 hours, I'm gonna be
They screaming.
sleep.
Gonna be, oh God,
Oh,
oh my God,
oh, oh.
oh
That's
God,
Oh
on
my
your end.
yeah,
God, y'all too.
yeah. hmm Yeah, I ain't taking no for no answer. Forget that. Ain't no ducking this morning. Duck me the other night. Don't duck me, son. Don't duck me, son.
Don't duck me,
Don't
son.
duck me, son.
Now listen.
Yeah.
You say that. Then why she get a hold of your old ass again? You're gonna be in there. You're blowing it, kid. You're blowing it.
I might. You're right. I might. But hey, I'm taking me some. I ain't think about you. You said some partner of mine gave me this stuff a few months back. About 6 months ago. I'm gonna go and take this. Not just a partner of mine. He asked me for a while ago, and I kept forgetting to give it to him. I just gave him half of it because I ain't. I'm just sitting around in my car. I ain't using. But I'm about to take me a PED for this. The coxman about to get him a PED this morning. And
Say,
A little boost,
this
a little
honey,
boost, a little
little
boost ain't gonna
boost,
hurt nobody.
and I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna dilute it like it's supposed to. I read the instructions when I first got it. A lot of guys said they just take it. They don't read no instructions. But
I ain't diluting shit. You finna get
like
all
you
this
yeah.
drink a
liquor.
lot of water or something. With it.
Nah, you
Well,
finna get all this liquor.
I just figured I need to do it that way. But I'm gonna go in. It's got the little alpha taste to it too. I don't like, but I'm gonna go in and take a little something, see if it's gonna work. Hey, I ain't going to sleep. Bump that bull crap. When I
Mm-hmm.
go to sleep, it'll be afterwards. But I can't sleep much then because I got to do that other job this morning. But
Mm-hmm.
man, she can look the other night, man. She gonna invite me to dinner, have me to meet her for dinner. Then we
Mm-hmm.
get to the house. She gonna come upstairs and sit all up under me, man. You don't do that all the time. So you telling me you want some? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But then now she went to bed before I did. I give her that, and I knew she had to work the next morning. But still, I came in there. You don't have a few hours of sleep. You ought to be good, in my opinion. And then you get to moving around when I come in the bed. That tells me you don't waken when you heard me. It's time for me to give you some wood, because you got me my attention when you were upstairs. So then you gonna tell me you should have came out here and come down. I gotta work in the man. Bump that bull crap. When I come around, you should be ready. Period. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going. I'm going this morning. That little girl get on the bus. I'm gonna be standing tall. Look here. You ducked me, son. You ducked me the other night, son.
Nah,
Ducked me the other night, son.
look.
Not this morning.
I like
Yeah.
it and I want you. And
Hey,
we can do
I
this
used
the
to
easy way and the
exercise.
hard way.
I
Choice is
used to
yours.
I'm good.
I used
Hey,
to take the hold the towel and walk around with it, and just for exercise.
hold the towel. What do you mean hold the towel? Explain that one to me.
put the towel on the hanger.
Towel on the hanger. I'm confused. Is that a signal or something?
Hang the towel off your meat, man.
Oh, well, yeah,
God
but
Almighty.
I wanted him to just explain himself, a little bit more vividly. You understand? But I ain't gonna do. I ain't got. I ain't forget all that too. If I'm ready, I'm ready. If ain't nobody in the house but us, I don't need no towels hanging on hanger shoes. You walk around, just look here, get it fixed.
Oh, girl told
I
me.
go, I go
Oh, girl.
penitentiary style.
Word, you hit it with the penitentiary, get it fixed.
Yeah, get it fixed. You already know.
Uh, girl told me I was harder than a Cadillac crankshaft.
You live in what now?
She said I was harder than the Cadillac crankshaft.
A Cadillac. Cadillac what?
Crankshaft.
Crankshaft. Oh,
Crankshaft.
I ain't heard no Cadillac crankshaft. I've heard of crankshaft, but
Uh,
most
uh,
time
uh,
we say
uh,
harder than Chinese arithmetic.
Yeah,
I told her.
yeah,
I
that's the
told her
old
she'll.
school.
Yeah.
I told her she'll pick it up, and put it right back down, and go look for a softer bone.
Let me ask y'all a question. Have y'all been so solid that when you're on the inside, you can lift them up with it?
Say that one
Yeah,
more
yeah,
time.
that
Never
happened to
tried,
me
sir.
before.
I've never tried.
Say it again.
Yeah, that happened to me when I was training, when I was fighting. I was in crazy ass shape. That happened to me one time. I was open like I was open. I was in good motherfucking shape then, though.
Nah, you should.
That
Hey, you
was
should
back
have
when
more than one. I
Hey,
used to do that all the time, boy.
y'all
that
check
was
out Uncle
nah. I'm
Phil's
saying when
comment
I
right
was
here.
when I
Y'all
was
check
in
his
training
comment out
shape.
right here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I used to be able to do
yeah,
that shit.
man.
What was
That's
that
when I
now?
I ain't had one of them in a while, man. Where I could just about lift them up with it, while I'm on the inside, and just get it up in there as far as you can, and pick them up, pick that part of the body up with it. Hey, shoot, hey, that thing strong, man. I used to say back in the day, that thing so hard, you can drop a brick on it, it won't bend. You understand me? The brick will break.
Said a cat couldn't scratch it.
Now, cat can scratch it. A cat can scratch because hey, them the real tight cooches used to break the skin on that joint. So I know a cat could have scratched. But man, that's so man, shoot, that's man, I pay a lot of money for that kind of strength again, for real. That stay like that on a regular at this
Yeah.
age, man, man,
It's,
these older chicks wouldn't even stand. They couldn't even stand it, man. I would have to go out to some young gals then.
that's what I'm talking about. Them old ladies ain't gonna be able to stay in the room long enough.
Yeah, them old lady, they always been saying, "Hey, take it easy, I'm an older lady.
Take it
Take
easy.
it easy on." Yeah, that's what they used to tell when I was younger.
Hey,
Hi,
that just
young
mean
man, take it easy. I'm an older
that just
Hey,
lady.
mean
Uncle
go
Phil,
hard.
join the panel, man. But I gotta see your face first. Make sure you're a real person.
Yeah, they be like, they don't want you to go and get in there and get the jackhammering on them, man. As a youngster, when you
Nah,
early in your 20s, late teens and early 20s, you
do
ready
it
to
anyway.
jackhammer something, man. Yeah,
If they say if they now there's a thing where when they say no, I just jump up and get dressed. You know what I'm saying?
shit, I ain't. See, I wasn't a cuss. I ain't. I didn't start getting them no's and stuff until second half of my marriage. So before the second half of my marriage, it was always give me, I
Hmm.
want, yes, yes. I didn't get them no's like that, man. I ain't sure.
But
I wasn't. I guess that's why it's so hard for me to get accustomed to it now in the second half of my marriage because I wasn't. Shoot, I was just used to woman get around me and been around me long enough. She was always more aggressive than me. And
hmm
she reaching and grab and try and get it. I look here, you gonna have to wait a minute. I used to play game with the women on. I look here, you get this when I say you get it. You don't get it when you say you want it. You understand me?
hmm they
Even
get
though
mad at me, and I
I was
wasn't
gonna
even
give it
trying
to
to
them
ration
anyway
it
though.
out.
Shoot, I was gonna give it to. The only time I ration out when I'm pissed at them, man. Now in the beginning of a relationship, I meet a chick that I really like, and I want to
Mm-hmm.
continue the relationship. She can't get it immediately. It's gonna take her a few weeks. We got to get know each other more because I'm trying to see if this is a lady I really want to date and be my lady. So it takes me a
Hmm
minute. But but as far as like if it's just a little one night stand thing, we just meet, we don't run into each other. Like, "Yeah, girl, I so like we both want to get in right, bam, bam, boom. Look, next time we see each other, we just wave a hand, keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? I don't have some of them.
Yeah.
But hey, man, I remember one time. Okay, this old girl, she was buying. When I was selling cars early in my career, I used to get a lot of them used to flirt with me, right? And whether or not I was in a serious relationship, it depended on if I flirted back. But I never flirted back before I sold the car. You don't buy a car, guess what? You don't get any. You don't get any old Lucky Charm. You don't get none of that. You know what I'm saying? I keep this put up. After you sign the dotted line and buy that car, and I give me a little commission out of it, then we can talk about the pleasure. And so I had this old one girl. She had heard about me through a friend of hers. She was referred to me, and she come up there, man. I nicknamed her Dirty Diana. I used to nickname all my females in my little information box with all my customers. I had to get rid of that box after I got married, man. It was crazy. But because they had too much evidence in it. But old Dirty Diana, man, she from day one she met me, she going at trying to get at me, man. And I'm thinking, shoot, we don't even know if you can buy a car yet. I ain't looked your credit or nothing. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say that to her, but I'm thinking in my head. So, man, I did have to get a co-signer for her. Her grandmother co-signed for it. After her grandmother co-signed, and I put in that car and delivered that car, and it was a done deal. Shoot, Dirty Diana, what you want to talk about now? You know what I'm saying? And she used to call me all the time, talking stuff, man. And I said, all right. She had an old fat little bubble on her, and she had a decent body on. She wasn't ugly. She had some big old lips on her though, and you know what I was thinking. But it just so happened one night I was out on the club scene. This club hopping me and a partner, man, and wasn't too much going on, man. And as I was about to take it in, I get a call from old Dirty Diana, and I just happened to be within a few miles of where she lived. And she talking that stuff and talking about, yeah, you need to come see me. I said, for real? What you doing? And, waiting on you to come see me. All right, okay. What I'm gonna come see you for? You come over here and find out. Okay. And I already had them populaches. I kept them in the glove compartment. I went on over to 30 down the house. I'll be there in a few minutes. I went on over there, man, and she was staying. She stayed in the basement part of their crib, and we sit around lollygag this, that, and the third, man. This is when you hard up for some cat at this moment. You really in the mood, and you don't want to miss the cat. You want to go and get some cat, get your rocks off, and get on about your business. They had so many roaches down there. Man. Hey, the roaches didn't even run me away, man. That's what's crazy. I didn't like them, and she steadily killing them as they attack, coming toward us.
Since
I'm acting like I don't see all this. Yeah.
was there so many roaches they were piggybacking with each other?
Man, I don't know. There was a lot of them. They would come from every angle, man. And she was
Yeah, but
killing them. Like,
that cat will do that. That cat will have you
man,
doing the
yeah,
dumbest.
have you in the
Have you
zone, man.
doing that shit? Will have you
Yeah,
doing the most stupidest shit ever when
man,
you
it's
think back.
crazy.
When you
The
think back
only
on it
female,
later.
she's the only female I've ever done that with because at that moment, it wasn't so much her, it was me just in the mood, man. And you right, man. That cat had you doing some just like these animals get in a rage when they ready to mate. You know what I'm saying? And man, I sat there and waited out, man. And she talking all that stuff, and then we finally got to that point. I don't even know what the conversation was about, man. I was already in the mood. And she was talking stuff, I guess, to get herself in the mood. Next thing you know, man, she talking about what's up, what you gonna do, what's gonna do. I'm like, shit, what you gonna do? I'm over here. I don't came over here. I ain't never been over here. So I said, you got any condoms in here? Nah, I ain't got no. I said, you ain't got no condoms. I said, well, look, I got some in the glove compartment. Well, go get one. I said, no, this your crib. I said, I don't know if your mama them, because she was staying with her mom. Her mom and them was gone. Her mom and the old man. I said, you need I said, go out to my glove compartment, grab a couple of them, because I was worried. I always try to start with two, because one of them might break. Back then. And She said, I said, no, I said, go on. I said, if we ain't use them condoms, we ain't have no sex, And so she went on out to the car and got the condoms, came back in. And a few minutes later, that's when her mama and them came home. She said, don't worry, they ain't coming down here. You can hear them upstairs walking around, but I think her mom and stepdad, they were about to get in too, because her mom was sounding pretty happy up there. So, man, next thing you know, man, once they kind of settled down up there, man, she got naked. I didn't have to get all the way naked. You know how a nigga do. You pull yourself down from the waist down, put the Jimmy on, and I always take one leg out of my pants leg so I can maneuver around like I need to. And I didn't want to take my pants off and lay them somewhere because I was worried about the roaches. I'd rather drag my pants around, what I'm saying, on one leg. So I have a pants. I wouldn't take my shirt off because now I was so conscious about the roaches. I stood up and was hitting that thing. You know what I'm saying? Slammed. Man, look at here. I had to give myself a pat on the back that night. But I knocked old Dirty Diana out. Cause see, Dirty Diana wasn't no bony chick. She wasn't no fat obese chick. She was like thick but not fat but thick. You know what I'm saying?
Slim thick,
And
slim
yeah.
thick,
Well,
man.
she was
Yeah.
past slim
Fast
thick. She
slim?
wasn't
Okay.
she wasn't she wasn't she
She
wasn't
was thick.
thin. She was thick, yeah.
Thick.
But she was just wasn't overweight. I mean, I don't know if she was
Her
overweight
shit
for
was nice.
scientific
It
measure,
was nice.
but she was
She was
she was
nice.
straight. And so she, I had, I was in the gym, I was for a little dude, I was always strong, you know what I'm saying? And
Y'all
I
had
was
the lights
physically
on?
strong completely then. Nah, I didn't want the light because of roaches, you see what I'm saying? The television on, but we didn't need the light on because of roaches. Man, I stood up, I slammed that thing down. Look at it down. Hey, I was talking stuff to it the whole time, hitting that thing, you know what I'm saying? And then I don't know how I did it, man. Oh, I know what I did. I twisted her around and turned around. Well, her back was toward me, still standing up. But I think what we did, I let her feet rest on the arm of the sofa for a second, and then I positioned my arms, lift her butt up again, slam her down like that. I told Diane up in that joint, man. Uh, every time Diana see me to this day, hey, Arsenio, how you doing? she ain't never forgot that, but she know why I ain't come back. She know them roaches was devastating up in there. You know how you
Yeah.
get your nuts.
I would
You
not.
can't. You ain't trying to get rid of them roaches no more. You know what I'm saying?
Word. She
You
said, I
know,
would not be. I would not be returning to
no
the Roach
return.
Motel. I would not be
No
returning
man.
to the Roach Motel.
And she wasn't. We wasn't on no level where I was gonna buy no room or nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Get that bull crap. Yeah,
I
man. Let me
never
tell you.
really witnessed a girl that let that she wasn't even embarrassed, was she?
She what now?
She wasn't embarrassed, was she?
She was. I think she was because I could tell the way she was killing them. She was hoping I didn't see all of them, but I saw every last one of them. You know what I'm saying? I was worried about them little niggas. I was worried about them little niggas crawling up my pants leg. That's what I was worried about.
She
Biting
was
on my nuts. You know.
she was
But
killing them.
she was killing them. She one of them chicks. She had so many. She killed with her hands, man.
So while you
She
was down off in her, she was
That's
committing
some
murder.
funny shit,
No,
yo.
no, no. She couldn't kill them while I was hitting her. I had her up off the.
Oh
I had her up
shit.
off of. She wasn't on the one. We wasn't on no furniture. The only thing they could do is crawl up my pants leg or something. You know what I'm saying? Or
Oh man, that's some
my
funny
leg, whatever.
shit.
Nah, I slept, man. Look here. When I hit that thing, I wasn't laying down. Forget that bull crap. When I came, I mustered up enough strength to keep my knees not locked in place, so I wouldn't buckle. You know what I'm saying? The bugs was very conscious. You understand me? I
Your
wasn't taking no
knees was
TKOs
getting
that
weak
night.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
from
I was
standing
giving
up.
TKOs. I was giving TKOs. I wasn't accepting them. Fuck that
I
bull
heard
crap.
Oh
that.
shit.
Man. Hey, I made sure she skied about twice. When she got hers, it was time for me. But
Mhm.
well, see, I was an
Nah,
artist then. I was
damn,
younger, man.
Nascento.
I didn't
You know
need no.
what? I can deal with the roaches. What I can't deal with is mess around with a girl on a pissy smelling mattress, boy.
Mhm.
Ugh.
Mm.
Oh God. Nah, I didn't smell no piss
Man, dog.
down there.
Oh,
If she had that many roaches, some of them probably knew how to fly.
I don't know. They had some roach nests somewhere around there. I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
motherfucking Picasso
Now
said
let me
some
tell
of them
you.
knew how to fly. Damn.
See, this was the thing, man. I remember when I was a kid growing up in the projects, we had roaches, but not because we were nasty, but our neighbors, roaches go in the walls and all that. They'll stay in there until you turn the lights off, and they'll see if you guys. And we always kept our kitchen. We never went to bed without our house being clean. You see what I'm saying? When I was a kid, but all your neighbors are not the same. And so in the projects, them roaches in the walls, man, they gonna come out and venture into different
Yeah,
apartments, wherever they find
yeah, they
food.
gonna go hunting. They gonna go
Yeah.
hunting.
So we had roaches mostly in the kitchen after the lights were off
Yeah,
versus
Mm-hmm.
King
Getting the
Kong.
all through the
crumbs.
house. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
she wasn't the first chick who house I've been on to that had roaches, but she had the worst case of roaches I ever seen from a chick. It wasn't her crib. She grew up like that. I
Mm-hmm.
understood. But I don't know how she living now. But that been several years ago. But man, look here,
Was
Coxman
that in
didn't. You don't let
Tennessee?
roaches. Yeah, they don't matter. Yeah, Tennessee, but I mean roaches was in all states back in them days. Roaches. Roaches. Hey, I think, I think, I
Shit,
think that,
roaches
I think out of.
everywhere.
Let me tell
Them
you
shits,
something.
they
I think out
survive.
of
Roaches survive
right,
nuclear fallouts and shit.
right from our generation and before. I think 70% of Black Americans that grew up in the hood had roaches. That's what I believe.
Yeah.
But I
Of
think
course.
as we got older, we didn't want that stuff, and we moved into better situations, and we've been able to eliminate roaches in our house. So like a roach would bother me right now. You see what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
back in them days, I wasn't too many years removed from my experience with roaches. So
Mm-hmm.
uh, it took more than some roaches to run me off from not getting my nut. I'll put it that way. I had to get my rocks off. Then I can think about the
Hey,
roaches later.
Centos,
Yeah.
you a wild motherfucker, dog.
Hey, I ain't lying though. See, I tell y'all the truth.
Man, you a
I tell
wild
you the truth, man.
motherfucker, dog.
See, you younger. See, your parents had already got past the. Y'all didn't have no roach when you were coming up, man. You don't understand.
See,
See,
you don't
that's
know
why.
shit about my life, nigga.
Well, did
We
you have
had some of
roaches?
the most
Did you have
aggressive
okay?
roaches,
Hell
nigga.
yeah.
Did you have
Kyle
roaches?
told a
Did you have
story.
roaches?
Kyle, hell yeah. You hear the story Kyle told the
Oh,
other day?
wait a minute. He was in North Carolina then, wasn't he? Was
Nah,
he in
nigga,
North
this was
Carolina
in
then?
He
Oakland,
told us
nigga.
he told a story the other
Okay.
day about the damn roaches.
Oh, okay, my bad. So you okay?
Yeah, watch
I
your
stand
fucking mouth,
corrected.
man.
I stand,
Yeah,
man.
nigga. Be corrected,
Man,
nigga.
what you talking? You ain't, man. Come on, man. You North Carolina slash Oakland, man. Come on, man. Hey, you
Listen,
remind me that you remind me of the dude from the Wood, man. This how we dance in North Carolina.
Y'all had flying roaches too, Kyle?
No, I'm
hey,
messing with
hey,
Cal,
listen.
man. I'm
I'm gonna
messing
tell
with
you
you.
this. Hey,
What's
hey,
up?
listen. I'm gonna tell y'all a
What's up?
secret, bro. I burned roaches to one of my ex girlfriend house, man.
You did what now?
You heard me, man. I
Nah, what
didn't
you
shake
saying
my shit
first?
out. I didn't
You
shake
said
my
you
shit
burn
out
roaches.
good enough. What? Huh?
You burn roaches. What now?
I burned roaches to one of my ex girls' house. I didn't
Mm.
shake my clothes out good enough, brother.
Yeah, you had a real case of them then. You had a real. you had a real. Hey, I'm gonna ask y'all something. I guess Cal can attest to this since he know about that. When there was a time when you go to their house, they say shake your coats out. When you take your coat out, they say shake it out. It was
Oh
for
yeah,
roaches
yeah.
or
Yeah.
or bed
Mm-hmm.
bugs. It was for one or the other, man. That's why they used to do
Damn.
that. See, when I was
Yeah,
a kid, my generation didn't know as much about bed bugs when I was a kid as my mother them did.
Oh
Bed
man,
bugs
you can't
was
get
more
rid
of
of
a
them.
bed bugs was more of a conversation piece, with little sayings like "don't let the bed bugs bite," all that. We didn't really know what bed bugs was,
Hmm.
were. But at the time, as a few years ago, it's when I learned about them for real. We
Hmm.
had roaches. Roaches. See, our parents they went through the points of dealing with bed bugs one moment and then dealing with roaches the next moment. Because a lot of times, from what I understand, when the bed bugs are around, the roaches might not be around too much, and vice versa. But we had roaches. I don't know. If we did have bed bugs when I was a little kid, I never knew what they were because they all were brown. You know what I'm saying?
hey, check this out. We had a bed bug epidemic at Job Corps, boy.
Hmm.
Niggas had to get whole new beds and shit. Nigga. They had to. They was. It wasn't on my floor. It was on another floor. But like 4 people had them shits, dog. Tore they fucking body up.
Man. Hey, you know
Yeah,
what? I'm
those
gonna tell
shits
you
is
what
an
happened.
epidemic, man. You got to get rid of. You get them shits in a place like that, you might have to
Yeah,
get
you
rid
gotta
of
be real
everything
slow.
in that motherfucker, man.
I'm gonna tell you what happened to me one night, man. This is another one of my car selling stories, fellas. I don't know if this was before or after I poked Dirty Diana, but I had this other gal, man. Her nickname was Chicken. Now, Chicken was fine. She was an athletic chick. Somebody just fell out. Oh, pictures.
This
Hey,
that's some straight
Chick.
country right there. Let me say that.
Hey, yeah, her nickname was Chicken. She was a look. The kids going to school, and I'm gonna drink this honey. But look here, Chicken was a fine, athletic built red bone, and she was cute. Okay, she was at a car lot right next door to the car lot I worked at. I saw that body, right? So I got her attention, and I waved her over, and I pulled over to the borderline of the dealerships, right? And I asked her what was going on. She was telling me she's trying to get a cover. They take too long. I said, you need to come over and holler at me. I would have had you riding already. You know what I'm saying? You know, I spit that game. She came on over her mom, and it was her mom, and somebody else was with her. But anyway, they came on over. Man, I sold her a car, man. Don't took her away from the other cat over there at the other dealership. I sold her a car, man. Ever since she was trying to holler at me, right? And I kept putting her off, man. I kept putting her off because I knew she had an old man. Then she sent me her sister, and she sent me her cousin, and she said, "Now look, I don't send you two customers." She said, "I'm tired of you just giving me money." She said, "When you gonna take me out?" I said, "Shoot." I said, "Don't you have an old man? Don't worry about all that." She used to tell me that all the time. Shoot, man. Next thing, now she had a cousin that was a hustler, and she used to put stuff in her name for him too. He had a nice conversion van. Man, she come pick me up in that van, man, and she was come holler at me all the time and want to take me to lunch and all that, and then she used to work at a dental office. Got my teeth clean, free, all that. You know what I'm saying? And the chick that cleaned my teeth, she was trying to holler at me too. But I never did poke her because she was in the church. We were in the same type of church, right? So I didn't knock her off. I started to, but the old girl, she got my she kept on sweating me, man. I finally knocked off, man. I think the first time I knocked out was in her cousin's van. Then after that, cause we had repeat sex, me and her. Um, we did a hotel room, a real sleazy hotel on my side of town where I grew up at, man. It was known for some prostitution going on in that place. But like I said, when you ready to get it in, man, you ain't letting nothing hold you back. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of them hotels you go in there and rent it for a few hours. Went in that joint, man, and then about 4 days later, man. Now the very next day, I got a little red marks on my legs and I'm itching. I don't know what it is, but I know I've been in that hotel, right? And I ain't saying nothing. 4 days in, I just went on and asked you. I said, you know what? Ever since we were at that hotel the other night, I said, I've been having some little red bumps on my leg. They've been itchy. She said, me too. And it didn't dawn on me what it was. I thought it was probably like some chiggers or something in the bed. Because I know they've been, prostitutes and all that been around the motel. Man, after about uh, 15 years, when the bed bug epidemic started going around the nation, that's when I realized what it was, man. It had to be bed bugs. And but this old
Our
girl, man,
bed.
old chicken knew how to ride. She knew how to do that genuine, man, ride a pony, man.
You
Yes,
know them
sir.
beds when they get old, they have them dust mites in them too.
Hey, we got bit by bed, but it wasn't no dust mites biting us. Shoot, I'm sure we've been accustomed to dust mites. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But shoot, hey, you know what? Ever since then, that was the first and only time I used a hotel like that. And since then, I got to go somewhere where it's a little class. You know what I'm saying? And look, I check every hotel. I don't stay at no hotel without checking the bed before I take my stuff out of suitcases, man. I check everything. And
Man,
I don't care how much. I don't care how much money I spend. You can't spend enough money, not to be worried about bed bugs.
I went over my cousin's house one time because he stayed in the same apartment as this girl I was messing with. He stayed under. So I went down there. I was like, I went and sat down on his sofa.
Ugh, stuff tastes nasty, man.
He was picking his feet. He was trying to dab me up. All that just dab you up. You got your fungus looking feet. Uh, so I sat on the sofa and he in there watching porn and shit. Right. So we was just in there talking and I started itching and stuff all
Wait, hold
over him.
on. Hold the fuck up. Hold on. Y'all, you was hold on, cuz. Slow the fuck down. Did you just say y'all was watching porn together?
No, man. No, I ain't gonna let you do that to him, Cal. No, he didn't say they watched it together. He said dude was watching.
Now it was my cousin. He stayed under my girl's apartment, and
Hey, Taylor
I went
Bell
down
said that was
there.
crabs. No, it wasn't crabs, man. It wasn't crabs. We had nothing in our genitals, man. It had to be no, it wasn't no crabs, man. Them bed bugs, man. Crabs. I don't had crabs before, man. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I know crabs.
Everybody done had lobsters and
Yeah, I had them lobsters
gumbo.
before.
Everybody
I
had a
had them
gumbo.
lobsters before, man. I remember the girl that gave it to me, man. Shoot. Hey, y'all remember that story I told y'all when I was 16? Old girl got it in. She come to me and my sister's apartment, stayed that night, and she slept on the sofa where I sleep at. That's when I got crabs. But I ain't gonna lie, I enjoyed getting them. I ain't gonna lie. And
Hey,
Hey,
you a
I,
wild ass nigga, dog.
I never told
I
y'all
just
about this girl I was
this
knocking the
honey,
door down.
tastes bad, man. It got a bad aftertaste to it, but I just took it all in though.
I was knocking
My
this
wife
girl
don't
down. She turned the lights
she don't
off and
know I'm
everything. We was on the sofa.
mm,
She had a lot of kids, right? One of them kids woke up and jumped on my damn back.
hmm? God no, ain't no
I, One of
you
them
said
kids
man
jumped on my back, and that motherfucker looked like a little alien.
man, you gotta make sure the children are asleep
They
before you
was,
penetrate their mother.
but that kid looked like looked like he'd been starved or something. It was like a little alien.
Oh man, you were in a house that had a case going on that you didn't know about. They probably was investigating them folks, man.
Mm. She probably wanted some money too, but I didn't have none.
Hey,
Yeah.
Cal, Cal, Kyle.
Yeah.
I bet you didn't get it in.
What?
I bet you was sleeping. But guess what? I just took me some honey. I forgot I had it in the car. DJ reminded me. I just took me a whole tube. I ain't never done that. My wife owed me. My wife gonna
Oh
invite
man.
me to.
Oh
My wife
man.
look. My wife invited me to dinner Saturday night, and I had to meet her for dinner. And then she gonna come home, shower all up, we smelling all flowery. Then gonna come up and sit next to me in the cave in the men in my little man cave. Had me thinking she was ready to get it in, which I think she was. She said I came to bed too late. I'm gonna give her that much credit, but man, bump that bull crap. When I'm ready, you be ready. Um, man, she played me out, wouldn't let me have it that night when I went to bed. Talking about she had to work early in the morning. Okay, these are kids. They getting on. These kids are starting to go to the bus stop right now. Soon as my granddaughter leave the house to get on that bus, and I hear that bus. I hear that bus go. I hear all that little sound. Time me to tell, man. Look, I'm be hard to rough by then. I'm gonna give y'all. Hey, y'all might have a story tonight.
Your
And
wife too
hey,
damn old for this shit, man.
see what my wife too what?
You too old to be dealing with that honey,
She
man.
too old. Hey, she gonna be screaming too, boy. I tell you. Hey, I let her get loud when ain't nobody in the house. All right, let them know who the cocksman is. You understand? You the cocksman. You the cocksman. You see my screen name? You see my screen name, bro?
Yeah, I see that shit, dog.
So, ain't that right, babe? I tell you, man. What your granddaughter? Getting ready. Yeah, it's almost time to work.
And that would be hard for me to be fucking around with while roaches constantly
Yeah,
running around.
that's how you get it started right there. You see, here I said it's time to get to work. It's almost time to get started.
I had this chick. She when I went to her apartment, it had a stink to it, and then
God, oh
she
man,
act
what you
like
been
it.
out there, man?
She act
What
like it
were
wasn't
you?
wrong with her apartment.
No, because she was used to smelling it. There wasn't nothing
Yeah,
wrong with it to her.
she had about 2 or 3 little dogs in there, and she had about
Oh
3 or 4 kids that were like teenage and all the way down to toddler, whatever you want to call it, like 6 year old or something. And and she kept me in the back room, like the bedroom. It went to a bathroom. She kept me back there. And I stayed back there for 2 days, just beating the brakes off of her. And we had a what's the Grey Goose and cranberry. I had 2 bottles of Grey Goose and some cranberry juice. And I stayed back there for 2 days. When I went outside, I, it was hard for me to look because of the sun was blinding me. You know that I stayed off in there like a vampire for 2 days, just beating the brakes out of here. And she, you know what? When I was standing there talking to her, her head wobbles like a bobblehead. You know what I'm talking about? You seen the bobblehead dog? Her
Man,
head
you
wobbles
had
like
some
that.
situations. Hey, what were you? Were you in the hood at the time?
Yeah.
Because were you in the hood? Was this like a regular fishing hole for
Oh,
you? Was female?
I think it was like some. Nah, it wasn't hood. It was some other location in Irving, uh, next to Dallas, in some apartments, and
Have you?
and the girl,
Were you driving? Were you driving for a living at the time, or just before that?
uh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. That explains
I,
things. All right, go ahead.
I was at a, I was at a worse company though, you know. But she didn't stay too far from my job, but she used to come to the gym to work out and compete and all that. But she was like four. She could have been like 4'10", 4'11", somewhere in there. And I wasn't even looking at all of that anyway. But yeah, man, this girl was giving. She was like she gonna give me a blowjob. So I'm sitting on the edge of the bed, and she giving me a blowjob, right? And one of them little chihuahuas walked in and just sat there and stared at her while she was giving me a blowjob. And I didn't say nothing. I just let her look up and see the chihuahua eye to eye. That was a trip, right? But
Hey, have y'all ever had a dog staring at you while you were getting it in? I
yeah,
used to have a dog. I used to always want
Yeah,
to.
yeah, yeah.
always
You
want
can
to
talk
be in
that
the
shit on the
room.
way out the door if you want to. You drop that dick off when I get home.
Listen,
Oh,
DJ trying to
oh
get his
shit. Hey,
word
what's
out.
up, man?
Hey, I feel you, bro. Hey, I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you, man. Hey, I
you ain't
told
never
you.
had a dog get mad at you.
Hey, I told you the
How long
training.
have I been on mute?
I
How long
told.
have I been on mute?
Oh, hey, we heard enough to say. We see how you handle business. I'm proud of you, man. Hey, man, I'm gonna type up this certificate for you later on today. I got a few of them upstairs. You understand?
Say, you know what this girl
Yeah, no,
did?
she be trying to talk.
Hey,
I'm tell
No,
you what
she
this
be
girl
trying to
did.
talk that shit. Be trying to
yeah,
talk that shit walking out the door. I'm like, no,
yeah.
Man was here all day yesterday, act like he didn't want to give me no coaching. Now all of a sudden you want to talk that shit when you walk out the door. Now I'm gonna catch your ass on my way to work this evening.
Hey, DJ, I
What's
just
up,
finished
man?
drinking the whole tube out there in the crib, out there in the car, man.
Huh?
I just drunk the whole tube out there in the car, whole pack.
That's just your ass finna have a goddamn stroke.
Hey, I'm gonna be smiling though.
I see Kyle done woke back up. When the hell Kyle come back in?
Boy, I've been in here for a minute,
Earlier,
man.
God damn, man. How long have I been on me? Did I put the Oh man.
Hey, listen. I'm gonna timestamp this shit here. It was the 5th hour. Y'all out of
Yeah.
control, man.
No,
Nah,
we
hey,
just
Santos, you should have heard Kyle when I called him last night. Yeah, Kyle was a little busy.
Huh?
Huh?
yeah.
Hell, you can hear.
Nah,
We
man.
said we
Listen,
hard to get here.
you know my daughter was sick and shit, man. So
Mm-hmm.
ain't shit go down with me. My
Mm-hmm.
daughter been sick for the last 2-3 days and shit. The last 2 days
Oh,
and shit.
Hey, Cal.
I
Cal,
Yeah.
thought it would take a week.
you my brother. You my brother. I got you. I'm gonna take care of that on this end for you. I got you, bro. Yeah, you'll be here in spirit.
Man.
You might
Hey,
not get
hey,
to enjoy
DJ.
it as much as I am, but you be here in
He finna
spirit.
he finna break his wife hip today, DJ. With that
I
fucking
heard.
hunch.
I heard. He been talking about that shit all night. Said she fucked the shit out of his ass the other day.
No, she cheated. No. That's the problem.
Oh,
That
she
they
cheated,
didn't.
huh?
They didn't get to.
He did a
They
68. She did a
yeah,
68. And she
they
said,
gotta
I owe
pay.
you
You
one.
gotta pay.
God damn it.
Yeah, you gotta pay tonight. I mean this morning. Hey, look, hey, you don't never cheat the coxman. Never cheat the coxman. You understand? Coxman gonna get revenge. That song y'all play earlier, the big payback. That's what's up.
Looking for
Mm-hmm.
revenge.
No. Got to pay back.
And
Hey,
I
hey,
be wanting to
I
lick
might,
that old dog up.
I might have to give
It's
one of y'all access to my accounts in case I go to jail. I need a
hey,
little bail money.
it's a Fisher's Players holiday today. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah, your old ass.
Yeah.
You
Nigga act
know,
like y'all
Zakai
know,
getting
man.
on up there, man.
What kind of holiday?
A real nigga holiday.
Mm, yeah, it's about to go down. That's all I know. It's about to go down.
Kyle finna
I
be
don't know
on number
what.
5. Hey,
Yes.
for your birthday wish, just wish my Eagles a victory tonight, man.
Man, that's the ultimate wish. After the cause you know I'm finna get this I'm about to get this cougar, man. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
And you know my so my bucket list, man. To get some head, what a top down. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
about to get this. I'm about to get this cougar too.
I see what you did there with your words, sir.
The wild boy.
It's yeah, it's one of the first days I come home with a smile on my face. No minute. I ain't even tired either. Get it in
All right,
Hey,
before
don't
dude.
go in
it
there and blow a goddamn gasket.
out. Say what?
Don't go in there and blow a goddamn gasket now.
Yeah. I hope I blow something.
Hell
Blow a gasket.
I hope when
yeah.
some. I hope when I get finished, somebody say they
No,
need to go
you
see a
blow a head
chiropractor.
gasket, your ass through.
Somebody gonna need. Somebody gonna have to get my appointment. I go to chiropractor twice a week. Somebody gonna have to use my appointment today. It ain't gonna be me.
Hey, don't be like AJ.
All right. Hey, Big Cletus. Yeah, look, man. Look, dog. Just meet me on the show tonight after it's all over. That's all because I'm gonna be here regardless. I'm gonna be at work. I'm gonna find time to come in and talk my shit, or I'm gonna find time to come in and eat my crow. But either way, I'm gonna be on the show. I want all you Dallas
Oh,
fans. Go wake the man
ain't no
H17
crow
up.
being
Where
served today,
Eli
brother.
at? Go wake Eli up. You know what I'm saying?
You listen. The only person I like to lose, the only person I want to lose more than anybody is Deuce Times, man.
Yeah, find Deuce time, dig him up, you know.
Yeah, you know what it says? If why the uh, like if you make a CD or something with that only say Bomb Squad, like a some kind of thing that just say Bomb Squad. So while you hitting that pussy, you can hear it in the background like a bomb dropping. Give you some of that
Yeah.
motivation.
Yeah, man,
It's-
gonna be more like, oh God, oh God, oh, I can feel you all the way up in here.
Quit
Oh,
those. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy didn't mean
I
it. Daddy
thought
didn't
your
mean
wife left me. I thought she left.
it. She did, man. She did. I still got the baby here with me.
Oh, my bad, bro. My bad, for
No,
real.
no, no. It's my fault. It's my fault. I'm sitting up here loud laughing and talking
Man,
this
I ain't
shit.
had no coochie in damn near going on a year.
I got you. I got you, bro. I got you, man. You gonna be in mine too. I'm gonna be like Prince. Oh, that's the one. That's the one. The dream of all man. The dream of man. Hey, it's about to go down up here. It's gonna be some old school funk up in this joint. You understand me? I can't wait. Can't wait. Let me
All right.
get my beat it
Goddamn
up
your ass
dance
on
going.
that honey. Fuck around.
It's
Your
my beat
body
it up
can't
dance.
take it. Damn knees get to locking up and shit. I'm sorry, baby. You right. I keep moving. You right. I keep moving.
It's too late. It's too late to change the
Hey,
mind.
hey, you about to have that jungle love playing in
It's
the
too
background.
late. It's too
He's
late to
snapping with
change
it.
the mind.
He about to have that
Man,
more than the time in the background.
yeah, man, I'm up here practicing. What? Get my little
Hey,
aerobics in right quick. Get my aerobics in. That way I ain't gonna be getting no cramps. Boy, you understand? Yes.
Hey, drink a shot of vinegar.
I already had what I need.
man.
Shit. Between my natural ability and that little package, I should be invincible this morning. You understand?
Hey, get your
You
tongue
know?
away from my mouth.
I
Call me
Yeah.
Aaron. Goddamn.
Yeah. It's too late. It's too late to change your mind.
what you
I'm
said.
bringing you back. It's too late. It's too late to change your
Every
mind.
time you
I'm bringing
playing
you
your
back.
song, and she'll come
Yeah.
out playing her song. R-E-S-E-C-T. And we'll tell you what it means to me.
Nah, she probably not thinking. She probably not thinking. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. And I'm be like, it's too late.
I remember.
It's too late. I'm breaking your back.
All
You
right, man. In
understand?
the words of the great philosopher Lil E,
Yeah. In the greatest, in the most inspirational words of our Cento, the Coxman.
Hey,
I'll
have
holler
you
Hey,
at
hey,
had
y'all
whoa,
later.
whoa, whoa,
anybody?
Cause
whoa.
I'm
Hold on,
about
hold
to
on,
go
hold on. Don't
apply
ever,
this.
don't ever use my shit wrong like that again, man.
Hey man,
All
I
right.
said our Cento, the Coxman. I ain't
No,
said
no. I
nothing
said
about
in
your
the words of the
cousin, man.
great philosopher. Don't. If you gonna try to say some shit, make sure you get it right the first time.
I ain't trying to use you. Look, I
Nah,
got
nah,
all
nigga.
due
Don't
respect
even
for your
use nothing
thing.
close to what I say, nigga.
Hey, this ain't got
Fuck
nothing to
wrong
do with
with
the
you, nigga.
greatest
Oh,
philosopher. This is
motherfuckers.
the Coxman. I'm just telling you, I'm about to go apply this shoreman to this, to this pipeline action. And I bid y'all do. Look, Cal, you'll be in my mind. I'll get one
no,
for you.
nigga, no,
Uh,
no.
Picasso, I'll get one for you. I'm gonna get a good one for you, Picasso. I know it's been a minute. DJ, I know you're gonna apply your thing. You already put your order in. You good. And for
Yes,
all the
sir.
rest of y'all in the chat, look here, just know I'm about to put that work in.
Hey,
That
good.
nigga
And
finna cut his hip
later
out.
on,
Hey, he gonna hit us
I'm
up
gonna let
tonight
y'all
talking
know.
about some, man, I can't come in today, man. You know, I done hurt my back.
Now,
Yeah,
I can't call out. I'm a self-employment type individual. I can't call out. I can't miss my money. That's my motivation. Uh, but if I can walk, I can work. That's my motto. And I'm gonna be walking when I get finished. It might take a couple of hours, but I'm gonna be walking. I'll be when they ain't looking. I'll be walking. When they
That's
looking,
it.
I'll be
If
quiet.
you can look up, you can get up.
It's myself.
Hey, I'll be right.
Hey, take a
I'll
bell.
be
Some get
right
that
back.
Charlie horse.
I'll be right back, fellas.
Hey, I'm gonna holler back at y'all, man. I'm gonna go ahead and close this out, man. And
Hey, make a big chest
Close
when you're
this out.
doing
What
it,
you
right
mean
there.
close this out?
Make
I
a
gotta
big chest when you're doing it, that Santos.
shoot. I got titties, man. You know, we got big
Don't
chest
forget,
anyway.
lefty loosey, righty
Titties.
tighty.
All right, well, let's shut it down then.
All right,
Look,
Yeah,
buddy.
I got it.
right on
I'll
time,
holler
like
Play
at
the
a
y'all later.
song,
wonderful
Kyle. Play the
mind together.
song.
Hit that song, DJ. You
I
know.
don't know how to do it. How
Appreciate
you
it.
hit the song?
We'll
Hey,
just sing it. Watch that.
Where's the
Uh,
song at, Kyle?
she said,
can't
why
hit,
you not at home on time?
can't hit, but you
Just
can't
be a
see.
man about it. Just be a Tony Braxton. Just be a man about
Yeah, I got Tony Braxton. I took care of that when I was on the inside. When I was in prison. Yeah, Tony just don't know it. She just don't know.
it.
I guess she'll notch on my virtual belt.
In the words of the great
Man.
philosopher Lil E, I want y'all to breathe air and live life. You know it's always true and clear as meat. Thank y'all for breaking bread with me, man. For real, in a major way.
At the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
That guy in clip, salute to my brother before we cut, man. Salute to my motherfucking dog. You know. All right, y'all. Let's wrap this shit up, and we'll holler tomorrow. Well,
Hey,
tonight,
Rob
tonight,
G
tonight,
Films,
tonight.
you right, Rob G Films. It's gonna be like knock it out like the boxing section, bro.
All right, man. We're gonna talk to y'all later, man. Go Birds. Go Birds.
Heard. All right.